vteřinu. Teďka je to zase aktivní, jo? 2 vteřiny se to... Zhruba vteřinu.
Hello, everybody. Please give us like 5, maybe 8 minutes more because there are some students coming because they didn't read the Slack properly, so they didn't get the correct address. So they will come a little bit later. So give them, please, 5 minutes because like the introductory information is kind of important, mainly because these students are not reading the chat, so they will not get the information. So thank you. So enjoy, and 5 minutes more. Thank you. So good morning, everybody, once again. So welcome in our 5th edition of the summer school. Thank you for coming to Prague. I see you are quite a big group, so I hope we will enjoy a lot the content of the summer school as well as the networking. This year we have decided to push the networking even more than before, so you will get much more opportunity to meet each other, speak with each other, and enjoy also like the, let's say, beer culture of the Prague, where you can also push the networking. Before going to the summer school program, let me introduce my team, mainly Tatiana and Vera. She will be, for you, ready to answer any of your questions. In case of if you would have any problem, even medical problem, just tell them, and she will try to solve it. She will be sitting, or they will be sitting on the upper floor, right? If you go out of this room and up, there is like an info desk where you can find them or somebody from our team. Beside that, the technical problems will be with Honza, with Jan Bednar here, and also you can see or find my PhD students and postdocs. Usually they are dressed with this blue shirt, t-shirt, if you can show it, with the Czech flag. And or we have here on this bench this color, this orange brown color. You have blue one. So students are blue, and we as organizers are this color. So just feel free to ask anybody. Yeah, so thank you for this. And yes, another important thing which I have mentioned already is the beer here in Prague. And we want to introduce you to this thing we like, the beer. So you have received already this nice glass for beer, so please use it. We try to avoid a lot of garbage and plastics, so there will be some machine to clean the glass, so you can use it repeatedly, of course. You can use it even for water if you like, but there will be beer available starting from lunch, unlimited consumption, but please, some of the beer can be quite with a lot of alcohol. So I remember there was the last edition, and on Monday some students afternoon were like already a little bit sleeping. So so wait for the evening. There will be more beer, and it's better to enjoy there. But one beer for lunch is perfect. So let me start with today's program. So I hope you are all registered. We are still missing like 20 students, so hopefully they will come and find us. As I have said, just please follow the Slack and yeah, exactly. So if you are not on the Slack, please use this barcode to register. We will provide you there like updates, information. You know, things can change, and we need to sometimes contact you fast. So please follow it. We will also send you email if it would be really important. But I hope everything will be going smooth and nice. Maybe except the weather, because we are waiting for really hot days, and we are not allowed to use air condition here in this room. So I apologize in advance. It may be really hot here, but we have the beer, so we can refresh. Okay, so today morning I will present you my team in details, all my PhD students, postdocs. They will be here around, so please meet them, discuss with them your research. After that, I will present you the research of multi-robot systems we are doing here in Prague. So you will get I mean, into the stuff we are working on. I will also show you some applications and even some industry transfer of multi-robot systems results, which we are proud of it. Yeah, I forgot, we have coffee break, all the coffee breaks. This morning coffee break is without beer, unfortunately. My wife didn't allow me to put beer for the coffee break. But you will find it outside if you go out. The coffee breaks will be on the first floor or the same floor where we are, right?
Yeah, it's on it's on the same floor on both sides, so left and right.
Exactly, so try to split. We have around 200 people here, so 100 left, 100 right.
Yeah, basically, when you will go out of the lecture room, you will go slightly down in this registration floor, go up again, and either to your left or either to your right, and both of the stations are the same, so please try to distribute yourself so it's quicker and you are not waiting too long for your refreshments.
Exactly, there will be some cake, even I don't know, I didn't check what is today, but usually like coffee, or normal coffee break. Then the lunch will be done the same way, so it will be also in multiple stations, the same content in all of them. So yeah, let's do it smoothly and avoid long lines.
Yeah, maybe a quick reminder or explaining why there are two groups. So since there is a lot of people, we need you to split into two groups, and you have the group number written on your badges. So that's the first symbol if it's either 1 or 2, which gives you the idea if you are group 1 or group 2 for the whole time of the summer school. So you can see in the program splits into those two parts, or if there are no group distinguishing, then it means you are all together. So that's the first meaning of the letter.
Exactly. Yeah. This is important, as the splitting is mainly because we don't have enough lecture rooms for the practicals. So for starting from tomorrow, you will be split to the working groups. And also, it's better even for the lunch because we want to avoid the long waiting lines. So please really follow that groups and don't try to, mixed. So after the lunch, always there is time for networking. This networking means that you can sit with the beer. So I didn't want to write it such directly, but it is like you have 1.5 hours for enjoying the lunch and the beer. So grab your lunch, and then there is a lot of places where you can sit and discuss with the others.
Yeah, I think even, sorry to interrupt, but
that's great. It's interactive, it's better.
There are also places to sit outside. So you can go either to the front of the building when you arrived, or you can go also to the backyard where there should be signs. Or there will be two main rooms on the, let's say, right side, but you will see signs that we will either direct to you. So there are two big rooms to sit in, or you can basically sit anywhere you want in the let's say in this building. Yeah.
Exactly. Yes, we will. Remind you just before the lunch. Then there is an introduction into the MRS system in RAS, which will be used for programming your practicals. It will be given by my PhD students. They were preparing the practicals, and by Tomáš Báča, who is our expert on this MRS system. So feel free to ask him for details. This is like one of the things you will get out of the summer school. So you will have installed a ready-to-use system for deploying of multi-robots aerial vehicles. So this is like the group number 1. The second group, the order of these two events is swapped. So you will start with the introduction to the system, and then there will be lunch and networking. I hope everything is clear. After this, there will be the first presentation of our invited speakers. Sebastian Scherer from CMU will come to tell you about multi-robot coordination in challenging environments. Then again, coffee break, and then we have workshops. The workshop is again like mainly for networking. You will be split to groups. So it's not on the batch, the groups.
Of course, they are on the batch. You don't have them because you are not allowed to go there. Martin, come on.
Aha, thank you. Yes.
All right,
true.
so
I didn't get permission to go to all the events. So.
yeah. So the second letter actually, the second symbol is letter, which indicates which group you are for the practicals. Not for this workshop, but for practicals. So the workshop are the third symbol, which is the number from 1 to, from 1 up to 18. So it's up to you, sorry, not it's up to you. We have already followed your preferences on this form that you have selected. If not, we have pre-selected it for you. So we will probably meet here before or at the beginning of this, let's say, session. So at 5 we will meet here, and the leaders of the individual groups will kind of guide you to the rooms where you will where we will continue with the workshops.
Exactly. So during the workshop, you may present your work to your colleagues. Colleagues, they selected the same topic. So usually we expect that there will be really like people working on the same research topic, and you can discuss your work. There will be also like a short presentation of my PhD students in that topic. And so you have almost 2 hours, 45 minutes for the discussion, and then you can move to the welcome party, which is here in the building, and there will be tables like assigned to your groups, so you can smoothly continue the discussion with the people from your field, because it's in my opinion, it's important to get really friends, because if you are PhD students, you will be meeting the people during your whole scientific career at conferences. And it's nice to see how our students from the summer school are meeting during this ICRA, IROS, whatever events, and they are discussing. And really, we have established many successful cooperations in previous years, and I think this is one of the most important part of the summer school, because of course all the knowledge you can read from papers. You don't have to travel to Prague just to listen. A few of us professors being old, but it is mainly about meeting the people and getting the contacts. So this is roughly today's program. Tomorrow we will have another presentation in the morning. It will be on security, resilience, and safety in autonomous systems, given by Shrikant Thakkar, called Tiki. And so he will be describing the system they are working on, and we are also contributing to the system. So in the second part of that talk, there will be some short presentations of people contributing to that system, and there will be like open discussion, like round table, I would say, about how to improve the resilience and safety and security in multi-robot system, which is a very important topic, and it's not much covered yet. Everybody's deploying many drones, and but nobody's thinking about how to secure the communication, how to avoid GPS spoofing, and so on. So this will be discussed tomorrow morning. Then we will have again lunch, group 1, lunch and networking, and first practicals in PC Lab. So as you have been informed, you will be programming some system for controlling of a fleet of robots, doing the like inspection or surveillance tasks. So there will be like a surveillance of some area and inspection of objects distributed in the area, and you will be programming it in the RAS system, and if you will be successful, you can deploy it on real robots on Friday, and we will have like a small competition. So to say true, it's quite interesting that I found in many CVs of our former students from summer school that they put it there that they won this competition. So it's going to be quite prestige already, which I like. So yeah, do your best to get the certificate, and you can add it to your CV and LinkedIn.
Yeah, so just I'm not sure if you mentioned the letters about the groups, which, yeah.
No.
So just to update, that's the middle symbol. So it's the A, B, C, D, E, F on your badges indicates in which room you will be sitting, basically in which groups as well. So just for you to check it out and follow it based on the program.
Thank you. And the second group, again, will start with the practicals and then lunch afterwards. Afternoon, we will have another talk from Andrew Davison on robot web for many device localization and planning. Yeah, many device localization planning. I got it. Then there will be a coffee break and your poster presentations. So many of you have told us that you want to present. Last editions we did oral presentations, but it was, to say true, extremely long session, and at the end nobody was really taking care much. So we decided to try this year poster presentation. In my opinion, it's much more like responsive, and you can really discuss about the work you are interested the most, because of course, like you are covering almost the entire robotics area mostly, but all multi-robot, and then some of the presentations could be boring for you. So regarding do you have some comment on the posters, I expect?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that to know at what time and which place you are presenting, there is this QR code, so it will open you a table where there is listed a name and let's say topic, let's say place location. We will mark these spots during the day. It might be tomorrow, so it's not that much confusing with so many arrows and signs. So please just follow the symbols based on that table, so you can either check what you are interested in or to know where you are actually presenting. So if there is anything wrong with that, please go to the information desk or write us to the Slack to discuss if there is something incorrect with your presentation.
It's like 25 posters per day, right? Or around roughly?
I think so, yeah, it's about 25.
Exactly, so we have 1.5 hours for 25 posters, so I mean, probably you can see all of them, but if you want to focus on few, you can select in that list what you are interested the most. And again, we are pushing the networking, so really use this opportunity and discuss the work of others. Then tomorrow we have a guided tour in Old Town or beer tour. So you have already selected your preference, going for beer tour with my PhD students to see some good location for like a local people are going, or you may have a professional guide being followed to the city center. So this is the social program for tomorrow.
We will also specify the meeting time, let's say, at the end of Tuesday's program. So I'm not sure, maybe at the presentation we will see, because there is these posters, but we will probably send it to Slack. So just
more details you will get tomorrow.
Just for you to know.
Yeah. So on Wednesday we have another invited speaker, Stefano Albrecht, talking about reinforcement learning, which is such a hot topic, yes, you know, and its application for multi-agent system. So we, of course, couldn't avoid this topic. So we invited Stefano to come to present and discuss with you this important topic nowadays. Then we have the same program as on Tuesday. So group 1 lunch, networking session, and practicals in PC lab, and group 2 starting with practicals, then lunch. afternoon, Jan will present you some drone platforms we are using. So in fact, I will already discuss a little bit today. It's to show you firstly, possible industrial transfer from the basic research into like products, and also it will provide you an opportunity for like research platforms. So in case you would like our system, the MRS system, and you would like to use it in your research, you can also use these platforms for your experiments. So this is kind of the main purpose of this talk, because in my opinion now the multi-robot systems are already going more and more to industry, and there are a lot of applications and industrial opportunities. So we want to share it with you, our experience, because we have a lot of experience in this field as well. Then again, coffee break, and again, posters, presentations, and then there will be a banquet in art restaurant Manes. It's really beautiful place on the riverbank. There are like it's really like art restaurant place, and we will have buffet. We are always trying buffet or like sitting banquet, but we found that buffet the most interactive. So again, networking is better if you have buffet, and the food there is pretty good. So I am sure you will enjoy it. It's Wednesday.
Just for clarity, again, the QR code is to show you the location on Google Maps, so you have it in the program if you want to make sure it's the correct place.
Yes, but we will be probably kind of walking together also from here, but yes, you can come there independently. It's not far away. It's walking distance, like maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah.
5 minutes walking from here. Just kind of going towards the river directly. Thursday, we have morning presentation given by Alcario Martinoli and Kagan Arunsel, both from EPFL, telling you about robots for gas sensing. So it's another kind of interesting application of multi-robot systems. So that's why, as I said, we are going kind of from fundamental research towards the applications at the end, I would say. Then we have again lunch, networking, and practicals. This will be on Thursday, followed by a lab tour. So you will be split into 2 groups as well for the lab tour, because
basically, sorry to just interrupt, it will be based on the kind of practical, let's say, distribution. So you will go as an ABC group. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it's, I mean, group 1 /A will go with one guide and visit some labs here, robotic labs in the department or in the faculty, and then you will have a briefing on the experimental part, which is important, some safety instructions for Friday, I would say. So it's important to have it. It's mandatory for us to tell you, so please come to this. And then the second group has just different order.
Yeah, I would just mention regarding the briefing that it's really important, not just from the safety point of view, but also from the points to for you to understand how it will actually be organized, so you know what to expect. So definitely come to this session to know more.
Yes, and then we have few oral presentations on Thursday, so some of you indicated strong interest to give talk.
Or even we have online.
For online people as well. As you know, we have also online sessions, so there are some online students. They can't have a poster, so there will be some oral presentations at the end. And Friday is one of the most important days, because you'll be really doing real-world experiments. So our industrial partner, Fly for Future, has provided some platforms together with my hardware team. They build it and prepare for you to use them. It will be in an island here in the Prague. So this is like a place where we are regularly flying and deploying multi-robot systems. So you will get kind of a little bit the feeling of our students, master students, PhD students. They are going there regularly, flying there. You can get there by tram easily. So there is a description how to get there, and you will be the whole day kind of flying, or your teams will be competing in the competition. I hope you will see also some demos of our projects, platforms, and we will enjoy the day. There will be some like outdoor lunch, and we have to drink all the remaining beer there. So, and then afternoon, usually students are continuing to Prague to party. So it will be already without us, because we will be almost dead on Friday already. But some of you may survive and and go for a fifth party of the week. Yeah, so that's it from my side.
All from that. Again, QR code just for clarity to pin the pinpoint on Google Maps, so you can follow it, the road there, or to find the way. And there is some, let's say, other important information, that something we have already mentioned regarding, let's say, the coffee breaks and lunches, but it's written here again. Also regarding the sitting, beer glass, and the help desk that we have already mentioned, kind of the information point. Also, if you haven't joined the Wi-Fi, here you have the QR code, or you have it in the program as well to join. So I believe that should be all from that. Maybe
Yes.
last point regarding electric sockets. So there should be always a socket in every row under your seat. So if you are looking for electricity, look below, under your feet. It's kind of below there. Sorry?
Yeah, I expected so that they are not working.
They are not working?
They,
oh, okay. There have been this reconstruction, so they haven't plugged them in. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. So that's unfortunate. Okay, we might try to at least give you some, let's say, electric power to charge your laptops, because, of course, it's important to watch it out. So sorry about this inconvenience. Okay, and I think that's all we wanted to mention. Maybe regarding online, we haven't talked about that much more. So there are also few online participants. So this whole session is also streamed online. So we will also from time to time check some questions. It might be from the audience there. And also they will have a separate session for the practicals. So I'm just mentioning them so they can hear me right now about that. So they will have the practicals in the same way, but there will be someone from the team joining the session. And I think that's all I wanted to mention. Yes. Okay.
Okay, so questions. Do you have questions for the program, organization, anything? Yes, please.
Yeah, so there was a question regarding the poster list. So there's only Tuesday written.
No, the QR code is not working. So
no,
check.
It works. I checked it out. So. Yeah, there is. You should scroll down. There should be Wednesday, is it not? There. Yeah. Okay. No worries. There. Just scroll down. There should be Wednesday on the, let's say, bottom part of the table.
Okay. Perfect. Thank
Thanks.
you. Yeah. Yes. Tuesday is like afternoon, you mean? No. Dinner? Yeah, so there will be, yes, so on Tuesday and Thursday there is no dinner, like from us. So you have to do it by yourself, I mean, so we have, like Monday there will be dinner, on Wednesday there is like a dinner. The Thursday usually students are programming the code for Friday, so we purposely didn't put there any social program. And on Tuesday we are going like if you are in the beer tour, there will be of course opportunity to order some meal in the restaurants. And for the guided tour, I mean it's 1.5 hours, so you can do it before or after, you know. So we didn't organize that. Yes. Thank you. More questions? Yeah. Just, I mean, this is another thing I wanted to highlight. Feel free to interrupt us as like speakers. So I want to have it really interactive. So in case you want to ask anything, just call to me or like say, Martin, please, or and interrupt me. I will try to make breaks and also ask the speakers to make breaks for the questions because, I mean, as I said, I mean, you can watch our pre-recorded presentations at home. You don't have to travel to Prague. The important is the interaction and discussion. So we are pushing that.
So maybe last information, if you have a question, just raise your hand and my colleague Michal will give you the microphone so you can, so also the online participants can hear you. Even others here can hear you much better than if you are talking loud, so just bear it in mind.
Exactly. If it's a very short question, I can repeat it as so they can hear me, right? But if it's kind of a longer question, it's better to use the mic to also to online audience and also for all the others here to hear you well. Okay, perfect. So, I mean, now we have 20 minutes remaining before the first coffee break. So let me use this time to introduce my group and the people that are around here. So I created like some slides with pictures of the people, so you can really find them here and discuss with them. As I said, networking, networking, networking. So here in my group, we are working on multi-robot, mostly flying systems. As you can see in this video, we have a lot of different platforms. All are really robots, so we don't use any pilots, only sometimes safety pilot, but for multi-robot systems, even there is only one guy with switch off button, I would say. So we really don't have pilots. They are autonomous robots flying in real-world condition. So this is area where we are pushing our research. Thanks to that experience, we are proud of many success stories in the competitions. So usually we are focused on competitions where the real-world deployment is the key challenge or element. I will give you details after the coffee breaks about our successful participation in MBZRC challenges in 2020 and 2017, where we won always multi-robot tasks, and even in 2020 the whole competition, and also DARPA Subterranean Challenge. So I will tell you more details after the coffee break. We have now like 11 senior people, postdocs, associate and assistant professors. And now I have 19 PhD students, so it's quite big group already, and we try to cover all research topics of like you need for multi-robot systems. So I'm pretty sure that you will find always some colleague from my team working on similar research, let's say, task as you. Yes, we have also many master and bachelor students, and even a lot of from abroad. So even you, if you would like to join us, we have many are still open PhD positions and many master and bachelor positions in case you would be interested to come to Prague or be intern or whatever. And we have a lot of autonomous drones, of course, more than the people. You will see them during the lab tour. We are closely cooperating with the Fly for Future company. They are also doing research a lot, and mainly like industrial, let's say, integration of our basic research achievements. Jan will tell you more in details about the company. Just want to tell you that it's like an official spin-out of CTU, so there is an official cooperation between the company and the university. They have already 35 people working on this technology transfer, And also they are hiring, so if you would like to join industry after your PhD or master, just let them know or let me know, and I will forward your email to their HR. So now let me introduce the group, and you will also see the topics we are working on. So Petr Štěpán is working as a professor and teacher here in my group, and he's working mainly on mapping using LiDARs, sonars, different sensors, also vision-based techniques used on board of the drones, object detection, and so on. Wojciech Vonásek is also like an assistant professor officially, doing a lot of teaching and working on path planning for various 3D complex objects, also for multi-robot systems, and he's applying reinforcement learning for motion planning, sampling-based motion planning under constraints. So this kind of, not really the highest level planning, but kind of RRT-like planners and this kind of stuff. So in case you are working on this, he's really an expert in this field, so feel free to contact him. You can find emails here, or you can find all the people listed in our webpage. So in case you would be interested, just drop them email and really use the opportunity for the networking. Tomáš Báča, he is kind of officially postdoc position. He's working on like mainly on the MRS open source ROS-based system we are all using. He has designed the core of the system, and now like maybe hundreds of people now are contributing to that system, so he's still taking care of it. And he is also working on radiation localization and mapping, even nanosatellites, and control. So control of drones in general, low-level control, and tracking and trajectory generation. Another postdoc, Robert Pienička. He is now working mainly on agile flying. So he did his first postdoc with Davide Scaramuza in University of Zurich. We're working there on the agile drone racing. Now he is here applying these results to multi-robot systems at the end. So now they are working on nonlinear model predictive control and like on board, and also on agile motion planning and collision-free motion planning. And his main background before he left to Zurich was multi-goal and multi-robot path planning for like real vehicles. So if you would be interested in this agile flying or in high-level multi-goal planning, approach him. He's here sitting in his office now. Another postdoc researcher, Wojciech Spurný, he's only partially with us, and he left with like almost 100% time to fly for future. So he is still continuing doing research, but more in the industry. His background is formation, stabilization, and control, and high-level planning, communication, and coordination. And now he's working with his team on secured communication and infrastructure for reliable and resilient secured communication. So in case you would like to know more about it or establish any kind of cooperation, feel free to contact him. Tiago Nascimento, he's partially with us and partially located in Brazil, and he is working on formation control and coordination and nonlinear model predictive control, and also multi-robot systems. He was also leading a project on coordination of boats and drones, so let's say heterogeneous systems of cooperating robots. Jose John, he is working on differential games for formation control and flocking, and neuro-fuzzy control of autonomous mobile robots, and also robot-human interaction. He's a very theoretical guy, and now he's applying the theoretical results into real robot systems. So if you like these topics, he's also here. Daniel Bonilla, he is only partially with us. Now he is in Morocco, but we are still in tight contact with him, and we are together working on communications aware trajectory planning and optical communication for UAVs, and communication aware trajectory planning, and UAV relays for communication. So, I mean, in case you are like a communication guy, let me know, and we can have an online chat with Daniel as well. So he is available in these days, but online only. But Victor Walter, he's with us. He's like a new or just finished PhD student, so he is now looking for a postdoc position abroad. He has designed a quite unique smart sensor UVDAR. I will tell you about it more in my presentation after the coffee break. So he's working mainly on the relative localization of neighboring vehicles in the swarm. As I have mentioned, the UV-based localization for cooperating aerial vehicles, and vision-based UAVs in general. Another fresh postdoc, Vít Krátký, he was working during his PhD on cooperative sensing by a group of UAVs in complex environments. He was one of the two authors, I would say, of quite a unique system for inspection and documentation of historical buildings. I will show you some impressive videos these guys did in real churches, not only in Czech Republic, but mainly. And also he did like formation, shape adaptation, cooperation, motion planning, and many other interesting research on multi-robot systems. He's here, so you can contact him. And now let me start with PhD students. I have here only let's say, a little bit more senior people. The main reason is that the young guys starting this year, they are lazy and they didn't provide me this slide. So, but anyway, you will meet them during the workshop the session. But so let me start with, let's say, more senior guys. So Matouš Vrba is about to submit his thesis on markerless UAV detection and relative localization and visual object detection. So he's also working on relative localization, but using different sensory modalities than Victor. So Matouš is more on vision and on like classical RGB vision and 3D LiDARs and depth cameras, and how to combine it together to have really reliable relative localization, to be able to cooperate, like formation flying or group stabilization, or to be able to catch another drone, like counter UAS application. I will show you about details about this project as well. Also, Matěj Petrlík is finishing his PhD, going to submit in, let's say, these weeks. And he was working on UAV state estimation, localization and mapping in perceptually degraded environment, multimodal onboard sensor fusion. So mainly, he was involved mainly in DARPA subterranean challenge. So it's also quite interesting achievements he did. Also, Pavel Petráček, he has submitted his thesis. He's waiting for defense, so he's still in the category of PhD student, but in fact, more like a postdoc. He's now working in the company as a postdoc already, and his PhD, but still being with us, so you can contact him. His PhD topic was robust UAV localization, again in perception degraded environments, it was again inspired mainly by the DARPA Subterranean Challenge and also by the projects on inspection of historical monuments together with Krátky. So they worked together. They achieved a lot of interesting and valuable results on the edge between the basic research and application-oriented research. But they achieved many great publications. So take a look on these. The same with Petr Stibinger. He's also going to submit the thesis in these days, and his topic was, or is, perception-driven autonomy for mobile robots in different environments. He's focused on search and rescue kind of applications, and in particular localization of radiation, sources of radiation in the real environment using teams of robots. So this is also an interesting and successful story about how to deploy the basic research on multi-robot coordination into the industry. So there is a like working cooperation between companies in this field, and they are now going to deploy the system into real-world applications. Jiří Horina, he's third or four years PhD student working on control and stabilization of swarms of UAVs. So it's very related to the topic of the summer school. So I will give you more details, and I hope Jiří will also present you some details tomorrow. He is working on decentralized bio-inspired swarms, multi-robot state estimation, and also he did some research on optical camera communication, like vision-based communication for swarms of UAVs. I will tell you more after the coffee break. Václav Preitzel, the same kind of age as Jiří, working on cooperative navigation of heterogeneous UAVs using LiDAR relative localization. So it's quite interesting topic. I will also give you some details more after in the second part. In fact, he's working on how to cooperate if you have one well-equipped UAV with 3D LiDAR and maybe few small UAVs with just a small camera, and you know, these small drones, they have problems with localization in long-term missions. So how the big guy can help the small drones to navigate in complex real-world environments. František Nekovář, he is as well the same age, I would say, as the guys before, working on traveling salesman problem applications, so different multi-tour problems. He is now involved in a project of power transmission line inspection. He did also a research on multi-vehicle like planning for cooperating drones and boats on the water, and energy-aware multi-UAV coverage planning, focus on optimal speed of flight and energy consumption and this aspect. So high-level planning, I would say. So if you are interested, contact František. He's here in these days. Prague, third-year PhD student, if I'm not mistaken, working on model predictive control. He designed some approaches for landing of UAVs on the boat, on surface vehicles. Now he's working on trajectory and control for fast and agile UAVs. So like together with Robert Pienička, so Robert is coordinating the team, and Parag is one of PhD students working towards this agile flying. Akash is a PhD student working on human-swarm interaction. He is finishing his second year. He is also working on propagation of information in large swarms and a consensus of multi-robot aerial systems. So it's also very hot topic and related to the summer school. So Akash is here as well in these days. So maybe you will meet him during the workshop or contact him. Filip Novák, second year PhD student working on cooperation of UAVs and fully autonomous surface vehicles, boats. He is designing model predictive control based system for tight cooperation of boats and drones and in different applications, like again landing on a boat in rough ocean water conditions, but also cooperative towing of an objects on the water and deployment of buoys and different aspects of heterogeneous UAV and USV applications. Ondřej Procházka has also started with UAV landing in harsh conditions, but now he moved more into agile trajectory and mission planning. He's designing nonlinear model predictive control in cluttered environments. So his goal is to kind of integrate obstacles into that agile flying. So far the state of the art is that either the trajectories are kind of pre-recorded, pre-planned, or there are no obstacles in the working space, and we would like to integrate into the agile maneuvers also the perception, so fast perception, how to in real world conditions to detect the obstacles and integrate them into the low level model predictive control pipeline. Matěj Novosad is starting with us on real-time trajectory planning for agile UAVs. So he's in the first year of PhD. He's also working on multi-goal mission planning, path and trajectory planning in cluttered environments. So in case you would be interested in this topic, feel free to contact him. Tomáš Musil is starting his PhD in a month, I would say, and his topic is lifelong, large-scale, multimodal navigation and mapping. So he's kind of trying to push the drones into long-range missions with everything on board. So how to really plan and map how to map the large environment using only vision, for example, and how to be able to plan in such online scanned environment in long-range missions. So we are talking in maybe even kilometers or tens of kilometers. We are interested now in. So as I said, I have eight more or 7 more PhD students, but they didn't give me the slide. So anyway, feel free to take a look on our webpage and see my people, find them around, contact them, and we are here for you, or we want to cooperate with you. So this was everything, and now we are perfectly on time. So I hope my team has prepared the coffee break. So now, as I said, please go out, down the stairs, up and left and right. There you will find, like in each of the corridor should be 2 locations with some cakes and coffee. So take it, already start discussing networking, and let's meet here in 28 minutes. So we are starting 10:30. Thank you.
Když tak si to zamutujte a zase.
Yes, so let me slowly continue with the second part of today's program. So please take a seat. Thank you. I hope the coffee break went smoothly and you all are refreshed to survive 1.5 hours with me. And but don't worry, we will be mainly watching videos and pictures. So let's warm up slowly. So I will not give you many equations. So as I have mentioned, we are here working on different aspects of multi-robot systems, especially flying drones, swarming. So I have selected the results that are related to multi-robot. And so the content of this summer school, I will show you some fundamental results and research projects we have achieved, in fact, in the last 8 years, I would say. But in the second part of the presentation, I will focus on the latest achievements. So I will show you like some papers that are going to be presented in IEEE in Abu Dhabi soon. So also you can visit these presentations and go to details in case you will be there. So as I have mentioned, we have been achieving a lot of interesting results in competitions as well. I will show it to you. So I can skip these 2 slides and continue directly with the swarming. So in fact, this slide is 9 years old. I made it for my first proposal towards like a swarming. We were at that time thinking to get the flying robots into the real world conditions. At that time there were few labs achieving great success in indoor, in lab conditions. You may remember the videos of Vijay Kumar's lab in UPenn. They were flying in their Vicon arena, building some infrastructures or doing swarming, and there were also a lot of results on multi-robot coordination from ETH and University of Zurich at the time, but everything was inside. And we wanted to go to the real world condition from two reasons, in fact. We were kind of poor group. That time we couldn't buy Vicon, so we had to kind of work in real world conditions with GPS. GPS was much cheaper, or it is still cheaper. And also we are located here in the historical center of Prague, and it's really difficult to find flying arena here. So we are one of the few groups working, or such big group working on aerial robots without any indoor flying arena. Now we got possibilities to have flying arena, but still I don't want it, because I really want to push my students, my postdocs, to go to the countryside, to the forest, to the grass field, lakes, to deploy the flying robots there. So 8-9 years ago, we were thinking where to focus on, and of course, like GNS was used in many platforms, so we decided to go to GNSS denied environment, not to like fight with DJI, because I mean, of course, it made no sense. We also wanted to be without direct communication, mainly because we understood in our first trials and deployment that the communication is not reliable, and also we wanted to be like strictly decentralized, and kind of nature-inspired. So our kind of goal was to achieve the same behavior as you can see in the fish of schools or swarms of insects or a flock of birds, where they don't communicate, they don't have any Wi-Fi, they are just using onboard sensors, their perception organs, to detect the other in the proximity, and they are able to really go to large groups, so they have scalable solution of the swarming. They are flying usually in unknown environment for them, or they are able to fly or swim in unknown environment, and usually they are able to be in the environment with obstacles. So this was, in fact, the motivation of our research at the time: high density of obstacles, scalability, large anonymous groups, and deployment in real-world unknown environment. The first tool we required for achieving this goal was relative onboard localization. So we wanted to have something the birds have to see the other teammates in the flock to be able to stabilize together. We were playing with a lot of different sensory modalities. We tried RGB cameras, 3D cameras, 3D LiDARs. We were using active RGB lights, April tags, UWB technology, really everything. And we have a lot of papers, good papers in good journals on all these topics. So I could, of course, tell you, use these results, you know, cite us and so on. But no, I will not tell this, because to say true, all these technologies are not reliable. And we want to be really reliable in the real world conditions, to have really reliable system. And we found only one, in fact, sensory modality so far, which is reliable and deployable in different real world conditions: indoor, outdoor, night, raining, whatever. We have designed this system we call UVDAR. And the trick is that we are using ultraviolet markers installed on the drones. So if you see here, they are like here at the end of the arms. They are UV LEDs, artificial like lights in UV spectrum. And why UV? If you take a look to the spectrum of solar radiation here, you can see that here in the UV part of the spectrum of solar radiation here on the ground, kind of, the UV part is missing. The thing is that it's filtered out by the atmosphere. So using the UV lights in this particular part of the spectrum gives us an opportunity to really like remove all the noise from the RGB camera. So imagine here is there are two pictures, one obtained with RGB camera, and below there is the same camera but with a filter that allows to go to only this UV part of the spectrum. And you can see that it's very difficult to find a drone. It is in the white square. So there is a drone in front of the car, which is there. It's here on the backyard. And but in the UV spectrum, you can see two bright dots. So it's easy to to detect such bright dots just by thresholding of the picture. You don't have to apply any neural network. You can also estimate the distance to the drone, because we know how far they are, the lights on the drone, and based on the distance between the two bright spots, we can estimate also the distance and the bearing. Of course, the distance estimation is less reliable and less precise, but still you have some information, and for the swarming it's usually enough. Plus, we have introduced a new approach of blink LEDs. So by blinking with different frequency, we can identify the particular drone. So we can have ID if it's required by the swarming system without any communication, direct communication. So imagine that you are in a case that your communication is jammed out, or there is a cyber attack of a communication or whatever, and you have still an option to communicate by the light. So it's very difficult to jam the direct light communication by light, and we can communicate by changing the frequency of blinking. So through that changing of the frequency, we can send some small message like, for example, guys, now we are under attack, let's land all of us, or let's go back, or let's stay in a crowd, let's stay in a flock and wait once the attack will be over, or or wait for some command from human, whatever. So still we have some way of extremely resilient and reliable communication by just onboard sensing. But we have also employed these techniques in many research projects and even now applications. So we have, together with Fly for Future, designed a drone which is able to carry these LEDs and the cameras with filter. I don't know why the mouse sometimes not working. The drone is ready to be used for research and for the applications. So this was the first achievement, the relative localization. The second big achievement was the MRS UAV system that you are going to learn here during the summer school. The system is has many components. It's really like bulky. It has almost all different sensors. You can image in 3D LiDARs, 2D LiDARs, cameras, RGB cameras, stereo cameras. Everything is integrated and prepared to use. It has also multiple controllers included, nonlinear, MPC, linear MPC, many different controllers, state estimators. And it is really ready to use in the research on multi-robot systems. So this is like a research platform. Here we are far from industrial applications because it's ROS 1 based, so maybe less reliable for the application, but for the research purposes, it's a great tool. So I hope you will enjoy it. And Tomáš Báča will tell you more about the system. So let me skip this. I mean, we have also designed together with the company many research platforms in this system. So even, I mean, in case you would need it, you can select also like really up to you what sensory equipment will be there. So you see sometimes there are 3D LiDARs, sometimes there are 2D LiDARs, cameras. This drone is also equipped with UV lidar. So even many of the companies have been using the UV lidar already. But let's return back to the research. I don't know why the mic is not working properly. The second one, maybe. Sorry for the interruption. It was annoying for me, and probably for you even more. Okay, so kind of combining these two technologies, we have designed the UV lidar as well as the multi-robot systems. We managed to deploy the system in real-world conditions. So here you can see 4 drones flying in the forest. They are without any communication. They are without GPS. They are using 2D LiDARs to localize in the forest and UV lidar cameras to stabilize the team. They can build a map on board of each vehicle. Even they can kind of like fly together, be stabilized together, avoid the obstacles. But as you may see, this experiment that has been done like maybe 4 years ago is pretty slow. So if we are talking about really deployment in the real world in the real world applications, we are far from that, and this motivated us to go towards like more agile, more dynamic systems and more reliable deployment. I will show you in the second half of my presentation. We have also applied the system in different conditions than the forest. Here is an example of our experimenting in Abu Dhabi, in Emirates, where we were flying above a desert, again without communication, just on-board relative localization. And in such conditions, we found out that the environment, even if looks like a good one for drones, can be problematic because there are places above the desert where the sand is really flat and it's difficult to find any visual markers or 3D LiDAR markers to localize the drone without GPS. So if you imagine the deployment of such a system without GPS, which means in the conditions where the GPS is spoofed or there is again some attack and you have to rely on strictly onboard sensors, you will find a lot of research problems, and this has been also motivated our deployment. You can see that the system is applicable also during night. Obviously, it works even better because we don't have any sunlight disturbing the UV LEDs. I said that the atmosphere is filtering out the sunlight in this spectrum, but if there is a really sun in the field of view of the cameras, the chip can see the sun. So it's really strong source of the UV. So this can bring some problems, but this is a reason why we are blinking. So then it's easy to distinguish between the sun and the drones. So this was some kind of initial introduction into the swarming we have achieved, and later on I will show you our current progress. But now let me have a small break from the fundamental research and go to a little bit more applied research. In this particular project, the task was inspection of interiors of historical building by a team of drones. The motivation is quite obvious. If you have here such a cathedral, which is, by the way, here in the city center on the Old Town Square, there is this church. It took them several months to do inspection of like the paintings there and the statues using this infrastructure, right? And then we were doing the same job in the same cathedral, and it took us 1 day to get all the pictures. Obviously, the drones are fast to deploy, and even you can get much better data because there is no infrastructure around you, so you can get really nice pictures of the interiors of historical buildings. And why multi-robot systems? The problem of deploying of robots, flying robots in historical buildings is that the light conditions in that building are designed for people walking on the ground. So once you are making a picture like close to the ceiling from another perspective, usually the decoration, the statues, the paintings are not well illuminated. Simply the lights are down, you know, to provide you as a human walking on the ground good illumination. So we had to add light to the drone. We did it. We introduced a light on the drone carrying the camera, but the historians and people from the church were not satisfied because they are used to have light farther from the camera to provide like smart illumination. So we have designed a multi-robot system where one drone is carrying a camera and one drone is carrying a light. So let me now present to you a final video of the projects where you can see drones flying in various conditions. Unfortunately, I switch off the light, but I will rather describe it by myself. So you could see many of different deployments in historical buildings, and here I will show you how it works. Since it is an application where we required really reliability, we do a first pre-scanning of the location. So we come there with a terrestrial scanner, do a 3D model of the environment, and this 3D model, which is done by the terrestrial scanner, so we are still not flying, is used for two purposes. Firstly, the end users are selecting in the 3D model the locations where they want to make the picture. Then, if they are, so this is the pre-flight phase here, so scanning of by the 3D LiDAR, here is the 3D LiDAR. Then we are getting the 3D model and also a mesh for a point cloud for the drone to be localized in the church. Then end users are selecting the positions of the pictures. So there is a tool for them, even like non-robotic people can select the good locations to make pictures or 3D models, even videos, whatever. Then these positions, required positions, are fitted into the planner, which is on board of the drone. And the planner provides an optimal trajectory indoor of the church, even for a team of drone if needed. And the end user can also check if the trajectory provided is safe enough. Sometimes they told us, okay guys, please fly farther from this extremely expensive painting. We know that your system is reliable, but still, in case something would happen, you know, it is an extremely valuable painting, so we ask the system to replan it, being far from that. So this is an important thing in such a inspection where the reliability is extremely important. So during that campaigns, we scanned maybe around 20 objects. We managed to have only one small collision, I would say. Nothing was broken, only a little bit of the drone itself. So it was extremely successful at the end. So here you can see some examples of the trajectory planned inside of the church. We can also, before the flying, simulate it in the simulator, so we can really see that everything is okay, safe. And then we just come to the church or historical objects or any other industrial object even, and switch on the button on the drone and start and fly. So we can occupy the church only for a couple of minutes, so it can be even scanned during the normal operation of the church. Here you can see some examples of multi-robot deployment. Some robots are with the light, some robots are with the cameras, and they form some smart illumination, let's say, team. There were two examples. One was taken by a drone carrying light on board. Another picture was taken from the light, from the side light carried by another drone, and you could see the difference. Here, I mean, you can imagine that you can do a lot of work in the inspection and also in like visualization and documentation of historical and not only historical buildings. So this was an example of some industrial project, let's say, and now let me go to competitions. First of all, let me describe our achievements in DARPA Subterranean Challenge. You may know about this challenge. It was organized by the DARPA in the US, and the task of the teams were to explore underground environment, caves, industrial objects, mines. So the first circuit, tunnel circuit, was in underground mines. We were testing the system in different conditions, in different mines, and the task was always to localize the victims in that environment. So it was deployment of a multi-robot system, heterogeneous system of ground robots, aerial robots. We were using walking robots, wheeled robots. The task was to deploy the system completely autonomously. We were not allowed to enter the area of deployment before the competition. So we were sending to completely unknown environment our robots. We could operate them by one human only in case of connectivity. But you can imagine that in such real-world caves and underground, the connectivity was interrupted very soon, and also like the bandwidth of the communication was not sufficient for controlling of the drones. So our flying robots were completely autonomous. They were exploring the environment, trying to localize the objects, some artifacts belonging to the people, and then return back with information about the position of the objects. During that first deployment, we learned that using 2D LiDAR is not sufficient for precise relative localization. So imagine that you are flying 15, 20 minutes in such a difficult conditions, and then you find some artifact, and you have to report back precise position of that artifact in 3D coordinates. So after 15 minutes of flying, you need to have a position error less than 5 meters, which is very tricky and challenging. Imagine that you are using 2D LiDAR and the corridor where you are flying is slightly declined, so it's difficult to recognize that you are changing also the Z coordinate, right? So this is why we have designed for the urban circuit, which was the second challenge where we were participating. We designed a solution with 3D LiDARs on board, and it worked very well. We achieved third place in total, and we were the first team among self-funded teams. So we also got quite nice prize for the second as well as for the first circuit, to say true. And in this particular scenario, we managed to explore, I will skip this video to here, to explore an abundant nuclear power plant. So it was a real nuclear power plant in US where we deployed a team of robots. They were kind of cooperatively scanning the environment, looking for the humans or for their artifacts belonging like cell phone or whatever. They were using onboard 3D sensors. We had to design even some new planners to be able to achieve fast flight, but still safe. So in case of large openings, the drone or the robots were faster. In narrow passages, narrow corridors, we could fly, or we had to fly slower to avoid obstacles and not collide. Of course, some collisions happened because the organizers were not interested in getting the robots back to us. They wanted just to get the data. So it was sufficient for them to localize the person, send back the data about the position, and then the drone could crash, which happened to us as well and all the other teams. So this was like their search and rescue scenario. But we managed to get such a interesting map of the entire nuclear power plant, and we achieved to get an interesting success. Another circuit, which was cave circuit, was unfortunately canceled due to COVID. We did a lot of nice deployments in natural caves in Czech Republic. It was really a great experience to see flying robots exploring kilometers of natural cave system here in Moravia, in the part of Czech Republic. The drone, again, is fully autonomously flying through that environment, even ground robots, walking robots, and they are localizing the artifacts in the caves and reporting their position back through like a communication channel they are building. So the ground robots served us as relays for communication. But from our drone perspective, we mainly here design a system for like really 3D exploration. So as you can see here in this example, the drones were able also to explore not only vertical, but also not only horizontal, but also vertical shafts. So flying in the natural chimneys in the cave system. So it was quite challenging task. But as I said, it was cancelled, so we didn't get any prize money for the third challenge. But fortunately, there was a final event which happened. The COVID was already almost done, so we could go to US. We could achieve second place in total in the virtual track, and we were the number 6 in the real track. What was interesting that we designed a drone, we called it FEE-CTU X500 platform, which was at the end used by almost all teams, even competitors in the virtual challenge. So I was kind of proud to see our drone being presented by all the other teams, because the other teams for the virtual challenge could select robots of all the teams, you know. So thanks to our hardware team and designers, the drone was extremely capable with long flight time, with great sensory capabilities, 3D LiDAR, many cameras for object detections, and it was reliable even for flying in such a difficult conditions. The finals was interesting. They combined all the environments together. So it was a combination of cave system, underground mine, as well as some human-built environment. In the final, it was a metro station, subterranean, kind of subway metro station. So subway station. So we didn't know what will be inside. We just again sent the drones there. There was some junction. Going to left, it was going to caves. Going straight, it was going to underground mines. Going to right, it was going to the substation, metro station. So we had to design the system which was really reliable to various conditions, which was the main achievements in this DARPA Sub-T. But for you as a students, I did this slide showing all the publications my team managed to get out of this challenge. So this is kind of a message for you. In case your advisor will come to you and ask you, can you participate in this challenge? Check if the challenge is on the edge of the state of the art. If it is the case, the challenge will push you and the team to achieve new results, new achievements, and then it will be much simpler for you to manage good publications. You know, if you add to the publication introduction that your team won DARPA challenge, it will kind of influence the reviewers as well. So we really got into the best journals in the field, in the robotic, like field robotics, which was great. And plus, we managed to also get a lot of industrial applications out of it. This is another important thing. If you are considering to enter some competition, many of them are kind of motivated by real-world applications, and usually the organizers spend years designing that, so the ideas are quite clever. So of course this was the case of DARPA Sub-T, but it was also the case of MBZRSC challenge in Abu Dhabi. They were also motivated by great applications, and my team managed to win it, get money. This was nice, but mainly to get many applications again because it was on the edge of the state of the art, but also to get a lot of industrial deployment out of it. So which was kind of the main intention of the organizers. So it was a very success story. I will show you the story. So this 2017 is pretty old. At that time, we were landing on a moving car fully autonomously. We were localizing and collecting moving objects in real-world conditions. It was a first real-world deployment outdoor, I would say, like real first competition for deploying of multi-robot flying systems outdoor. Our big advantage was that, as I said, we were training or testing the system here in such a, I try to put here. So here you can see our deployment, you know, we were really working in the field because we couldn't test it here in the Prague. So it was kind of an important for us to test it in the conditions that were even more difficult than the real-world deployment. And there were some other teams, and they were complaining that in the competition side there is a wind or there is sun. Of course, I mean, it was done outside in Abu Dhabi, you know, so you can expect sun to be there. It's on the coast, so you can expect wind, you know. But they also complained that the communication was not sufficient. Yes, we knew that. It's difficult to have a like extremely reliable communication system. So we used all these kind of foundations we did during our preparation in real-world conditions, and we managed to win one of the challenges in 2017. In 2020, we were already a much bigger team, so we managed to win the whole competition, again using the knowledge of real-world deployment. In 2020, the challenges were really interesting. The first one was to capture and neutralize an intruder UAV. So it was motivated by the counter UAS systems. So how to protect airport against unauthorized drones. The second challenge was to build a wall from bricks, fully autonomously. So again, I mean, there couldn't be any operator, it was fully autonomous. And the third challenge was on firefighting. It was motivated by firefighting in the big buildings they have in Abu Dhabi, you know, in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. So let me skip maybe to some interesting parts of the deployment. So you can see here multi-robot systems destroying balloons. It was motivated by an application for finding and destroying targets. One of the targets was flying here. So there is a drone equipped with a net to catch a flying ball. So this was this counter UAS applications. Here the drones are building bricks. So the task was to localize bricks in the environment, to grasp them fully autonomously. They didn't tell us the position of the pile with the bricks. To localize the wall and to place them, the bricks, they were captured by the drones fully autonomously. The drones had to cooperate. In the firefighting scenario, it was even more complex. There were some fires on the facade of the building, you can see. There were some fires inside of the building, so the drone and the ground robot were intended to go inside to the building. And there was also like in the field fire that was, it was artificial fire that was taken care by a blanket, firefighting blanket. So we managed to deploy the robots in these different multi-robot teams the best, we won it. And again, we achieved quite big number of publications in the best journals and conferences, which was nice for me to see that the PhD students, they spent maybe 2 years preparing for the competition. They managed to do the PhD well. But also we got a lot of industrial projects out of it. The first one here is on a firefighting drone. The same motivation also to fight with fires in the tall buildings. So you can imagine there is a fire and the system needs to deploy some whatever water liquid to do the firefighting, to extinguish the fire. The company which is providing these firefighting grenades here in Europe came to us, and we designed a prototype drone shooting this firefighting grenade very precisely using onboard thermal camera and 3D LiDAR. So we could show that such a technology is available. And here is some deployment of the system in real conditions. You can see a drone which is stabilized in front of the window with the fire and shooting the 6 grenades to diminish the fire. The capacity of the drone is computed in the to follow the fact that 6 grenades is needed in standard flat in Europe. Of course, we can add more grenades if needed, or the drone can do repeated action. So this was first deployment of the technology we in fact designed for the competition. The second deployment is the drone hunter we are working on. We have directly employed the system designed for the, in fact, both competitions in Abu Dhabi into a product which is called Eagle One. There is a company in Czech Republic which is building these products and offering them to end users. We are still working on autonomy. You can imagine that this is a never-ending process. Now we are deploying reinforcement learning on the drone. The task is to fly more agile, extremely agile maneuvers, and also to be able to predict the motion of the target. So even the system is able to predict the behavior of the drone. Even now we are working on the system that could kind of estimate who is the pilot of the target. You know, is it a drone which is flying just to GPS locations, or is it FPV drone which is controlled by a human, or is it fully autonomous drone flying just straight towards a target? And we are using this information for more precise, more aggressive, and more reliable capturing of the target. So this is another industrial deployment. And again, I added a slide with publications. You can see that it's really state-of-the-art achievement, and we have many publications in robotics and automation letter, field robotics, IEEE RAS, top conferences we are reaching with that research. Yeah, so perfect. I'm perfectly on time. I'm in the middle of the presentation. So maybe if you have questions. Don't be shy. You should have some beers. So please, yeah, Mike.
Yeah, I wanted to inquire about that. How you as you have stated in a lot of you have own competitions. So what is your R&D lab where you develop such kind of simulation to practical environment and you deploy? So that was my question. Do you have any R&D lab or in which you recruit people, or what is the methodology of your workflow for achieving all this?
Okay, so you mean in general, how the process of deploying or achieving the, yeah. So as I said, here at the university, usually we have some basic research which is motivated maybe by some applications, by the motivation maybe far. So imagine that we have started this bio-inspired swarming, you know. There is no direct application, right? But once the companies will see the results, they may bring us even some application. So sometimes we did something just for research, for papers, you know. We wanted to explore, to answer some research question. How, for example, now we are working on how the drones are being stabilized in the group, or how the birds are able to do some agile maneuvers, right? So it's really open research questions. But sometimes there is a company which is coming, or some client, whatever, and they require the application. So we kind of use the fundamental research results and redesign it for the particular application. Often it is just taking 10% of the results, you know. Industry is still a little bit below us, right? We are on the state of the art, and then they are maybe 1 year behind, which is good enough, I would say. And then there is a team of engineers, and they are, or even sometimes PhD students, if it's interesting for them, and they are then designing the application-oriented system already. Then it's usually proof of concept first, showing to the client that it's working, and then if it's useful and successful, we are going to the final product. So we have the whole chain, I would say, from low technical readiness level, like TRL1 to maybe 9, you know, really achieving product. But you need different people. They are like researchers, engineers, and then, I don't know, like sales team. Welcome.
Thanks for your nice presentation. I have a question regarding the teamwork among the drones. So once you were talking about the documentation of the cathedral, the artwork, so you were talking about some teamwork among the different drones, which someone turn on some light and the other try to read or measure something. So,
yes.
So how does the teamwork perform? So measuring some state among the light side or whatever?
So, okay, so your question can be taken in a very general way. We have, in different applications, you have different approaches for this coordination, cooperation, whatever. So, in the particular one you mentioned, in these historical buildings, there is like a strong requirement on reliability. So, in fact, we pre-planned the trajectories for both of the like leader and follower, and the objective was usually like to have a short flight time because you have limited batteries, to get sufficient illumination. So we were using kind of a model of illumination. So in fact, it was like a distance from the object and different field of views. This was all included in some model predictive cost function. And it was used like to optimize, in fact, that formation shape while following the required trajectory. So in that particular case, we used some results of, and again, firstly, we achieved some fundamental results on formation flying. So in general, like formation flying ability, you know, which was kind of without particular application. But this application required to add few terms into the cost function to be able to add constraints given by this smart illumination, or how you want to call it.
Thank you. So, for example, if the environment is bright enough, then the drone which is responsible for the illumination, they turn off the light automatically.
Exactly. Or I mean, in such a case, there will be only one drone flying, because of course, I mean, it's safer to fly only one drone. In this particular application, more drones means lower reliability. But tomorrow I will show you examples where deploying of swarms can increase reliability. Increase, yes. So like the swarm can help you to survive troubles. But here in this particular application, usually if it's centralized system, more agents means like more troubles. If it's completely decentralized, usually the complexity of a single system will remain, and there is like the scalability much better, clear, right? And we can find some examples where the other teammates can help in increasing the reliability.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. There is a question.
I just wanted to ask about ultraviolet markers project? When you were using the ultraviolet markers project, so it can be occluded by different objects and obstacles. Were you using very sparse environment, or were you using any other sensor with it? Because otherwise it's just for the sparse environment, I think.
It's a very good question. In fact, this motivated us to design a system which is able to track the markers even if they are moving, of course, relatively, because it's not static, and if they are occluded in some parts. So there is some like a tracking which in not only in the space but also in the time is tracking the blinking LEDs. So imagine that your problem is that you have the LED, sometimes it's visible, sometimes not, because it's blinking, and then it's occluded by the obstacle, and you have still to wait to appear somewhere. So of course it's a combination of Kalman filters and some transformations that are able to really like detect these moving objects and track it. Because we need to have it in like a longer time to be able to read the frequency, right? And to have the ID, and then if you know this is the ID, for example, of the same light, so just happened that it appeared here because before it was occluded. So it's quite difficult and challenging task if you are flying in such an environment as is the forest, right? So a lot of trees around. And
I want to ask if
yeah, it's working.
I want to ask if you added that Kalman filtering and sensor fusion to the PixHawk.
No, it's on the accompanying computer.
Ah, okay.
So we have like you will learn it with Tomáš Báča. I don't know if it's today or tomorrow, but he will show you how this sensor fusion is done. How there is a bank of filters which can allow even multimodal sensor fusion. So imagine you have vision and 3D LiDAR, and you have different sensory modalities with different covariance matrices, right? So you have to integrate it to be able to get the reliability. So again, it's about increasing reliability of the system.
Using the extended Kalman filter on PixHawk?
No, on the computer. So there is a Linux computer.
No, I mean, you are using the raw data sensor from PixHawk, or?
The sensors are connected directly to the computer. So from PixHawk, I mean, you have a state estimation in the PixHawk, right? It's using IMU only, in fact, or GPS plus IMU, if there is GPS. But if we don't have GPS, we plug all the sensors into the computer. We have our own state estimation where there are the different Kalman filters running, and then we fuse it with the PixHawk state estimation.
The computer, you mean the companion computer works with PixHawk eventually?
Yeah, so the computer is connected it's sending our state estimation into the PixHawk. So it's kind of replacing the GPS in some sense, right? So, but you can also, and if you have GPS, you can put it to the computer, or you can have it directly to the PixHawk. I mean, speak more with Tomáš Báča because he's better than me in this field. So, yes, but good questions. Thanks. Great. So you don't need beer, and we are already accelerating discussion. So maybe there was a lady. Yes. Lady first, and then we will continue with these two guys, and then you, because you have been already.
Hi. Just general advice about handling multiple robots in a lab. Do you have engineers that are dedicated to that, or do PhDs do that? And how you manage time that you don't get sucked into this engineering?
Okay, good question. Like in the last years, I even presented it in my introductory talk. I removed that this year, but good that you are asking. We have a team of engineers, hardware guys, we call them, and they are working and preparing the platforms for the PhD students. So in fact, you as a PhD student don't have to touch the drone almost, and you will get a ready-to-fly platform for your experimental campaign. Of course, if you are working on some hardware design or something, you as a PhD student will do it. But in 90% of situations, our PhD students they have software tasks, so they are designing methodology, theory, something, and then they just require the drones. So imagine that you would like to fly with 25 drones the next week, and you need this and this sensor on board. So you just put a request in our system. The hardware guys will get this request and tell you, yes, we will do it, or sorry, you are completely crazy. To prepare 25 drones in 1 week is impossible, you know. And then you can kind of negotiate with them. And another important thing is that we have experimental campaigns all together 3 times per year. We go to countryside, all of us, and another campaign will be like in 3 weeks or something from now. So already now the hardware team is working on the platforms for that experimental campaign. So all the PhD students and researchers and postdocs are requested to provide the, you know, the description of the experiments few months before the campaign even, you know, because if then the guys, they have to prepare, for example, I don't know, 60 drones, you know, so it's quite a challenging task. So now we have like 4 or 5 hardware people, and we are also sharing the team, the hardware team, with Fly for Future, so sometimes they are helping us, sometimes we are helping. So this is extremely important, in my opinion, to let the PhD students do the research, but still do it with real platforms. Otherwise, their research results may be completely nonsense. And I want to apply it. We are, like robotics is applied research, right? So even if we are talking about basic research, it's not like the real basic research. We have to be motivated by real world deployment. Okay, so thank you very much for the question, yes. There were 2 more guys.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I just have actually 2 questions. The first one is about the area manipulation part. Did you consider some scenarios where the safety of the objects is important? For example, let's say you have delicate object that you cannot, for example, that can deform, or you have a box that has sensitive items inside it. So yeah, that's my first question.
So the question is if we consider the safety during the manipulation.
Yeah, if you've done like work in that aspect, because I've seen like you have, for example, the brick, the example when you transported a brick.
Yeah, so to say true, we are touching the manipulation part of robotics only a little bit. So we have designed some systems for the competitions. We had some master thesis on the manipulation, designing grippers with drones and so on. But we don't have like any PhD student working on the topic of manipulation, like really manipulation with some arm or something. So we are touching that aspect of safety and only like considering the flying near to obstacles, you know. But usually it's not connected much to the manipulator. So we are not, yeah. So I can recommend you some groups working on aerial manipulation more than us.
Okay, that's understandable. Also, the second question is the aspect of reliability is clear, I think, but I have just a question about the resilience. So in the case of, let's say you have one drone, for example, the case where you showed the undercover, was the underground, the one drone where it was moving. Let's say there might be scenarios where you cannot avoid the collision, so then you have to hit something. And in that case, like the drone can then fail and then it has to recover again. So maybe can you give us more information about that?
Yes, so okay, I thought that you are talking already about the resilience, which will be discussed tomorrow with Tiki, but your resilience is more like the physical interaction, for example, how to survive that. So also, we are not experts. I know better groups working on the like different shielding and the different mechanisms. So what we have done in this was we tried to design some like force control to be able to touch the wall, for example, or to have a like reliable state estimation and controller to avoid some problems, but we are really not experts on this physical interaction, you know. It is close to the manipulation, right?
Yeah. Okay, then thank you very much.
Thanks. Yeah, there was, and maybe the last two, this guy, and then we will continue. Otherwise, we are not on time for the lunch. But great that you have so many questions.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. First of all, I've got an hardware curiosity. Like I saw a clip with, I think it was a 2D LiDAR rotating around another axis. It was a rover, probably a ground vehicle that had it in the cave exploration.
I cannot hear you well. This acoustic here is really bad. I have to.
Well, I saw a clip about hardware where I think it was a 2D LiDAR rotating on another axis. So I was just wondering, is it a technology that is used only on ground vehicles? Because in the clip was on ground vehicles, so you tried it with drones as well?
So you mean the rotating 2D LiDAR? Yeah. To say true, we have never tried it, but yes, there is a lot of research studies. But in my opinion, now the 3D LiDARs are going to be lighter, cheaper. So you know you have this Livox now, which is really small size LiDAR, the same size as previously the 2D LiDARs, and it's powerful 3D LiDAR, and the price is going to be 1,000 euro already. So it's not much more expensive than the 2D LiDAR. So in my opinion, having such a complicated structure with some servo rotating, whatever, may already no sense. So it's already better to go to 2D LiDAR, and I believe it will be lighter, cheaper once we will more use it, you know. So yeah, in my opinion, of course, cameras, it's probably the most promising sensor, but still for the industrial reliability, the 3D LiDAR is the best sensor we have so far. So maybe in future the cameras will be better, but now not. So if you would ask me as an industrial client, please build the most reliable system possible, I would advise you to use 3D LiDAR.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. And there was last question there, and then we will continue.
Sorry, I forgot initially. My question is regarding the swarm formation that you have claimed that you have tested system for the swarm formations. Up to what size you have tested, and what are how you have avoided network congestions, and what kind of protocols you have used? Either they are open source or customized developed?
I didn't get the second question. So the size of the swarm, clear, and then what kind of
networking to avoid the congestions? Yeah. And what is the speed, either you are using cellular or what kind of networking you are using?
Okay, so as I have mentioned, our swarming deployment is motivated by situations where you don't have communication. So the system is designed to work without communication. So we don't have any networking. Everything is based on the onboard vision. So imagine you have a system which is using some cloud connectivity, whatever, but it's jammed completely. You can't do anything, so you don't have communication. But still, the drones, they have to survive. Otherwise, I mean, imagine that you have 100 drones flying above Prague, and then there is some jammer, you know, because you can buy it in Amazon now, or GPS, even spoofer, whatever. But this system must survive somehow. So we try to design a system which is using only onboard perception without any networking. But to conduct the experiments, we have to usually take care of the drones, you know, for the experimental parts. So we were using Nimbro, the ROS communication network, and we kind of reached the limit at like 20, 25 drones. But now we are working on different communication. But just to be, you know, to be able to take control of the drones in case of problems, you know, like to have the switch off button. But in general, the swarm should be flying without any communication. This is our basic research, I would say.
Okay, means there is no UAV to UAV communication involved.
So there is no communication.
Except perception. And what if perception fails in certain areas where there's less light condition, or that is my.
This will be exactly my short talk tomorrow. I will be kind of together with Tiki and his presentation. I will be talking about possibilities of using swarm agents to overcome problem of individuals. So you are right. It can happen that you have some jamming of communication or some troubles of communication, and some drones are in an environment with completely flat sand, or I don't know, far from any visual LiDAR features. And in that case, the only help is the neighbors. Otherwise, if you don't have any sensory information, any communication, nothing, you are done, and you will crash in 3 seconds. IMU is not precise enough to stabilize you as a drone, right? So we have conducted a research, or it's just fundamental research so far. We would like to apply it in some resilient system, this technology, where the swarm can help the individuals in troubles. So I will show you details tomorrow. So
Okay. You also talk about bio-inspired UAVs, like flapping birds and like that. So, for example, inspired from the Netherlands drone bird company. So, do you have such kind of drones also? Like, are you working on that drones?
So bio-inspired drone, like we are focused on the aspects of bio-inspired swarming. So I will also tell you a little bit now in the second part. So my goal, like ultimate goal, is really to achieve the agile swarming of birds, for example. And now the question is, what sensors they are using for this achieving of this? Of course, you will tell me, probably eyes, they don't have anything else, right? But for me, it's important. Do they consider the relative distance only? Or are they able to estimate that that neighbor will start accelerate? Maybe yes, maybe they can just, you know, see that the wings are changed, you know, or with the fish. There are studies, and we are now working with biologists on possibility of detection of motion of their main fin. You know, usually this is the main actuator of the fish, and most probably the fish are able to detect the vibrations. They are able, this has been studied already. And my hypothesis is that they are not observing only the relative position of the neighbors in the swarm, but they are estimating even the velocity or acceleration or even derivative of acceleration. Because, you know, if you start moving the fin, you will accelerate in like next moment, right? So it's a derivative of acceleration for us. And if it's the true, we have to design a sensor which is able to detect that derivative of acceleration or second derivative, you know. Otherwise, we are not able to achieve the agile motion. So I will show you now some results. Okay, so thank you for the discussion. It was great. Thank you. And we will get a lot of opportunities to continue, I hope. And let me now continue with the further challenges we are working on now. Some of them has been already discussed. My first goal, or the goal of the group, not only by me, but other parts of my group or other teams within the group, is the agility. We are now working on a nonlinear control, fast perception to achieve really agile swarming. And not only swarming, but even single robot applications. Another thing is increasing of reliability. It has been already mentioned, the degraded environment without features. Perfect example, thank you. We have to deploy many sensors, multimodal perception is required, we are working on that, but also we are now studying how to use swarms to help the individuals. This I have already mentioned that now we are going to fly fast. We are able to reach long-range missions, but current methods are designed for relatively small environment. You know, most of the teams are flying in the lab. Some of the teams are flying hundreds meters, but now we are talking about kilometers, tens of kilometers. And we want to use onboard perception. So how to design systems for these long-range flights, how to store the huge maps, how to work with the huge maps, you know. Scalability, how to go really towards swarms of hundreds, thousands. Now, as I have told you, our record is 25 drones flying together. These are but really flying robots. We are not talking about the light shows. Of course, Intel can manage 5,000 drones, but these are not flying robots, right? It's not multi-robot system. It's 5,000 independently flying units. But now we are talking about how to get to hundreds and be completely reliable, resilient, you know, be able to overtake different attacks, communication attacks, GPS. We can see it now that relying on GPS is nonsense. It's so easy to spoof it. You know, the communication is the same. So how to achieve scalable and secured mesh communication. And also we are now working on heterogeneous systems with different dynamics. So let me now briefly, because I have only 15 minutes, show you some results on these topics. And the one topic, the reliability and resilience, I will move to the Tiki's presentation tomorrow morning. So I will skip or I deleted these slides. So let me focus more on the agile UAVs now. So currently, the team is working on nonlinear MPC or even some other controllers which are capable of flying in real-world conditions and capable of even avoiding obstacles in real time. So far, we don't have the perception pipeline for extremely agile flying. And with agile flying, I'm talking about like speeds like 150 kilometers per hour and 4, 5G acceleration. So if you do this fast rotation and acceleration, everything is blurry. So far we are working mainly on planning. We have achieved some interesting results. It will be in IROS this year, so take a look or ask my guys for preprint. They can already give you. Here are some results of the very agile drone flying in real-world conditions. So this is only 3.5 G and 25 meters per second, and it's already extremely agile, as you can see. The drone is able to go like, to flip down, accelerate down, everything on board. Everything is with like onboard motion planning. Another topic, which is related to the discussion we had at the end, is the perception, how to detect the robots in the proximity. We have tried event-based cameras. Maybe you have heard about it. Davide Scaramuza is a big fan of them. He is talking a lot about it from University of Zurich. We have also tried it for detection. It works very well. So these are some videos we got once the drone were flying fast relatively to each other. And it slowed down maybe 1,000 times. So you can see even the rotation of the props. So maybe the idea could be to use this information about the rotation of the props, not only for the position estimation or state estimation, but also for estimating the derivative of the acceleration, as I have mentioned. Because this is the fin of the fish, right? If the drone needs to accelerate, it must first start rotating more on the side, then it's kind of rotated, inclined, and then it's accelerating, right? So probably we can detect faster that there will be some change of the motion direction. So these are the ideas we are now exploring. Towards scalability. Yes, I have mentioned that UVDAR is perfect, great, nice. It works up to maybe 8 drones in the proximity. In all of our papers, we kind of proved that if the density of the swarm is not high enough, it is okay, because we can see only some, I don't know, perimeter, 20 meters, let's say, around, and in this 20 meters perimeter, there will be maximum 8-10 drones. It's reliable or realistic. But imagine that you have really a swarm of hundreds, and there will be a lot of blinking LEDs all around. And but birds are able to do it somehow. So there must be some approach that is able to stabilize the swarm, even if you are in the middle of a flock of 1,000, right? And there are some studies. The biologists think that the birds are able to detect only few members around in the local proximity, and the rest of the swarm is considered only as a density of the particles in the given direction. So we have tried that. We have trained the neural network not to detect the particle individuals, but to tell us about the density in the direction. So let's say the system here would tell me, here in this direction there is high density of people, you know, here nobody, here nobody. And I would use the swarming rules in the fact to join you, right? I want to be within the swarm, so probably I would be controlled to the center of the gravity of your group, you know, and my consensus or my equilibrium would be in the middle of you, right? So this is probably how it works in the natural inspired system. So we tried it, we trained the neural network, it works pretty well, and we can already use this information for stabilization of the swarm. And probably, or for sure, we have tested it with hundreds of drones in a single picture. So we are already close to be there, right? Oh, no, we are still far away, but another step. Regarding the heterogeneous system. Václav Princel, my PhD student, is working on a system where some of the flying robots are well equipped, and many of them around are without the sensory information. We got this idea once we were exploring the natural cave systems. The speleologists, they required from us to explore, to fly far, but then to explore really narrow corridors, you know. And of course, our big drone with 3D LiDAR is not able to fly into small passages they would like to explore and see if it makes sense to go there, or to explore it more, the cave system. The same is in search and rescue scenario or in industrial inspection. There are always some narrow passages that are difficult to visit by the big drone, but if you have a small drone with vision only, as you may know, the drift of the localization is too big. So here we are working on a heterogeneous system where the big drone is equipped with 3D LiDAR, and it's controlling, in fact, the small drones. So the drone is observing the state of the small drone around and sending the commands. So here the communication is used. An interesting research, see IEEE RAS 2024 presentation in Abu Dhabi. Here's some deployment. So this is like research deployment. So it's in the real storage house, but it's not industrial, I would say, level of deployment. So this is like TRL, maybe 4 or 5. But maybe interesting technology, even for the company. Let's see. Another stream of our research is coordination of surface vehicles and flying robots. We want to deploy also like underwater communication in case of submarines. This project has been started in cooperation with TII in Abu Dhabi. So we could the idea was tested in the sea conditions. At the end, we couldn't fly there because now it's difficult to fly in Abu Dhabi. You have to have special permission. So we did some experiments here in the freshwater. We have also national projects in this direction. We have designed some system for taking off, following the boat, landing on the boat. It's designed to be applicable in rough water conditions, but of course we don't have waves, so it's difficult to show it. But we did some experiments with artificial waves. Also, we have students working on tracking of the boat or cooperative manipulation or towing of the boat on the river. So just to inform you, in fact, in case you would like to cooperate in this research domain. Here are some examples. It's also IROS paper, so you can also see the presentation there or contact Filip Novak directly here. So he's working on like I would say distributed model predictive control for controlling optimal control of a team of robots with different dynamics. We are also a lot in, as I've mentioned, energy-aware multi-UAV coverage missions. So there will be another presentation, IROS 2024 in Abu Dhabi. So if you are interested in the research of coverage planning with optimal speed of flight, where we are focusing not only on the time, as it was kind of common, but we also consider the aspect of energy consumptions and multi-robot aspect. Another IROS 2024 presentation on autonomous localization of multiple radiation sources. This is a very nice success story, I would say, of the fundamental research being put it into the industry. So my PhD students designed and master students designed some system for using multiple cooperative robots, all equipped with small onboard Compton cameras that are able of detection of the radiation. And if you use a team of cooperating robots, you can get the estimation of the position kind of from triangulation. And if you have the moving source of radiation, and you would use only one drone, you can get some information about, okay, here is some intensity, maybe even the direction towards the source is somewhere there, but then you will fly to get another measurement here, but the moving source is already there, right? So you will get some other state estimation, I would say, of the position, which are not fitting together. So you have to really measure in different places simultaneously. So nice multi-robot application, industry is interested in, and we have now designed a product which is a cooperation of Fly for Future and another company, Advacam. They are producing that sensors. So here you can see some deployment in real-world conditions, some visualization of the source, position of the source of radiation estimation. So come to the IROS presentation, and here is the product page. They did a lot of demos, even including walking robots, and it's on the market. Another kind of success story, there was a European project on inspection of high voltage transition infrastructure. The research part in the European project was to design a human I was not swarm, but maybe human formation interface for cooperation of drones or team of drones and humans climbing the towers. So here is a worker climbing a tower. There are some drones around. Some of them are doing inspection. Some of them are checking if the guy is following safety instructions. Other drone is bringing a tool for the guy to maintain the tower. So this was like research projects, but we got a lot of also more applications-oriented results. We did some work on the coordination, so there is a RAL paper on it, but also on planning. So long-range inspection by multiple robots. and some companies are already interested in this. So now we are designing together with German company E.ON. Even we have here a representative of that company in the summer school, and they are now interested in deploying this technology towards the long range, large scale missions of many robots simultaneously. So also like secured communication, and these aspects must be covered. Another examples of papers on the motion planning framework using signal temporal logic. The idea behind is that you have to plan in the time domain as well, because you don't want to collide, right? Your trajectories can collide, but the drones cannot be at the same time at the crossing point. So quite interesting research. This is a video from the deployment at the end of the project. So it's still like, here we are still on the level of the research. So we are able to do 3D models to deploy multiple robots simultaneously. And these are already the products which are offered by some consortium of companies. One of them is Fly for Futures again. So yeah, so this was another, let's say, success story. I'm going to finish. Yes, I know it's my time. So this is kind of promotion for you. We have another European project which is funding like cooperation between us and any other partner. So it doesn't need to be from a European Union. It can be any remote university, whatever. And the thing about is that we have funding to do your experiments. So in case you would like to have some fundamental results or more application-oriented results, whatever, which could be tested with our system, we have funding from European Union to prepare you platforms, to select some hardware guys to help you, and you may come to Prague again to help with the experiments or even do it remotely, and it will be, there is no cost for you, you know, everything will be paid by European Union. So in case you are interested, there is another round with deadline September 13, so send me some proposal, we will evaluate it, and if it's reliable or not reliable, if it's doable by our drone, we can invite you to do experiment with us. And this is just another projects. I don't have to speak about it now. So, yes, I mean, we have still probably a few minutes for questions. The lunch is probably already prepared, but yes, please. Is it like that, right? At 12 there is lunch. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
It may be a naive question, I don't know.
Yes, yes, there is a bad acoustic, yeah.
Okay.
Use the mic.
Okay, you are using like drones in the desert, in the water, so there would be different external conditions like wind, occlusion, so many things. How are you dealing with that? Because I know in theory there are not very good models that are actually depicted in real life. So how are you dealing with that?
Yeah, this is a very good question. The question was on how to deal with different environmental conditions. If you are flying like slow and you have some redundancy or like good, sufficiently powerful drone, you can overcome the wind just by good controller. But if you are flying really agile maneuvers, then the wind counts. And now we are trying to like estimate the models of the vehicle, even the aspects of like aerodynamic effects or like the wind effect to have a good state estimation and to have a good model for the motion planning. Because now we are working on nonlinear models, right? So this aspect is then very important. But still, you are talking about flying above water, sand, and so on. It's about sensors. So multimodal sensory.
You're not any theoretical model for these environmental constraints, right?
Now we are trying to add the theoretical model, yes. So we are kind of try to theoretically model it and add it. But some of them are just reinforcement learning based, I would say. Or
Thank you.
but yeah, but speak about the agile team here, and they will tell you more about how they try to improve the models, the non-linear model, to be able to get like reliable planning.
Just to let you know, the sockets under the desk should be working now. So if you need to charge your phone or something, you can. If it's not working still, just let me know and we will try to fix it.
Thank you for your interesting topics. I have wonder regarding the cooperative navigation. So in case once the secondary drone search the path, I mean that might be that is for using the RGB camera, right?
You mean the 3D LiDAR and the RGB camera drone?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
exactly. So in fact, we wanted to use a simple VIO on the small drone. Yeah. So the drone is using VIO. It can even fly independently for some short time, but then it must return back to be detected by the big guy with the 3D LiDAR to provide better state estimation. And another problem with VIO is that you can detect the obstacles from kind of structure from motion, but it's not so reliable. So the big drone even provides like detection of the obstacles and planning to avoid the obstacles.
Okay. So I thought the BIO, I mean that drone working like a kind of scouter. So.
No, I mean now there is another work where we are working on using VIO in completely unknown environment, because you can do some obstacle detection and you can add these obstacles into a map. So we have now new PhD students working towards this direction to rely completely on VIO only. But still, in industrial applications, this is not reliable enough.
Then there's no sensor fusion among them.
In this particular scenario, yes. I mean, yes, they are in fact doing a sensor fusion between the VIO on the secondary drone and the primary drone 3D LiDAR. Okay. But of course, also, you may have the sensor fusion if you have both sensory modalities on one drone. And this is, I mean, on the improving reliability. We will be talking tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Thank you. I know about you.
One quick question.
To find the same formation positions and fuse the maps. So, because I mean, it's in our system, or we want to design the system to be really light. So sending the whole 3D LiDAR scans, I don't recommend. Exactly. So we are trying to really just share the features, I would say. In this case, the trees, but it can be even visual features, maybe.
Thank you very much.
There is another question there.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. So I can see that based on your presentation that basically all the solution or the scenarios that have been provided up to now are basically are like decentralized solution. So actually, I'm working on pretty much the same way, but with Vinnova and SAP in Sweden, and basically the way we formulate the problem is kind of different, because in our scenario we formulate the problem as MIPF, multi-agent for finding problem. Let's say we have like air traffic management system where we have a central controller that generates a path for all the UAV, and then the UAV are going to perform all these paths.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, your question, we can discuss this offline, but I would maybe comment on your, let's say, being decentralized and more centralized, yes. So the motivation, of course, I mean, if you have the reliable communication, everything is working well, why not to be kind of centralized? Of course, you may have some cloud which is computing trajectories for the whole team, everything is working nice, you will get more optimal solution, clear. If you are decentralized, you can't achieve a globally optimal solution, only suboptimal, let's say, the performance will be lower. But if you want to have really reliable system, then relying on some like central source of information is of course not a good way, right? So we are designing this swarming as a backup. So it's kind of a backup solution in case your centralized system would be broken, attacked, whatever, you know. So it's like a safety mechanism, mainly, this decentralized solution. And also, if we are talking about hundreds and thousands, and we want to be on board, it's difficult. So scalability in the real world, with fully autonomous systems is difficult to achieve if you have just onboard computers. But of course, you can have a cloud, you can use, you know, thousands of computers to do your planning, and then probably you will be able to solve it for thousands of robots. Yes. Yeah, then do it. I mean, industry will do that, of course. I mean, that's why we are also working on this cloud connectivity and so on. Yeah. This is, of course, obvious, but we have to have the backup.
Yeah, I think also it's going to be normalized in the near future in Europe, like the use space.
This is exactly. So you have to be integrated in the use space, right? You have to send somewhere to the aviation authority, which is centralizing that information, kind of, and providing it to all other others. So there will be a central point. Yeah. But again, what will happen in case there is a kid buying some jammer? You know, you can buy it now for a few dollars, you know, and play with the drones around, you know. Just my son maybe would try it. You know?
You're right. Yep, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So maybe now it's time for lunch. So thank you for the questions. I will be available during the lunch here around, and of course the whole week. So come to me with offline questions as well, and there will be another opportunity tomorrow. After the first presentation, we can discuss more about reliability, resilience. I see that many questions are going this direction. So now enjoy the lunch. So it will be again in the same places as the coffee. And most important thing, there is the beer. So you should find the beer location, take your glass, and you can also train yourself how to make a good beer. So there will be some instruction on how to make a good beer, and enjoy the lunch, and we will meet here in one and a half hour. Yes, so 1:30 here, please. Thank you. Aha, sorry, only, I forgot, only, which one, group 1, right? So now only group 1, can you give me the program? Group 2 is staying here. Okay, so group 1, lunch, group 2 staying here, please. Sorry, I hope nobody from group 2 left. So group 2 is going to get the presentation about, from Tomáš Báča.
Pass doc test. Test, test. Už. Uhu. Test. Good afternoon. Welcome. It's great pleasure to see all the participants of the summer school again. I think for the 5th time this year, or this year for the 5th time. My name is Tomáš Báča. I'm part of the MRS group, one of the postdocs, who is in the charge of the development of our MRS UAV system, as it is called, the platform for validation, testing, and verification of our research. In short, all of our software that goes into open source, that we use to validate our research, and also many other researchers use to test their research. I'm going to briefly brief you on what the MRS system is. Maybe you will find it interesting. Maybe you might use it for your own research. That would be a great outcome for the summer school to help you advance your own research and to focus on actually doing research and not engineering. Because the engineering is not easy. It costs a lot of time, but it's hard to sell in your papers. So if you can help yourself by using some other software, it's always a good thing to do. Before we start, I must stress you should sign up to our Slack group. Please, if you haven't done it yet, scan this QR code, log in to our Slack group, because the Slack is where you can actually get help regarding anything from general questions, accommodation, travel, and the software for the practicals as well. If you have any problems with the software, ask questions here or check if anybody else has asked the question before. If you are going to email me, I'm definitely not going to answer in a day during the summer school. That's hard to do. So please ask questions on Slack, where all the other people and all the other members of the MRS group can also answer. So it's hopefully going to be a smooth experience. So everybody scan the code. Everybody's on Slack. If you are not on Slack, please, 3, 2, 1, done. Great. So what I'm going to talk about in the next 45 minutes, hopefully just 45 minutes, is the brief introduction to the MRS system, the control pipeline that we use on our drones. Yeah, sorry, this is drone specific. If you are doing underwater robotics or ground robotics, this is not going to probably help you very much. But for drones, it's quite capable nowadays. I'm going to discuss our implementation part of the system, how we actually reflected some of our research in the pipeline itself. I'm going to show you our simulators, very important part of deployment and testing. And in the end, we are going to transition this talk smoothly into the talk about this year's practical for the summer school. So stay tuned. At the end of this talk, we are going to discuss the practicals, which are going to happen throughout the whole summer school. And in the end of the summer school, we are going to actually deploy your code on the drones to fly the drones. So hopefully, we are going to see your code in the air. I'm going to start with a brief introduction. You might have seen this video in one of the Martin's talks. You might even have seen the video just on YouTube in 2012, where Vijay Kumar has showed the incredible capabilities of drones, drone swarms. I think this has gone viral in 2012, and everybody wanted to do drones, as well as our university. The lab at this time was called IMR, and I was a freshman in the lab 12 years ago, and we also wanted to do drones just like Vijay Kumar in Philadelphia. And we started our drone lab specifically around drones. That was the inception of the MRS group, and we really started we started with like sort of copying this guy. We wanted to do the same thing, but not indoors. We didn't want to be tied to a particular lab with a Vicon motion capture system just like he does. So we started to develop our own system which could be used anywhere and present our stuff anywhere. That was sort of my go-to like saying, if I'm gonna do robotics, I wanna do the robotics where I can like literally show you the robot anywhere. If I'm tied to a particular room, to me that's not much of a robotics. So we started our drone research in 2012. This is going to be a brief history showcase. We really started with like drawing our PCBs, programming our microcontrollers, later developing our own boards, which controlled our robots, which were able to do some nice stuff back in the day without any external infrastructure, without motion capture systems, without external cameras, without indoor GPS. This was all vision-based. And we were quite happy with this in 2014. We have done some multi-robot research with this system. This is a heterogeneous formation of 2 drones plus a robot. It worked, 2015, I think, but it had some pretty serious disadvantages. Yes, we had control over every part of the system, each transistor sort of, each resistor, each microcontroller. We could do anything, but it was really hard to do large stuff with this system. If you build the whole system from the ground up yourself, you are limiting yourself only to work with yourself, sort of. It's hard to transfer the knowledge to anybody else. If all the people in the lab have to use some hardware programmer to program your drone, not that many people are gonna do it. So we quickly realized the limitations of our work back in the day, and we said this is not the way. It was an interesting thing to do, but we really couldn't program our microcontrollers from the ground up to do everything. And it all comes to sort of the scale of transitioning from simulation to reality. To do proper research, you need to simulate. You need to implement your algorithms. You need to simulate them, put them through all the scenarios, all the bad stuff that can happen to them. And to move from simulation to reality, you need to do a lot of stuff. And you can't do a lot of stuff by just programming microcontrollers. By the way, this reality gap, it's sort of different for everybody of us. Each of us has a different definition of what the reality is. Some of the researchers will say they are closing the reality gap and they have done it, but the reality for them ends in a lab under Vicon, where that's the only place where they can fly. I would sort of define the reality gap myself by several steps, where the first step says it worked once in a lab. Another step, it worked once outside of the lab, and this is a pretty huge step. Like if you are gonna do your research such that it needs to work anywhere outside, it's quite challenging to do. Then there is the step of actually repeatability, making it repeatable, the repeatability on demand outside. If you tell me, yes, could you present your research next week outside, do a demo somewhere, that's another step, another big leap, stuff that you need to solve. Then maybe making your research actually open source and repeatable for other people to run and test. That's another step. Making your research such that not only you, but a random person here in the room with sufficient resources, sort of, could run it and test it. And of course, making the replicability transition outdoors with multi-UAV systems, another big step, like being able to deploy 10 drones on demand whenever you need to. That, to me, is very close to reality, whereas the reality, it might mean whatever to whoever. So we are always trying to close this reality gap, and there is a lot of stuff that needs to be solved to make these steps. And these steps are not actually science, sort of. You cannot sort of claim them in your paper as your contributions, but they need to be done if you want to be successful. I think we are doing pretty well here, and I'm gonna tell you how we do it. So, from 2015 to now, that's past 9 years, we have been working with the drone systems not on the embedded level, but more on the high level. So each of our drones consists of these basic building blocks, which you can easily sort of shape and change and interchange like a modular system. The core of each drone is a computer, not an embedded microcontroller computer, but actually a true computer. Nowadays, these are either Intel-based NUCs, for example, which have full like i7 with a lot of RAM and SSD, or we can use some ARM-based systems like NVIDIA, or even Raspberry Pi, if really the size is the constraint there. So each of our drone has a computer with full Linux system, Ubuntu, and a lot of libraries like OpenCV, Python, ROS. The thing is, programming and developing your stuff for the high level makes it much easier to simulate, test, distribute, collaborate. So running everything on a high level makes the pace faster, the development pace. Then each drone needs an embedded flight controller. That's actually an embedded part of the system, but we are not the authors of it, not yet. We really utilize the stuff that we can buy if it is possible. So typically, Pixhawk with PX4 or ArduPilot, there are many flight controllers off the shelf which you can buy. This makes the drone actually stable. This controls the motors, fuses IMU. This makes it a flyable robot, sort of. Then each drone has some controllers for the motors, some transmitter for the safety pilot, and of course, you need onboard sensors, LiDARs, depth cameras, radiation sensors, for example. This is a typical structure of all of our drones, and I think we have something like 40 drones in the lab. Each drone is different, but each drone has a computer, each drone has a flight controller, motor controllers, and such. Thanks to this modularity, we can sort of change and shape the drones depending on the experiment, depending on the needs. And what's a blessing is that by building a proper abstraction layers above the software actually doesn't care at all what's here. So the software is really, it's possible to move it from drone to drone without reprogramming it specifically for the experiment. When you slap it on a drone, you have a flying robot, as Martin, I hope, stated several times. Yes, sure. The super agile drone, which Martin presented, uses a slightly different architecture with a different computer, much more lightweight, different motor controllers to have a feedback from the motors. The agile part of the research is kinda more difficult, so we don't utilize the general architecture. But still, the resemblance is there. It's not fully embedded, but it's more specific, I would say. The stuff I'm showing here right now applies to 98% of our research, where the autonomous robot in the air is not that agile, yeah. Yeah, so normal drone looks like this, with all the components on board. Again, it's important to say that the computer here is a normal computer, just like the computer I'm presenting from right now. The drone could quite easily do the presentation instead of me here. I mentioned ROS. I hope some of you know ROS. Please raise your hand if you have heard about ROS. Okay, no, I'm not gonna reiterate everything that's here. ROS is very important because it's a library that gives us options to modularize our work, gives us pre-built software for debugging, logging, visualization, everything that a roboticist needs, but it's really hard to program yourself. We are using ROS, currently still on ROS 1, because ROS 2 gives us some hurdles in real-time performance and multi-robot systems, although it's supposed to help with that. We are going to transition this autumn after the season ends, after we end our experimentation this year. We are going to transition to ROS 2, but still ROS 1. So all of our software, which you can find on GitHub, is ROS 1 actually right now, but ROS 2 coming soon. But it's not about ROS. I'm not going to talk about ROS. The ROS is just a tool. I want you to know that it's there. What's important is to build your systems in a modular way. If you are going to have a group of 40 people, just like we are, everybody wants to work on a different thing. We have people who do research on control, estimation, planning, trajectory generation, mapping, SLAM. All those components are part of a pipeline, which typically is on a robot, but these people need to make the part different. They need to do the research. So build everything modular, that's our motto. So our system consists of many nodes, many components. Some of them are responsible for feedback and feed-forward control. Some of them are responsible for trajectory generation and reference generation. Some of them are responsible for making sure the drone knows how fast it can fly. I mean, what are the constraints, the dynamic constraints. Some of the components are responsible for state estimation, for fusing all those slums and RTK GPSs and LiDARs. And some of the components are responsible for controlling the other component and switching between them. If you are testing a new controller and the controller does something wrong, you want to have a backup. You want the drone to safely land using a backup controller, for example. So all of this is happening within our system on a modular basis. I would say this is the typical software architecture design which you would make. Of course, in reality, it's more complicated with a lot of sort of inputs and outputs, but it's there. From a system point of view, if you are a control system engineer, you would probably like to see this type of diagram, where on the right-hand side, we have the UAV plant, which needs to be controlled in a sort of typically nested layer architecture, where you have fast controller for attitude rate, then some reference controller for position and its derivatives, then you have reference generation, and then you have trajectory generation, mission and navigation and planning. This, of course, we do, and all of these blocks which you can see in our system are actually modular. So a person who comes in the lab or who uses our system externally can substitute these blocks easily without the need to modify our system first, without the need to compile anything on our side. So it's all possible. And I'm gonna briefly talk about what it takes to actually make such a control pipeline in reality. As a system control engineer, you would think that you are gonna sort of draw these blocks in a simulink, connect them, and it's done. But in reality, when the robot flies, you need the software to be actually programmed inside a computer running presumably in some fast compiled language for safety reasons like C++. And the transition from MATLAB, which typically people do to prototype stuff, transition from MATLAB to C++ is kinda difficult. Just imagine that the Kalman filter, which I hope some of you know, when written in maths notation, it's like 8 lines of maths in MATLAB, and you can run your Kalman. But in reality, if you really want the Kalman to be robust and safe and usable on board the autonomous robot, you need easily 1,000 lines of code or more. And if we are talking in really true sensor fusion pipeline that takes care of all the slums and GPSs and makes sure that if one of the sensor fails, then the system still is flyable, we are easily talking about 20,000 lines of code in C++ or more. So the transition from MATLAB to reality, where you don't want your robot to burn when something goes wrong, goes from 8 lines to 20,000 lines easily. And this is true for not only state estimation, but for control as well. For example, the well-known geometric tracking controller on SE3 for drones, it's actually 4 lines of maths, or the MPC, if you write your MPC well for some solver within 100 lines of math code, of MATLAB code, but to actually put it on a drone such that it works and you can rely on it, tens of thousands of lines of code to make sure it works always under all the conditions and not destroying your drone if there is a slight problem anywhere in the code. So that's sort of one part of the reality gap. Flying inside of the lab, people tend to use interpreted languages, MATLAB, to make it fast, to botch it fast, but to actually move outdoors, it's quite painful. And there is a lot of stuff that you need to take care of when you are flying outside. not inside the MATLAB sandbox. Crashes are expensive. You can't just crash with a LiDAR that costs $10,000. Or you can, but somebody has to pay for it. And software is built with errors. You have to sort of accept this fact. Everybody programs with errors, so it's good to have habits of programming that sort of catch the errors before you actually go flying. And these are the lines of code that are there above the normal count, I would say. And there are a lot of stuff that can happen in real world that just happens because somebody or some sensor produces faulty numbers, faulty values. Sometimes the plan doesn't go as well as you thought, and there is like a race condition somewhere. So building real software for drones is hard, and we are doing it for 9 years already. So if you can, check out our system, because we have maybe solved some of these problems already for you, hopefully. And then we are pushing the limits. When it finally works and we are outside, we really want to fly with lots of drones. This is a swarm of 14 drones, I think 4 years ago, flying smoothly. Now imagine how many stuff needs to happen inside of the drone to make this swarm coherent. And if you have 14 drones, the fact that you have 14 drones makes the fact of the problems bigger. You have higher chances of the problems occurring, and just conducting this experiment would be very painful if you had 1 in 10 chance that one of the drones will fail every time. But of course, not everything goes well every time. So we have had plenty of troubles, mistakes, errors. A lot of the code inside of our system is built thanks to problems. Like, we have seen the problems, we have realized our mistakes, and we have fixed the problems. And this cost us a lot of drones, a lot of drones. And it's hard to do it without the crashes, but we try. I think this video is very long. I'm just gonna skip it, yeah? Yeah, you're gonna get a microphone, so please speak loud.
Yeah, in the architecture that you presented before, you have the autopilot as part of the drone control. In all of your experiments, you use always the autopilot, or your controllers are position control, or in some of these experiments you use another type of controller?
I'm gonna touch it in future slides, but our embedded controller typically executes the attitude rate for us, because that's actually optimal to do on the embedded hardware, as sort of proven by Davide Scaramuzza in one of his papers. So the high-level system outputs desired attitude rate plus throttle to the embedded hardware. This is sort of the optimal combination, but actually our system is capable of outputting anything the autopilot would possibly need, anything from desired position, velocity, acceleration, tilt rate, control group, and individual motors. We are capable of doing that, but the optimal configuration is attitude rate on embedded and everything else on the high-level computer.
Okay, thank you.
So crashes, a lot of crashes. And hopefully within our system, we sort of circumvent most of these. So quickly to reiterate what's the part of our system, we have reference controllers which take care of the feedback control of the drone. One of the most, I would say, used controllers in the world is the SO3 attitude controller plus the SE3 state feedback controller. We use this as our go-to controller for normal situations, with some updates which we have done to it, published in one of our main system papers. We are also utilizing linear MPC as one of our robust controllers for bad situations. It's good to have a backup controller which can handle anything. I mean, poor reference, like infeasible reference, infeasible state estimate, which is actually super noisy or jumpy. So we have linear MPC specifically tailored for saving the drone from arbitrary situations, and SO3 or SE3 for normal flight. our controllers are modular. You can plug in your own, and you can test your own controller while these can still back you up. Another part of the system is the state estimator part. That's the actually largest component of the system which takes care of sensor fusion. We utilize a bank of filters which can run in parallel. So you can have a filter which fuses SLAM, and filter which fuses GPS, and filter which fuses optic flow. And you can switch between them seamlessly in mid-flight. So if one of the state estimator fails, you can still have a backup. So for example, in real-world deployment, I would never fly just using LiDAR odometry, and I would never fly just using visual odometry. But in practice, I could have both, and they can back themselves up. When one fails, we can still continue to fly with the other seamlessly without landing. Then we have reference generation part of the pipeline. This takes care of generating desired position, velocity, acceleration, jerk, and snap, such that these are feasible and the controllers have sort of good workaround for feedback control. Again, pluginizable. One of our best reference generators is sort of called MPC Tracker. It's a reference generator which utilizes linear MPC in virtual, simulated feedback loop in real time to generate feasible reference. Again, one of our most successful papers. You will probably fly 100% of this time using this if you are using our system, unless you want to design your own reference generator. Again, this is pluginizable, so you can just plug in your own and test it using our controllers, for example. Yeah, our system as a baseline isn't, I would say, agile. It's not like the 4G stuff that Martin showed you before, but we can still fly quite fast using the default parts of the pipeline, quite easily achieving 10, 15 meters per second and doing some aggressive maneuvers. There is a drone here running circles on the boundary of its physical constraints. And also, this is not a research part of the system, but we can do flips, which is a quite nice demonstrator, and it also tests the pipeline quite nicely, that there are no sort of bugs related to arbitrary orientations. The last part of the core pipeline is trajectory generation, which we happily forked from ETH's MAV trajectory generation by Richter and Siegbart. We improved it quite a lot. We sort of made it practically usable by incorporating some changes, again, published within our main system paper. And thanks to this, we can fly paths quite fast on the edge of the constraint limits while generating feasible trajectories, which are then translated into feasible references for the controllers. This was utilized for the first time in our DARPA Subterranean, which I hope Martin mentioned, that we won the simulation part of the challenge, where our drones whizzed at like 5+ meters per second through the caves, which was really, really crazy. We have also other parts of the MRS UAV system which are not core, I would say. One of them is mapping and planning pipeline, which is built using Octomap. This was also utilized in the DARPA Subterranean. We can happily fuse LiDAR data and RGBD data into a map, and we can do real-time planning. So if you are interested in flying in constrained environments, we have a tool that can do that for you. You don't have to program it if it's not your research focus, sort of. So that was the brief introduction to the MRS UAV system. Now, let's imagine we have all these drones. Everybody, each of the drone is different. And now you want to simulate your stuff. And that's what we do a lot of the time. We simulate first and then go to real world, because the real world time is expensive. You can't just go to a field, hit compile button and hope for the best. You really need to simulate in as realistic simulation possible, and also simulate your software such that it even doesn't know it's being simulated. With all those drones, handcrafting a simulation for each experiment would be very painful. And of course, we try to utilize what's there. We try to stand on the shoulders of the guys who came before us. That's a very good thing to do to save your time and money. And we also try to provide some stuff to the community, and this is going to be one of the examples of what we provide to the community, and hopefully some of you might use it. So where to simulate? I hope some of you know Gazebo. It's typical robotic simulator incorporated well into ROS, and typically when people start doing drones, they use this, as we do, because this is the multi-tool of simulators. This is the Leatherman. This can do everything quite well, but it cannot do anything particularly well. But it's good to have around every time. I mean, I have a Leatherman here. It's good to have around. And I'm going to tell you what we have done to the simulator to actually make it scalable and suitable for everybody. So typically when you run Gazebo, with drones, you run Gazebo, and then you typically run sort of SITL, simulation in the loop software, which runs on the embedded hardware, that's the PixHawk, to simulate the real behavior on of the underlying control pipeline, which we are not developing. And then you run some ROS side with a node, Mavros, that communicates with PX4, and this sort of translates the data from the simulator through the embedded flight controller to ROS. So this is what people need to run, and typically people run this manually. So you sort of ROS launch this SITL part of the system, then you need to run the simulator, inject your drone configuration into the simulator by handcrafting a file, and then you need to run the Mavros node, which connects to this, and the Mavros needs to be configured to connect to particular this. So it's sort of a lot of stuff that needs to be done, and it was a pain. You need to edit a lot of files to make this working, and if you need to change your configuration, change your drone, change the number of drones, you are gonna be editing a lot of files, which isn't good. What we do is we circumvent this problem by automating everything and by thinking ahead. So on the ROS side, we have a specific node, specific program, which receives requests from the users. These requests can be anything from, I want 1 drone with this sensor, or I want 10 drones with this configuration. And this node parses the request, and it introduces the SITL for each of the drone. It configures all the communication ports and everything that needs to be set up. It also launches a specific service which injects the drone into the simulator. And before injecting the drone, it fabricates and handcrafts the drone configuration, sort of. It slaps the sensors on the drone. It chooses the drone model, selects where the drone needs to be spawned, and so on. And it also runs the node on the ROS side, which is responsible for the whole communication. And this is scalable. We can run 10 drones with ease, and the user doesn't have to touch a single file. And the benefit of doing it like this is that you can sort of detangle the drone configuration from the payload configuration. As in the real world, you might have a sensor which you want to mount on a drone A, so you just screw it to the drone A. And the drone A doesn't necessarily need to know about the sensor. So what we have is a sort of a matrix where each column is a sensor configuration, RGB camera, RGBD camera, LiDAR. Each row is a platform configuration, a drone with this frame and drone with that frame and DJI and Tarot and whatever. And we can actually make any combination of a drone plus sensor. So the number of drones you can create within our simulator is endless, sort of. And as a byproduct of this, you can easily specify sensor configuration. So whenever you use some sensors in particular configuration, often you can give them a name, and you can then attach them by just a single argument, sort of. And as a bonus, since the simulator knows about all the sensors, because these sensors are attached to the drones dynamically, the simulator can produce the dynamic TFs, the static TFs, such that you can use the known position of the sensor on the drone without actually reading and writing any numbers anywhere. It's all user-friendly, and it doesn't utilize, you don't need to edit any file to actually spawn a drone with particular configuration within our system. Normally, I would give you a live demo, but I think I'm running out of time, so I'm just gonna skip it. And you can try the live demo yourself while testing our system if you are interested. So just to sum it up, the Gazebo sim, which is the Leatherman of simulators, gives us options to simulate all of our drones with all of the possible sensors which we can buy in any possible configuration which you can imagine, and you don't have to edit a single file to add the drone in the simulator. It all happens dynamically using sort of a query mechanism. And the reality to simulation gap of Gazebo is quite good. We have used it in the past 10 years for all of our projects, almost all of our projects. This is an example of simulation of brick grasping for the MPCRC 2020 challenge, where we actually simulated vision, depth vision, lidars, the actual mechanical attachment of a drone to a brick. So we simulated the whole system quite realistically, even with like the changes of moment of inertia when the brake is attached and stuff like that. So Gazebo is quite nice, and it paid well because in reality the same software really worked well, and we were able to grasp the brakes while the software was programmed using simulations. So Gazebo, good, but it's a Leatherman. It's not a perfect tool. If you want to use our system, this is like advertisement to our system slide. Please visit this link on our GitHub, and you can install it either natively if you are having ROS Noetic on your system, or you can use containers like Uptainer or Docker, or you can compile it yourself, but it's not necessary. We are pre-building binaries for everything on servers. So, is one simulator enough? Is one Leatherman enough to build you a house? I think not, because some scenarios like multi-UAV systems sometimes require specific treatment. Or scenarios like high-fidelity vision learning, it's hard to do in Gazebo. Gazebo looks like Counter-Strike 1.6. So, is one simulator enough? No, because one of them is Leatherman, one of them is safe to use but not very capable, and the other is an actual tool, but you can easily poke your eye with it, and you cannot hammer with a screwdriver, sort of. So we support other simulators as well, which was kind of tricky to solve because it's hard to connect a single system like the MRS system to many underlying platforms like simulators, or to many underlying flight controllers like PX4 or others. So a little intermezzo, we have needed to solve a problem of how to connect the ROS side of the system to something which is on the drone, and it can be arbitrary, it can be anything. And the anything might need inputs, desired attitude rate, or desired velocity, or desired motor speed. And the anything might provide some data. It might provide IMU data, or it might not. It might provide GNSS data, or it might not, depending on how it's implemented. So we needed to solve a problem of abstracting from the hardware and software of the drone to the system. And the abstraction is a natural thing to do because pre-building everything can be done for maybe 2-3 systems, and then it's hard to maintain. The abstractions are good because they solve the anything problem, but they are bad because they add another layer of complexity. In the end, we solved it by abstraction. So the MRS UAV system can actually connect to any hardware and any software using yet another pluginized mechanisms, where the flight controller part of your drone will have respective hardware API plugin. We call it API plugin, which defines what the drone's hardware can do, what it needs. And this plugin just plugs into our hardware API manager. It tells the system, this hardware produces these sensor data, and it requires these control inputs. And the system then configures itself to fly whatever is on here. And then the communication of I need data and I provide data happens between the hardware API manager, and the flight controller is abstracted from the system, and the system yet doesn't know the particularities of this. How is it that the data are transferred here? Is it serial line or CAN? We don't care. It's taken care of by the plugin. And our system supports flying with anything that accepts these control inputs, anything from position, velocity, acceleration, attitude, control group, actuators, anything you can imagine. And if you can imagine something else, we can add it in. It's not a big deal. And we sort of think that the general flight controller can produce any of these data, and the system then configures itself to utilize them accordingly. So thanks to this, we can easily abstract and use anything that's on the other side, being a Coppelia sim, which is the inflatable tools which I showed before, easy to use, but not very capable, or our own simulator. We call it the MRS multi-rotor simulator, that's simulating only dynamics of the drone and doesn't care about the outside world, which is super good for multi-robot swarms. This is a real-time capture of 400 drones with full dynamics simulated, including motor dynamics. It's controlled using some Boyd scheme. And this we can do in real time. So that's our own simulator. And the latest addition to our simulators is Unreal Engine 5-based render, which is coupled with our dynamic sim, so the drone inside behaves like a real drone. But not only that, it also generates realistic point cloud, RGB camera data, and even annotated camera data. This is super useful for visual learning, and it's embedded in RAS, and you can just download it and run it like in 10 minutes if you have a computer running. So very easy to use. Regarding this, we have released exported binaries of the simulator, but you cannot change it if you want. We are working on releasing the underlying software which is used by the Unreal as a library, so that you will be able to sort of insert it into your own world. Right now, there are worlds there pre-built, which you can use, but you cannot change them. We are working on it. Just wait. So to sum it up, everything I talked about is on our GitHub, github.com/CTU-MRS. There is a lot of packages. If you just want to see the main crossroads to see everything, visit one of the pinned repositories, which is called MRS UAV system. This is the crossroads that leads to all the other repositories, to all the tutorials. So the MRS UAV system repo on our GitHub is the go-to repo. We also have a wiki, which is also linked from the main repo. This wiki contains information about some parts of the system, how it works, how to run it, how to change stuff. So check the wiki before posting questions on GitHub. The wiki has a search form. You can use it. It's very good. Yeah, so MRS UAV system. This presentation will be available on this link soon. I think it's already there. So if you want to go back to anything I showed, visit this link. My name is Tomáš Báča. You can find me here. My email is there. Feel free to contact me. Please consider citing our main paper. That would be awesome. Of course, if you use the system, it would be nice. So that was the main intro, and now we are gonna smoothly switch to the talk about the practicals. Please, questions after the talk about the practicals. We are gonna do big Q&A, and of course, feel free to contact me later, chat with me while here on the summer school. I'm gonna answer all your questions, make collaborations, help you with anything you want. That's why we are here. So don't hesitate to just reach out to me, and we can start chatting about your research. So, questions later. Yeah, after the whole block, please. So I'm gonna introduce 2 new people to you. So Ondřej is gonna probably lead the talk right now.
Can you hear me? Is it okay? Cool.
Yeah, the floor is yours.
Can you please share our presentation?
Ah, it's not there. Sorry. It's there now.
I hope you are doing well, right? Sorry?
Okay.
Sorry.
Stay here.
I wanted to walk around, but okay.
Press this button to move it forward.
Thanks. Okay, I hope you are doing well, but as I seems you are hungry right now, so we are trying to do quickly. Let's talk about the task itself we prepared for you, and which will be ending with the competition in real world and also in virtual world. Okay, this is the main link for the task itself. We provided a very extensive README on a GitHub, so please use the QR code for finding the GitHub repository. You will be tasked to clone to your system, which we will talk later.
All the guides for installation, everything else are in the README as well. It should be pretty easy to use.
So, this is the task. Imagine you are a developer working with UAVs, and you are tasked to prepare or do the solution for some area search or inspections, because actually it is quite cheaper than using humans. And that's it, basically, that's it. This is one, I can't see it, it's there. Well, yeah. Yeah, actually, sorry for the pause, but this will be the task. This is one of the solutions we did. We will provide you some baselines, but we will talk about it later. But basically, what you are doing now, what we prepared for you, is do the inspection task with the multi-UAVs, and you will be tasked to solve this really complex problem, but there is a lot of code prepared for you, so it shouldn't be that hard to do it.
Right, so what do you have available? Basically, as you can see, you have some obstacles, which is portrayed as a mesh, but you will receive this as a point cloud. You will also receive some inspection points that have to be inspected, and with them come the viewpoints from which the drone is supposed to view these viewpoints, basically a bit further away so it doesn't clash into the obstacle itself. But this also means that it has to look, the heading has to be in that direction, because the camera is not a 360 camera. It has a limited field of view, so your drone has to be able to turn and see this viewpoint on its own. The viewpoints are divided into 3 categories, blue, red, and pink, depending on which drone is supposed to inspect them. Basically, some of them have to be inspected by the drone of corresponding color. The pink ones can be viewed by either one of the drones. Oops. Right, so the first step of the task should be to divide these viewpoints into 2 clusters, basically assigning them to a corresponding UAV. This can be, in a baseline solution, this is made by just a random randomly, but there are possible solutions that you can improve this on, for example, k-means or similar approach.
Yeah. Another part of this task is also preparation of the sequence of waypoints. For that, you will be using the TSP, Traveling Salesman Problem, as you everybody know. Maybe not, but you will learn it. Next slide, please. Yeah, and you will be also tasked to prepare the collision-free mutual goal path from which you will prepare the trajectories for the UAVs itself, such that these trajectories will not collide, will not
collide with the obstacles.
Yeah, we will not collide with obstacles, and also the mutual collisions are not allowed here, definitely. So this is another part of the task.
Yeah, so mutual collisions were just mentioned. If mutual collision does happen between the trajectories, it will be marked this way in the visualization, basically, with the black lines in between the trajectories.
Yeah, this is how it looks like when you solve the solution and you will achieve whole points. For example, this map, this world, you will be able to get 31 points. So this is one of the solutions. And if the point is visited, the waypoint is visited, it will be marked green. So this is how it should look like at the end. Yeah. And I also talked about the baseline solution because this task is complex. We don't want to do everything from the scratch. So we prepared the baseline solution, but as you can see, this baseline solution has many limitations and it does not score any points. This is because of the mutual distance violations between the UAVs, and also, as you can see, one of the UAVs is inspecting and flying really a long time. And because there are some limitations like time for you to compute the solution and also time to finish the task to flying through all the waypoints, one of the UAVs will achieve it with 5 seconds left, so which is not a good solution.
Yeah, so basically immediately as you download the repository or clone the repository and install everything, just run it, the solution will work 90% of the time, but it will be not accepted as scoring points. You get 0 points for it, you have to improve on it to score points in the competition later on.
Yeah, we prepared many tips how to improve your solutions. The question will be at the end of this talk, please, so remember them and we will talk about them. This is brief.
Brief overview of the improvements that you can do, which we recommend trying first. They were all marked with students to do, as is written. So if you just put in Control F, find all the references to this text, you will find all the places where you can input your code. Yeah, so the minimum changes that are expected from you to get a scoring solution is to interpolate the headings in the viewpoints. This basically means calculate also not just the path that the drone is going to take, but also the heading from one waypoint to another. So it is done faster, not just drone arrives at the waypoint and then starts turning, because this will take too long and you'll basically clash with the constraint on total trajectory time. You also have to resolve the collisions, as we said, so the drone cannot basically clash into obstacles, but also they cannot clash into each other. That would also not be accepted as a valid solution. But to improve the solution then further, to achieve better results, more points, our recommendation is to try, as I mentioned earlier, dividing the points not randomly, but via k-means or a different method. Then implementing trajectory sampling over the path to improve the speed of the trajectories, make the inspection faster. Implementing a more effective collision avoidance in between the drones, and there are many, many more. You will find them all in the README, and also if you come up with with new ones yourself, even better.
Yeah, what we have prepared for you to test your solutions, we prepared 3 worlds. One of them is the warehouse small, where are just few or 7.
Yeah, it's 10 waypoints in the first
10 waypoints, on which you can just test your solution at the beginning, see what it does and how it works. We also prepared the warehouse large. There is 31 waypoints, I think, if I remember that correctly. There you can test your solution to how it behaves on a bigger environment. And we have prepared much more bigger environment that will be much more corresponding to the competition part of this task. And as I told before, it will be similar to virtual and also real-world problem. But these 2 competitions will be differs, because in a real-world scenario, we are not able to do big task, and because there will be so many teams this year, and we would like to see every solutions from you in a real-world scenario. We are kind of limited, and the task needs to be a little bit smaller in a way of the number of waypoints.
Right. My recommendation is use the warehouse small one for testing each individual component that you implement. Then after that is done, you can test it on the warehouse large as an entire pipeline, entire algorithm, and then use the warehouse yard problem for final tuning of parameters, especially those coinciding with like the size of the environment, because this is the exact size that will be used in the virtual competition and the real-world implementation.
Can you give me a new slide? Yeah. Regarding the teams, because we don't want to do we don't want you to do just yourself. We want to just divide you into the teams. So please create teams of 4 to 5 people. It will be enough. It will create 35 to 42 teams, which is fine. And please do it today, because for tomorrow it will be kind of necessary. And please do it. I'm not sure if they already know the rooms for the practicals, so it should be in the same rooms. Yeah. Nope.
Test, yes. You should definitely pick your teammates from the same group, such that you can attend the seminar practical together. But I personally don't know whether you know which rooms you are going to attend. That says here.
Those groups. Yeah. Okay, so you already know that, everybody.
Yeah.
Right? Or no? Yeah. Yes.
Yes.
It's like that.
And definitely find a team, because there is a lot of stuff to do in the task, and doing it as a single person might be kind of daunting. So having some help might help. There is like 4 subtasks in the whole task, so splitting up the work is definitely recommended.
Yeah, even the understanding of the code we provide will take some time. Sorry.
So we are gonna get to how to actually run it and install it in a minute.
Yeah, important thing is the deadline for your solution submission will be Thursday midnight. we will not accept late submissions, so please do it before that. Information on how to submit will be in the README, and we'll repeat it during the practicals.
Yeah, as we already mentioned about the competition will be virtual and real world. I think that we talk about the virtual competition a lot, so we can move to the real world competition, because the real world competition will be held on our testing department. No, I don't want to call it this way, but it will be held on an island, on Císařský Island, and as you can see, we will not be building a warehouse on that island, but the area is the same. And at this island, you will show us your solutions in a real world. There will be everything provided, like the UAVs, and yeah, you will find out. You will find out on Friday, definitely, because there is everything you can provide, because you do not know anything else right now. What do we have here?
So how will the scoring work? Basically, our final ranking of the teams in the end. The first key, the most important thing, is how many points you score, which is basically the amount of viewpoints your drone visits and inspects. So it is limited by, it means that basically your drone has to fly near the point and also have the correct heading and pitch at that point in time. However, your solution can score 0 points immediately if it violates the dynamic constraints, it violates the minimum distance to obstacles, minimum distance to the other UAV, or exceeds maximum both computational time and mission time. So if either of these constraints are violated, you will score 0 points, and we will not fly the solution in the real world.
Yeah, the secondary key how to decide which solution is better is the inspection time and penalization time together. So that's why the soft and hard constraints for the time were mentioned. And now, let's see how to start. We will be repeating this also on a practicals tomorrow. But if you want to start already today, so there are no obstacles for that. I didn't want to say
yeah,
that.
The repository should be public, so you should be able to see it. The repository contains everything you need to run both the system and the simulation task. The repository contains very extensive README with all the important information on how to work on it, how the scoring works, how to submit. Everything should be in the README if you forget anything from today's talk. About installation, to those of you who already installed the Obtainer, if it worked, it's good, because then the installation of this is going to be super, super simple. For the others, it should be super simple as well. It should work on all the platforms. Linux, if you have native Linux, it's going to be awesome. If you have Mac, if you virtualize Ubuntu on Mac, it should also work, even on the ARM Macs, M1, M2, M3. If you have Windows, Windows 11 plus Windows System for Linux is the way to go. If you don't have Windows 11, it's gonna be probably problematic, because all the Windows have problems piping GUI out of the containers. So please, Windows 11 or Mac or Linux. If you have older Windows and you can't update, you can still virtualize. You can still run some virtual Ubuntu and install this task in there. Hopefully it will be smooth. The installation process is quite simple. If you have, in the end, if you have Ubuntu as the system which runs somehow on your computer, there should be an install script which will install the only and one dependency, which is the Obtainer container system. and everything else happens in the container. So we are not gonna pollute the computer with our software. You can, after the summer school ends, you can quite easily delete everything, and it's not gonna be embedded in your computer for forever. Everything what you are gonna do is gonna happen in a container. The whole MRS system, which I talked about, is gonna be embedded in a container, and we tried to shield you from the complexity of the system and of the ROS as much as possible, such that you can focus on the practical task itself. So you are not gonna interact with ROS, you are not gonna program C++, which is kinda cumbersome, you are not gonna need to learn how to start the system. You only need to know how to launch a script, meaning in Linux you are gonna type /script. The scripts for everything are prepared in there. There is a script for installation, compilation, simulation, and stopping the simulation. That's all you need to do. We also provide editors inside of the container, so if your computer is blank, you can still edit. The way to go is probably PyCharm, since the task is written in Python. But if you really want, there are others inside as well. There is Visual Studio Code, I think, and Sublime. They are kind of hard to run, but if you really need to run them, ask us, and we are going to tell you how. And there is even a way how to install other stuff in the container, in the image, if you really want. If you want to use some other obscure, whatever suits you editor, you can install it as an additional software. Everything's possible. So the practical problems, please either communicate with us on Slack. If you have any errors, problems, downloading, installing, write us on Slack. Or, of course, tell us in the practicals tomorrow, and we are going to help you in person as fast as possible. Our intention is to put you in the shoes of a programmer as fast as possible, such that you can smash the problem and win the challenge.
Right, so the presentation does say email, but we do prefer Slack.
Yeah, Slack. Email is a black hole right now, so Slack.
You again have the QR code for the repo. If someone missed it the first time, you can use this one. And yeah, that's all from us. Good luck, and we will answer some questions now about everything.
Yeah, my question is on the simulator itself. So I've been having this problem with my research for some time, and it's about running simulation very fast. Like instead of running an episode, if a full experiment takes like 10 minutes, how can I run it in like 5 seconds? So then I can run multiple experiments.
So the question is about real-time factor of a simulator.
Not real-time, like running faster than real-time.
Real-time factor faster than a real-time. Yeah. So most of the time when we simulate, we really run the whole system as we use it in the real world, and this typically entails real-time factor of very close to real-time, actually. So with Gazebo and with the Unreal Sim, running faster in real-time is not actually possible, and if it is possible, it's like 1.5 real-time factor. But, for example, with the 400 drones sim, which I showed for swarms, it is possible there. I'm able to run something like 40 kilohertz simulation loop. So with one drone, you have 40,000 updates per second. If you are doing some reinforcement learning on controllers, totally possible to run a huge number of simulations in a second. But with all the normal systems for estimation and mapping, and ROS is very heavy, running faster in real time is not much possible. So, more questions?
Hello. I have a question about the swarm of drones. I have a project that uses the CTL of the PX4, And every time that we launched more drones, more than like 40, 50, we were encountering some problems using the TCP ports and the FCU URLs. We like used some FCU ports that were exclusively for like quick timings, but it still doesn't work. But do you have another solution? Like you said, you use 400 drones.
Yeah, so these 400 drones didn't utilize PX4. These were without PX4 because the PX4 would definitely cause scalability issues. We have actually didn't test 50 drones with PX4, but I have tested 20, and it worked okay, but it's not a good experience. What we do is we dynamically assign the ports for the PX4 to communicate with the Mavlink SITL part. What you might experience is a problem of actually reaching like another port which is already used, so maybe a port collision which can be solved by picking up the port range properly. But I don't know your particular setup, so hard to say. Anyway, like doing 50 drones, including the SITL, doesn't make much sense to me, because if you are doing 50 drones, your focus of the experiment is different probably than simulating super high precision real world like low level dynamics, I think. So that's what we are doing. If we need more than 50 drones, we are actually leaving the environment of SITL and Gazebo, and we are going elsewhere to a different simulator which can completely support what we need. And we sacrifice some of the real world like precision, or we sacrifice the stuff that can be sacrificed when testing 100 drones. Yeah. So if that answers your question.
Yeah, it answers. Thank you.
Mm.
So I just had a quick question about the choice of hardware for computing. In some of your earlier slides, you mentioned that you use Intel NUC i7 processor. But so, like, what about the CUDA requirements for any image processing or computer vision application that might go on the drone? Would you
please speak? Get it closer to your mouth. Yeah.
Okay. Is it?
Yeah.
Am I audible now? Yeah. So I had a question about the computing hardware that goes on the drone. You mentioned you have an Intel NUC processor, i7, but would you rather switch to a Jetson platform, especially now on the Orin series we have good CUDA capabilities, and they go really well with ROS too because they have like a joint development contract together. So like,
yeah. So the question is about switching from Intel to ARM processors like the Jetson, Orin, and such. Mm-hmm. Right now, we are sort of free to go anywhere we want with this because we support both ARM and Intel architecture with our pre-built binaries. Mm-hmm. Historically, working with ARM was more difficult because it was ARM. So for example, pre-building binaries on GitHub takes like 10 times longer for ARM because it's emulated on GitHub. So building a dep package of your package takes time. And nobody wants to do it if only one person in the group uses it. So we are still running mostly Intel because it's universal. It's sort of good enough for everything except vision. If you really need to do vision, we use ARM when we need to, but we still like the Intels more because they are just more general and more powerful in general applications, like running all those control and Octomap mapping and planning software and these stuff. It's much easier to run on Intel. But we are not strictly on Intel. You can install our stuff on ARM system and it will just work. And to make it better for the future, GitHub actually announced that they are going to make the work runners, which we use to build everything, they are going to make them natively on ARM as well. So just like to give you an idea, the whole MRS system takes like 3 hours to build on GitHub for AMD and almost 24 hours to build on ARM. So if anything changes in the system, the part that depends on this change need to be rebuilt, and it might take up to 24 hours. So it's quite slow to progress with ARM. Even on some ARM systems, you can't even build the system because of memory problems. Like Raspberry Pi cannot compile the system. It doesn't have enough memory, enough RAM. So when you are working with ARM, you are being dependent on the server-side builds to get the binaries, but these builds take 1 or more days to get through. So we can't do rapid changes and rapid development with ARM. It's not that easy. For that, I like the Intel much more. But with the better Orients, better Jetsons, we are maybe gonna switch. I'm not sure. Right now, we are gonna probably switch to the SS NUC, which is the continuation of Intel NUC. And we are gonna support both platforms, but the go-to platform is probably still gonna be Intel, because we are not doing the computer vision as our main research stream.
Thank you.
OK, we should probably end this, because the next lecture is supposed to start. Last question, OK.
You have mentioned the issues faced with ROS2. So I was wondering whether the choice of the DDS affects that.
Sorry?
You have stated that you have faced many issues with ROS2 implementations. And I was wondering if the choice of DDS affects that, and can you elaborate more on the phase?
Yes, the question was about ROS2. We are actually using ROS2 in some projects. It's not like we are not pushing it. We are using it in an isolated project where it really needs to be there. But with the MRS system, the transition still waits on many levels. Actually, every year we try sort of to compile a set of libraries which we use as wrappers around ROS and test whether ROS actually will support us. And every year we fail. So right now the problem is scaling with nodes. So it's sort of doable to run 10, maybe 20 nodes. But if you really want to run multi-robot systems with the full stack, that's like 25 nodes times 10. It's 250 nodes. With the distributed discovery system, ROS2 then just hiccups and doesn't transmit everything well. It might take 5 seconds for a service to go through. It might take 10 seconds for a ROS topic to start ROS topic being subscribed. So the problems with the discovery and DDS is practical. It takes a lot of time to run everything, and sometimes it's not even reliable. Whereas with ROS1, if I have 150 nodes, I start them, it just works. Everything just works. Which with ROS2, it's not normal. So we either have to wait for the stuff to converge to a situation which is usable, or we need to completely rework how the system works, which would take a lot of time. So we are still waiting. The other problem is that ROS2 hasn't been very nice to its users. There are a lot of parts of the systems which are not well baked, I would say. The build system, the Colcon system is very raw. The launch system is sort of very raw as well. Plain Python is good if you really need features, but it's worse if you build your launch files such that they are sort of learning demos for you. So Python is harder to read than just plain XML. So there are a lot of stuff which are actually harder to use. So we have been waiting just for this to sort of converge to a nice user interface friendly system. And there are other stuff which I don't have in my head right now, but there were some problems which stopped us from actually transitioning. Some even like bug-related problems which I reported when I was testing the features. So we are waiting. After this summer, we are probably start the transition since ROS1 is really dying and the support has ended. And even some other tools like the Gazebo Classic really ends this year. So it forces us to move. So this winter for us is going to be very, very rich programming winter because we are going to rewrite everything. But as I mentioned, the hardware API abstraction mechanism really disentangles the whole system from anything that's underneath it, any simulator, any hardware. So we can sort of freely move the core of the system to ROS2, test it using our own simulator, and then we can start slowly moving other parts of the pipeline to ROS2 as well. And we don't need to depend on them. So we don't have to start with Gazebo we can actually end with Gazebo quite happily, and it's gonna work. So next year summer school is probably gonna run ROS 2. I hope, yeah. Yeah. So if it wasn't the last question, please pose these questions to me directly or to my colleagues or on Slack. Definitely, I'm gonna see you during the afternoon workshops and as well the afternoon beer garden party. Thanks and have a good lunch. Mhm.
How much time does it usually take for a normal student to accomplish the whole mission? Is it possible to finish for a single person, for a single member, to finish the whole task within 5 hours of C classes plus
Typically
extra
people
time?
work on it even during the evenings, the ones who really make it.
Yeah, I want to do this.
So I would think like 8 hours is doable.
Okay.
Like
Just for one
if
person.
you're a single person, you have it easier because you don't have to communicate.
I want to learn more because I'm not familiar with all of the aspects of the
Like it's totally doable. I don't know what's your background, but if you are not, if Python is not foreign to you, if those topics are not foreign to you, it's gonna be quite easy. Like, so now you sort of most of the time you just roll the right library and set parameters and maybe hand the data from one library to another. Like you don't Hey, hey, test. So, if you can, please sit down, find your spot. I hope you had a good lunch. And we are gonna start in a minute. So, hello, my name is Tomáš Báča. Martin Saska might have mentioned me during some of the slides because I'm one of the core team members of MRS since the inception of the MRS group here 10 years ago, maybe, something like that. Quite a long time ago already. I'm getting old. So I'm here a postdoc. I'm responsible for development and maintenance of the core pipeline of the MRS UAV system. That's the system which we use in all the experiments that you have seen in all the videos. That's our system for verification, validation, testing, and deployment of aerial robots, and of course, verification of all the research that we do on board the aerial robots. Before we start, one important notice. Please subscribe, or join our Slack. This is a QR code for joining our Slack group, where you can chat and post questions about problems regarding anything from accommodation, travel, and the practical task which you are gonna solve in the next few days. Please don't email us, because the email box is currently gonna become a black hole since the summer school is quite time intensive. But if you are gonna ask questions on Slack, many people can answer, also people from your own groups. So please, every communication which is not in person should go through Slack, because that's where you are gonna get your answers. So have you scanned it? 3, 2, 1, done. Great. What I'm gonna talk about today in the next 45 minutes, hopefully, is a brief introduction to the MRS UAV system, the open source software stack for simulations, control, development, testing, everything. I'm gonna introduce you to the problem of what it is to write software for real drones, real robots. I'm gonna show you what's inside of our control pipeline. I'm gonna show you our simulators, and after this talk, we are gonna smoothly transition to the talk about the practical tasks. So don't leave, please, because the practicals are gonna be, I hope, great learning experience for you. We are gonna finish this summer school on Friday on a field on one of the islands in Prague, where you are gonna actually experience your own software being run on a drone, doing real stuff, and hopefully flying in a real environment. So, to introduce us, I'm gonna introduce this guy. Maybe you know him. It's Vijay Kumar from the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia. In 2012, this was a huge boom in the community. This video moved the community because it showed us that the drones are not only RC-controlled models, and in 2012, they were really RC-controlled models. People built them from the ground up. You couldn't easily buy a drone. And this guy, with his lab, showed us these great swarming-like videos. And it was an inspiration. We actually had a project together with Vijay Kumar, so we have had some inside knowledge. And we really wanted to do the same thing. As a group, back in the day, we were called IMR. We really wanted to start the research on drones. And we said, yeah, let's do it. And we actually founded the MRS group here in CTU around the premise of multi-robot systems in aerial environment, so drones. However, if you know what this experiment is about, you should also know that these are actually not aerial robots. They are just few motors plus piece of electronic which are connected to a computer which is sitting on the ground. And there are a lot of cameras all over the room which observe the drones and tell the computer where the drones are. So these drones are not sort of autonomous. I couldn't just pick the drone and have it here flying and doing the same thing. These drones work in the lab. And what we wanted to do is we wanted to replicate this stuff. We wanted to do the same cool stuff, but not in the lab. Because I personally don't like experiments and robots that only work in a particular room. I really like to be able to take the robot, go outside, show it to anybody. So that's what we have set ourselves as the path. Replicating the research, doing multi-robotic stuff like he does, but not in the lab. So we started, just like anybody in that field back in the day, by soldering, drawing PCBs, programming microcontrollers, because the technology back in the day was very immature and you really needed to do everything from the ground up. So we have learned how to do feedback control, IMU fusion, how to put everything together. And we have had our first drones built in 2012. Then we have moved on, our microcontrollers got smarter, our modular predictive controllers got smarter and embedded in the hardware. And we have done some good research with this. Even up until 2015, we have had drones flying without external infrastructure, without external computers, using onboard vision. And these were kinda simple and cheap, but the research was still there. We weren't like Vijay Kumar, but it took time. In the end, what we managed were also some multi-robot experiments. So this is a heterogeneous formation of a robot plus 2 drones flying and driving in some constrained environments. These were good times, but these times had huge limitations for us. Since we built the hardware ourselves from the ground up, the modularity and the flexibility was nowhere to be found. You sort of needed myself for every experiment, because transitioning the knowledge to anybody else was kind of hard. Imagine if I force suddenly on you the knowledge of how to program an STM microcontroller with some specific software on it. These times showed us that it's very powerful to be in control of everything on the drone, but it's also not scalable. The group couldn't grow because not everybody wanted to be an embedded programmer to do their stuff. Simulations were difficult because if you have everything written for embedded, unless you are super cool at building abstract interfaces, you wouldn't simulate it completely. The maintenance was terrible because everything was, again, embedded software. Yeah, I should probably stand here because otherwise the guys don't see me. So in 2015, we quickly sort of did a huge jump and broke this chain of embedded development, which was nice, but not actually practical. And practicality is one of the common denominators with sim to real transfer. Sim to real transfer, everybody heard about it, and everybody probably has a different definition of what it is, the sim to real transfer in our field. And I bet everybody has a different definition of reality as well. For me, sim to real transfer is about many steps. The first step from simulation is to do this stuff in a lab such that it works once. That's what actually you can find in most of the papers. The experiment in most of the papers in our field is, yes, it worked once in a lab. And they don't say how many weeks it took them to record the one experiment where it worked. So that's the first step. And it's good to admit that it took 2 weeks to run the one experiment. Then you have worked once outside. This is already quite a big step, because moving from inside of the lab, where you might have all the infrastructure, everything is perfect. If you do vision-based control, you probably have a decently contrasty background and a carpet and stuff like that. And when you move outside to the bleak environment, suddenly the stuff don't work as well. So this is another big step of sim to real transfer. Then you might want to repeat the experiment again and again on demand. So if the paper says, we have done this for 3 weeks, 2,000 times outdoors, it says something. It says that they spent 9,900 times more effort than these guys. Repeatability on demand, when you have a limited time, that's the robotic competitions. That takes some effort up front. Then you might have another step, which is actually publishing your research in a way where somebody else can download it, compile it, run it, and verify and replicate that your algorithm actually works. Another big step, like making your software usable outside of your own laptop, it's not easy. Making it usable such that other people can actually run it and benefit from it or validate it, that's super hard. If you ever tried compiling and running some vision-based slum, you might know only like 1 of 10 slums can be run. And if you have heard about Orb Slum 3, one of the most famous slums, nowadays, you can't even run it. It crashes, there are bugs, 3 years, nobody worked on it. Yeah, it's published, but not replicable. And another step might be replicating the stuff, not in simulation, replicating others' research, not only in simulation, but also in the real world, on demand, on multi-AV systems. Like I'm stepping it up, not artificially, but this is how it works. If we want to run someone else's algorithm on multiple drones, often we find flaws in the algorithms which sort of block us from running it in the real world just because the person didn't like think about real world. So this, to me, is how I would structure the sim to real gap. And that's what we are also trying to push in the MRS. We are not only pushing the research itself, which typically is published at this stage, and it's reasonable to publish at this stage because the paper and the reviewers will not sort of value that much that you have done a lot of these steps as well. They care about sort of worked once in a lab and the theory. But we also care about the stuff being actually real-world deployable. We are doing mobile robotics, and we like the mobile robots to actually do stuff, not only on paper. So a lot of the effort in the group goes into closing the sim to real gap, and we are getting here. It's not bad. I don't know what more steps are gonna come. Some of these steps unveil itself while sort of pushing into industry, as Martin probably already stated with our spin-off company, but that's another talk. So we are pushing there. So from 2015, our drone is not closed, embedded hardware that we develop ourselves. Our drone is about modularity and about maximizing the ease of use and ease of deployment. Our drone typically consists of a computer, not an embedded computer, but a normal computer. This is Intel NUC, or nowadays you can buy it as Asus NUC. It's basically contents of this laptop squashed in a small package with Intel i7, 16 gigs of RAM, 1 terabyte SSD, LAN port, USBs, everything you need from a computer. Thanks to a normal computer being present on board, we can run a lot of high-level stuff on it. We can run Linux, we can run ROS, we have a lot of interpreters on board, like Python. We can run expensive libraries like OpenCV, I mean computationally expensive libraries. We can do anything that you can do on your laptop, as well on the drone, which is super beneficial because the transfer of software from my own laptop, from simulations, from prototyping is super simple. It's copy-paste. I can run everything on that as well as on my laptop. We can also build abstractions between the software and the drone, such that the software which we develop, the algorithms which we implement, they might not even know they are actually on a drone. For them, they are still running on a computer. Just the data from the sensors comes from different interface, not from a USB or Ethernet from a real sensor, but from a simulator. And there is a layer again here which emulates the communication, so the software doesn't need to know it's not real world, which makes everything simpler. The transition to the real world is as simple as really copy and paste. The same goes for the drone itself. The drone, the multi-rotor helicopter, needs motors, needs motor controllers. We can buy them, we don't manufacture these. It needs an embedded stabilizer. A drone is an unstable system which needs very fast feedback loop on attitude to stabilize the angular rates. Again, you can buy such thing. You don't need to develop it unless you are doing something super crazy. So, for example, Pig's Hawk is one of the stuff you can buy. So the drone itself can be again abstracted from the computer such that the computer just talks to a generic flight controller, and it doesn't need to know if it's connected over UART to real hardware or over some socket to a simulated drone hardware. Building the stuff from not from ground to up, but from high level to low level gives us the ability to really utilize the high level in the first place and then specialize for particular low level of sensors and drone. When you slap everything on the drone then looks like a Christmas tree, of course. A lot of computers, a lot of cables, a lot of sensors, but that's what an aerial robot is. And each of our drone is different. Each drone has a slightly different sensor setup, sensor configuration, but it all revolves around the computer which is there inside, which runs our software, and the software is sort of agnostic to whatever is around. Thanks to that, we can scale our fleet. We have 40 drones, each with different configuration, each meant for different experiment, but the software doesn't care. So if you can build your stuff such that the software doesn't care and is general, and then you add additional layers of abstraction that will sort of allow you to communicate with particular hardware. In the core of everything we do is ROS. Please raise your hand if you know ROS. Awesome. So I'm not gonna spend too much time on it because ROS is great as a library that provides us modularity, communication, and a lot of the stuff that we need, but we don't like to program them, like logging, visualization, the modularity itself, the communication between the modules itself. There is a lot of stuff in ROS which we really like, and I'm not really interested in programming, so awesome for ROS. It also allows us to collaborate with others with ease, because if everybody uses this, then we have a common language. For now, we are still running ROS 1, because ROS 2 actually doesn't sort of allow us to run our full system because of scalability issues and real-time issues and such. Hopefully, every year we try to move on. Every year we fail. This year we are on ROS 1 for the last year. After this season, we are actually gonna move regardless because ROS 1 support is really stopping and we won't be able to run on ROS 1 again, or from now forward. So ROS is everywhere within our system, and to give you a quick overview, the control pipeline from the software point of view is a mess of a lot of modules. What is important for a drone is first feedback control. So one of these modules are controllers, which take care of controlling attitude, velocity, acceleration, and such. We have many controllers because not every controller is good for every sort of part of the flight. We have fail-safe controllers which save the drone from arbitrary situation. We have agile controllers. We have general purpose controllers. Depending on what you do, you run one of these, one and only one of these. Then we have reference generators. These are the red ones, which are responsible for generating smooth and feasible reference for the controllers. Again, there is not one perfect reference generator, so we can switch between these in mid-flight depending on what the drone is actually doing. Then we have an estimation pipeline which fuses measurements from all the sensors and localization systems. This pipeline utilizes, again, plugins, modules, which users can build and snap in to provide whatever the user needs. And everything is managed by a lot of sort of manager nodes, which make sure everything runs smooth and that there is still one controller and one reference generator and one estimator that takes care of the vital part of the feedback control loop. Feedback control loop is very important on a drone because without it, the drone cannot fly. It's not like a ground robot, which if it doesn't know, it just halts, it stops, and it's safe. A drone needs to run a lot of stuff in real time, at least 100 times a second, to actually fly. And if it doesn't do that, then it crashes. Gravity doesn't forgive. So that's a quick overview of the software schematic. Here is a more detailed overview. The PDF is on the GitHub if you want to really check what's inside, but it's nothing special. This is the diagram of the system if you would really be a control engineer and you would be interested in, okay, what feedback loops are there? How does it work? So what we have is the drone plant, that's the motors, plus the embedded flight controller. This takes care of the attitude rate feedback loop plus IMU state estimation. And each drone needs to have a state estimator running on the NUC. This takes of sensor fusion of the IMU plus and whatever is on the drone. GPS, LiDAR, SLAM, optic flow, Vicon, anything that you provide as a source of localization data is then fused in our state estimator, and its data are used in a sort of a layered control pipeline scheme where we have our reference controllers which provide desired attitude rate, not only, but most of the time attitude rate, based on a reference on full state and its derivatives, position, velocity, acceleration, jerk, and snap. The reference generators make sure the reference is delivered at desired rate and quality. And then we have some mission and navigation software which is responsible for generating trajectories for the system. This can be anything from planners, trajectory generators, state machines, anything you can imagine can be hidden here. So this is the standard control pipeline mechanism. I'm gonna briefly tell you about what's inside, but first I need to tell you about what it takes to actually go from this, which you might sort of draw in a Simulink and somehow snap the parts there, such that your drone in MATLAB flies. What it takes to go from MATLAB, from the system design, control system design, to reality, to as far as possible on the sim to real gap, as far as right as possible. Kalman filter, super nice example. If you imagine a Kalman filter, and if you write it in MATLAB, it's gonna be a function of 20 lines, maybe less, like 10 lines, possibly, could be done if you are smart with MATLAB. But to move it to a real world, in practice, we are gonna have tens of thousands of lines in C++ to really make it robust and reliable. Why? Where are these lines just popping up? It's because if you really want the Kalman filter to run such that you can rely on it, that it won't destroy your drone, there needs to be a lot of safety checks and a lot of mechanisms built in for the fusion pipeline to actually do the right stuff at all the possible wrong moments. So in reality, going from a Kalman filter, which you can snap together in one afternoon in MATLAB or Python, going to reliable, compiled and check C++ code that you can really rely on in all the experiments, it takes time. 20,000 lines, easy. I think my presentation is a few years old since I got this here, so nowadays it might be even more in our system. The same goes for controllers. The geometric tracking controller on SE3, very famous controller for a drone, it's actually just few lines of maths, very, very beautiful and elegant. But if you really want to implement it such that it's gonna fly under all conditions, it's not gonna break your drone if sensor data is faulty, it's not gonna break your drone if reference is sort of sketchy, then we are talking about a lot of lines of code. The same goes for MPC. Standard MPC, in a math notation, a few lines of code. You are going to fill in some matrices, some vectors, and that's MPC. But in practice, making it reliable in reality, again, tens of thousands of lines of code. Why I'm telling you this? Because somebody has to program such a thing. If you are gonna do it, you first should look whether somebody else has done it. So please check our GitHub. And if our system would serve you for your own research, without you needing to program all those 100,000 lines of code, please use our system. We are gonna be glad. And you might really accelerate your own research by actually focusing on the research topic and not on programming some Kalman filter. Even more so if the Kalman filter is not the focus of your own research. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff that needs to be solved when going from indoors to outdoors and when going from MATLAB to reality. The first thing, of course, is you shouldn't crash. If your drone is equipped with $10K LiDAR, the crash will be very expensive and somebody has to pay for it. And then you are gonna have a drone to build again for your own experiment. So don't crash. It's easy, you just program if going to crash, then don't. In reality, there is a lot of these ifs in the system, a lot of ifs which check for conditions which are not supposed to happen, but happen for some reason. And then there is a reaction which minimizes the casualties. If the drone suddenly appears to be upside down and it's not supposed to be upside down, what are you gonna do? There is always an answer what to do, and choosing the right answer, is the answer turning off the motors, or is the right answer switching to a different controller which can handle the upside down condition, save the drone, and then land? Always there is an answer, but picking the right answer is a difficult problem. And we have crashed a lot of drones, so we know how to answer these problems. So we've crashed a lot of drones for you, sort of. Yeah, there is a lot of other stuff that you need to consider when building a system for real world. One of these is about people. When people control the system to do the experiment, people are fallible. They sometimes forget, they sometimes misclick. So the system should protect itself from the people controlling it. That's a very important thing. Yeah, if your student wants to crash those two drones together, you shouldn't allow it by software. The advisor is not gonna like stop the student, probably, that he wouldn't realize it, but yeah. Protect the system from itself, from outside conditions, from sensors, faulty sensors, and from people. Yeah, and now imagine pushing the limits. You are outside and you are really trying to fly a swarm of 14 drones or more. Imagine with 14 drones, what are the chances that one of the drones will not take off because of some problem or will land prematurely? The odds are increasing with the number of drones. So making the system reliable is not only about, yeah, it landed, so let's start it again. If you have 14 drones, making a mistake means the experiment ends prematurely, and you have 14 batteries to charge, you have 14 drones to move, everything scales very poorly. So it's in our interest for the MRS community to make the system reliable such that we'll not botch your experiments because of some mundane problems, such that this can happen smoothly and on the first try. But of course, it doesn't go well always. We have a plenty experience of crashing, drones to drones, drones to ground, drones to trees, just drones because they want to crash. I think this video is like 10 minutes long, and it's already 5 years old. So we have learned a lot of problems, and most of the problems, of course, are anticipated before, but the few mistakes happen, and sometimes you have a drone which you need to dissect and find out what went wrong. Our group currently has 40 drones, and these are the 40 ones which work. We also had some which didn't survive. But we learned from every one of these crashes, so you don't have to. So what's in our system? Reference controllers. I already mentioned SE3 geometric tracking. We use it daily. It's lovely. Thank you, Lee, for publishing it. We have done some modifications and improvements to it, published in our main system paper. So this is the controller you are probably going to fly when flying our system in the real world outdoors. We also have a linear MPC, just normal, plain, very readable MPC, which is specifically designed to work under arbitrary conditions. I mean arbitrarily wrong odometry, state estimate, and arbitrarily wrong reference. So if the state estimate lacks velocity, if the state estimate jumps by 10 meters there and 10 meters there, if the reference jumps suddenly by 10 meters, this controller will not crash the drone, and it will smoothly and in a controlled way fly there and respect constraints. Very important. But it's not very agile. So we have it reserved for special occasions like emergency situations or situations where we fly with sensor setup which is not reliable or not very well tested. So 2 controllers. Then we have the state estimator pipeline, which implements bank of filters, bank of Kalmans, but these are actually plugins. They don't need to be Kalmans. If you as a user are interested in implementing your own state estimator using whatever filter mechanism you can compile it, inject it into our system without the need to change anything in our system except for a config file. And you can run your own state estimator. You can switch to it in mid-flight. You can check how it estimates. And if there is a problem, the arbiter in our state estimator pipeline will see the problem, and it will disable the state estimator and switch back to a backup. So testing new controllers, testing new estimators, it's very safe, because whenever something goes wrong, the system will cut you off and switch to something that can handle the flight and safely land. So very useful for testing new stuff which are so core to the control pipeline. If they normally go wrong, you would crash. The same goes for reference generators. We call them reference trackers. The problem of reference generating is generating 100 Hertz or more full state, meaning velocity, position, acceleration, jerk, and snap, such that the controller can utilize it as a reference and as a feed forward. Doing this 100 times a second, such that it satisfies constraints, is quite hard, and we have developed our own mechanism, which we call MPC tracker, published on IROS, which sort of simulates the drone in real time onboard the drone and controls the simulated drone in a perfect way using MPC. And it's all perfect. There are no disturbances. And we then sample the states of the drone, of the idle drone, and give it to the controllers such that they are supposed to follow this state. This is a mechanism which we haven't seen anywhere or use anybody else, and it works like a charm. We use it since 2016, and it's our go-to reference generator. Very, very useful for normal flight, not agile. Agile guys do crazy stuff. They need their own reference generators which respect the crazy constraints. Our our normal system pipeline using the normal controller and normal reference generator can still fly quite aggressively. This is a circle, 5-meter radius, 7 meters per second speed, basically on the edge of the capabilities of the drone, and the system can quite nicely handle that. So you can still fly aggressively, even though the system is built mostly for normal flying, where you sort of don't care that much about reaching the boundaries of the constrained envelope of the drone. And a quite nice test of whether the system is actually robust is, of course, doing flips. So we have done that. We don't do it often, but whenever I need to show somebody what we do, I show flips. Of course, the system contains some other parts of the, I wouldn't say control pipeline, but already it's more about motion pipeline, and that is trajectory generation. We happily forked ETH's MAV trajectory generation by Siegwart and Richter. This is a mechanism which, for a given path, those are the waypoints, it generates a trajectory, time parameterized trajectory, which satisfies constraints and flies as fast as possible. We have done some improvements and modifications to the published work. We have, of course, released it as open source as well, and we have fixed some notorious problems like, yeah, we really want to fly as fast as possible. We really want to not be further from the desired path than something. So we have sort of improved upon that work, and we have used it extensively in our research. It was very useful in the DARPA subterranean, where we really needed to fly sort of almost agile, quite dynamically in the cave environments, while meeting waypoints, not flying further from the desired path, otherwise we would crash in the cave wall. And thanks to that, we have been able to fly at like 5 meters per second in the cave, and we have won the second place for this. The system also contains some other non-core functionalities like mapping, environment mapping, obstacle mapping, and planning. If you are interested in flying in constrained environments, but you are actually not doing research on mapping and planning, you can use our mapping and planning pipeline to guide the drone from point A to point B while avoiding obstacles. Quite useful to have. Yeah, so that was a brief overview of what's in the MRS system. It's all about control, state estimation, trajectory generation, trajectory planning, mapping, everything you typically need to do with a drone, it's there, plus many other parts of the system are there, and they are not sort of core, but they are there. Check our GitHub. Now, the question is, how the hell are we gonna connect the system to all the drones that we use? I said we have 40 drones. I'm not over-exaggerating, and many of these drones are very different from each other. Everything from very small, like 1 kilogram drones, to very large, 20 kilogram drones. This is a drone hunter. This is our newest addition to the drone lineup, the RoboFly from Fly for Future, which you might be able to purchase soon. So all these drones need to fly. All these drones need to be equipped with the MRS system, and all these drones are different. And we want to connect to them, and we want to simulate them to really prepare ourselves for the real deployment ahead, because going in the field is expensive. You really want to spend the time in simulations first, checking all the possibilities, and then when you are sure, you want to go outside and hit it for the first time, and it should work. So how we are gonna do that? Simulators is a difficult topic, so I'm gonna spend maybe 20 minutes on it. Simulators, we typically don't build them ourselves. These are very, very sophisticated tools, and when we can, we utilize stuff that has been already built by others. When we can, we also provide to the community if it's in our power. So hopefully today you are gonna use some, or you might use some of our stuff which we provide to the community, but some of them are reused from the community as well. And the most, I would say, general and nice simulator is Gazebo. I hope you've heard about Gazebo. It's probably the go-to simulator when you Google like robotic ROS simulation, like what to do. There are, I think, 5 simulators around. This is one of the more general ones. And I would say it's like the Leatherman tool on our tool belt. It can do almost anything from cutting, slicing, scissoring, sharpening, whatever. It has a screwdriver, and it's the tool you have every time with you, which is true. I have a Leatherman. But of course, it's not gonna perform like a specialized tool. So that's Gazebo in my eyes. And how people typically use Gazebo is very, I would say, limiting. So if you are one of the guys who use Gazebo with drones, you probably know this scheme. You have Gazebo, you have probably SITL simulation, software in loop simulation of the embedded hardware, which controls your drone. Because the drone in the Gazebo typically is a dumb thing with motors and nothing. So you still need the stuff that runs on the embedded hardware. And then you have your ROS site, which communicates with the simulated embedded hardware, probably through very similar pipeline like it communicates in the real world. And this controls the drone, or at least stabilizes the drone in the Gazebo. So to do this, to run this in reality, you need to run Gazebo. So ROS launch, Gazebo, whatever. Then you need to run the PX4 SITL, probably again some ROS launch PX4 SITL, which you configured well to connect to the drone in Gazebo. You need to provide the description of the world to Gazebo, including the drone, which needs to sort of encode how it's gonna communicate with SITL. So you need to handcraft the file, add the sensors to the drone, prepare everything, sort of. And then you need to run a node which will then communicate with the ROS side. This typically is handled by some ROS node which communicates with PX4, for example, Mavros. Again, you need to configure it such that it connects to this thing. Quite daunting because you need to sort of edit at least 3 files, match everything together, prepare the drone description, and that's a lot of editing. And I don't like editing. Also, although I like programming, I don't like mindless editing. Automation should solve everything. So how should we automate it? I think we have come up with some pretty neat mechanism where you run Gazebo, yeah, somebody needs to do that, so ROS launch Gazebo. Then on the ROS side, you run a node which is responsible for fabricating everything in an automated way. This node, we call it drone spawner, or it could be a robot spawner for whatever robot mechanisms you use. This node acts like a parser to queries. And my query could be, I want that drone, the X500 model, with OST LiDAR, with real-sense camera pointing that way, with RGB camera pointing that way, with a gripper mechanism and a parachute. This could be a query, not in a language, natural language sense, but using some tags, for example. And this node is supposed to then know, yeah, so there is the query. And this node is supposed to know how many drones are gonna appear. So it is gonna run the SITLs, which is gonna configure them for each of the drone. It's gonna fabricate a file for Gazebo, which tells it what drone with what sensors, where, how. And it's gonna run the Mavros node for each drone such that this communication can occur. Yeah. And this can happen for arbitrary number of drones. So I would say an elegant solution to quite complex problem. So the user then doesn't need to open any file. He just needs to know what he wants, and the system prepares it for him. And as a bonus, we can actually sort of detangle the definition of the drones from the definition of the sensors. It's just like in the real world. You are going to buy a frame, and then you are going to buy a sensor. And you are going to tell your hardware guy, please mount this sensor on the drone here. And it becomes a pair. That's what the drone spawner does. So we first have a definition of sensors. That's our warehouse full of sensors. So LiDARs, RGB cameras, and such. Then we have a definition of drone frames with mounting points for sensors. So some of the drones might not be able to mount Austro LiDAR because the drones are just too small. And some of the drones might be able to mount anything from our warehouse. So in the end, what we have is a mechanism which can pair any sensor to any drone and sort of shove it in the simulation, and the users, being any one of the 40 people in our lab and any one of you, can get a drone with particular sensor setup with minimal effort. So I'm just gonna skim through the demo because we don't have much time. You can probably try the demo yourself if you install our system. The gazebo itself is quite good, but it's very general, but it's quite good. We have done some nice stuff. For example, this brick picking for the MBZRC challenge, and it conveyed very well to the real world. We were able to test and tune the system way before going into the real world, and it worked. But yeah, if you want to install our system, please visit our GitHub. You have many ways. You can install it natively. You can use containers like Uptainer or Docker. You can even compile from sources if you really want. But what about other simulators? Is one simulator enough? Is Gazebo enough? There are many scenarios where Gazebo might not suffice, like running many drones. Gazebo doesn't scale well with number of drones, or running high fidelity visuals. So is one simulator enough? I would claim no. There is the Gazebo. Then there are other simulators which are much safer and easier to use, but they are not as capable. And then there are simulators which in this analogy are very precise and very specialized, but you are not gonna hammer a nail with a screwdriver. Yeah, we are running out of time, so I'm gonna skip through this, which is not that important. So one of the simulators that we also support is our own dynamic simulator, which doesn't have a GUI and doesn't have an actual world definition, but it can simulate drone dynamics to a motor dynamics. And since it's super specialized, it can do hundreds and hundreds of drones. So this is 400 drones in a swarm running full dynamic simulations up to motor dynamics, and it's very useful for doing large-scale swarming. It would be hard to do this in Gazebo. But there are also other stuff that are hard to do in Gazebo, and that's high-fidelity visuals. We are currently releasing Unreal Engine-based simulator, Unreal Engine 5-based simulator, which can simulate very nice and realistic visuals, as well as realistic LiDAR, as well as annotated segmented camera data for visual learning and LiDAR learning. Yeah, this is work in progress. You can already try it, but it's not super polished and super finished, but we are working on it. So that's what we offer. So if you are interested, please check our GitHub, github.com/C2MRS. Remember that. We also have a wiki page, which is linked from that GitHub as well, where we discuss a lot of the particularities of the system, how to set up stuff, how to configure stuff, how to simulate. So please check the wiki. It has a search bar, so you don't have to click through everything to search for stuff. Use the search bar. And thanks for your attention. My name is Tomáš Báča. If you really need to reach me, you can either email me, which is kind of slow, or you can write on Slack. That's gonna be faster, or we can just meet here. I'm gonna be here for the whole week. I'm gonna be here during the practicals and during the afternoon grill party. So reach out to me and we can chat about your own research. And now we are gonna smoothly, if you have questions, let's wait with them till the end, because some of them might be actually answered by my colleagues who are gonna introduce you to the practical task, which is prepared for you to solve. The practical task is gonna be solved by you in Teams till Friday. On Friday, we are gonna actually fly your software on real drones, and you're gonna see it perform in real world. But before that, you need to be briefed on what to do, how to do it, and when to do it, probably. So I'm gonna switch to a different presentation. And 3, 2, 1. And moment. Nothing. Moment. You probably want the mirror here to see what you are talking. Yeah. Give me a second.
Okay. Good afternoon, guys. Wake up from your lunch comas, please, because right now we are starting to introduction of the task which you will be solving for the whole week. And as was said, at the end of the week there will be competition, like the real world one, and also the virtual one. And now let's start with important things. And this important thing is definitely the link to our repo, where is everything prepared for you. At this repo we wrote extensive README, and if you scan the QR code, it will link you to that repo. And this repo you will be tasked to clone to your local machines, and such as installation and other parts will be discussed later, but at the beginning, please follow the link, and in the meantime of my speech, you can just go through and find some notes. There is so many lines of text.
Where your drone is supposed to be at the moment of monitoring, basically a place from which your drone is taking the pictures of the area that is supposed to inspect. So the task is to plan a trajectory inspection path of the two UAVs, to take pictures of all the points of interest that are present in this property of this rich man.
I think you are going too quick, because we forgot to mention that we have two types of the UAVs. And one of the UAV is equipped with the thermal camera, and therefore it is thermal camera, and therefore it is needed to visit some points where we expect that will be some heat or doesn't matter, heat, let's say. So that's why we are distinguishing between the UAVs. And I'm not sure if my colleague said that, but the purple points can be visited by both UAVs. If I will specify that, not at the same time. This waypoint will be visited only once. It can be visited either the blue one or the red one.
Yeah, this basically leads into the first part of the task, which is dividing these waypoints into two groups, which will be visited by either drone. Some of the waypoints are already defined to either be red or blue. Basically, these have to be visited by the specific drone. The remaining pink ones or purple ones can be assigned to either one to optimize the inspection task efficiently. The baseline solution we provide you uses random division of these waypoints to drones, which is not optimal, so you'll be expected to implement a better solution. You can find out more in the README later on.
Yeah, upon that, you will be tasked to find optimal sequence of the viewpoints as a solution of traveling salesman problem. So this is something which we provide to you, and yeah, you will be working upon that part of the code.
Yeah, basically the solver is also in the repo already, so you just have to input the groups that have to be put into the optimal sequence.
Yeah, and because we are working in a limited area, the UAVs are not allowed to collide with the obstacles, and also they are not allowed to collide
with each other.
with other. So you need to solve this task. So there will be some part of a code prepared for you to avoid the mutual collisions and also the obstacles.
Yeah, you also have to interpolate the UAV's heading. This is important because, as I said, your drones are equipped with cameras, which are not 360 cameras. They have a limited field of view, so obviously your drone has to be facing the viewpoint at the point of looking at it. So you have to solve this task as well. Also, ideally, you should parameterize your paths into trajectories. So there is a continuous flow to solve the task in a shorter time, because this is something that will be limited.
Next slide, please. Yes, as we already talked about the mutual collisions, this is how it will be. This is how we provide the mutual collision validations. So you will find in the simulations that at this specific trajectory, the UAVs are too close to one of each other. So that's not allowed. Basically.
At the exact point in time, of course. If this happens when one UAV is at the beginning of the trajectory, the other one's at the end, it doesn't matter. They just can't be close at the same point in time.
Yeah, true. So this is how it will look like when you finish the whole task. All viewpoints will be marked green, and you will achieve 31 points in this specific scenario. Yeah, I'm still clicking in the. Never mind. Yeah, because the task is not. It's quite hard to solve from the scratch. We are providing the Python baseline codes. So I hope everybody knows how to code in a Python. And because we think there is a lot of things to improve, because as you can see, this baseline solution is violating mutual constraints. It is also violating dynamic constraints, because our UAVs are constrained by itself because of the dynamics. So there is a lot of things you can improve pretty easily. Like we said before in the previous slides.
Right, so the baseline solution, you'll be able to run it immediately upon installing the task. However, it will most of the time score 0 points due to constraints we will mention a bit later on. So you should implement the improvements we are gonna explain now in order to achieve as many points as you can.
Okay, we provide you tips how to improve our solutions. This is the brief mentioning of these tips. I think that the extensive mentioning is in a README. So please go to the README and you will find more points what to solve, how to improve the solution. Basically, You will also be able to find where to code your solutions directly in a code. There are prepared student to-dos, so if you will type student to-dos, you will find the specific places in a code where you are tasked to type your code, basically.
Right, so the minimum changes you have to make for your solution to be able to score any points at all is, as I mentioned earlier, interpolate the headings. So your drone is actually facing the inspection point at the moment of inspection. Also resolve the collisions, because if there's a collision on the path, the drones won't fly because they would crash into each other. So this is something that has to be implemented in order for your solution to get any points at all. However, you can then, and you're expected to, further improve this solution to achieve the result faster, to achieve more points. This would include better division of points. As I mentioned earlier, the points are first divided randomly in between the UAVs. You should implement some sort of clustering method or anything else you may come up with. As I mentioned also before, changing the path to a trajectory by assigning, by parameterizing it in time can improve your overall duration of the trajectory. Maybe implement a more effective collision avoidance that it is recommended by us. And there's also many, many more to come. You will find in a README in the code. You can always ask us during the practicals or at any other time.
Yeah, to test your solutions, we prepared 3 environments. One of them is the small one. So there is an environment with 10 viewpoints that you are tasked to visit. So this will be the environment with which you will be starting with. And other environments are for you to test your solutions on bigger tasks, like the warehouse large is with 31 waypoints. So this will be testing how fast you are able to compute the trajectories for the UAVs, and then also how fast or what are the dynamics, how it will allow you to fly fast. So we also provide a third environment. This third environment is similar to one on which we will be doing the virtual competition and also the real-world competition, which will be held on Friday.
Right, so my recommendation for this is basically when you are implementing one part of your algorithm by one, you would want to test it on the warehouse small map. Once you have the entire thing done, you can run it on the warehouse large to modify your parameters a bit, and then do the final tuning on the warehouse yard, especially since this is the size of the map that you can expect during the competition as well.
So please, during this day, create teams of five people. And yeah, what else is on this slide?
You have to be basically in the same group during the practicals. This means on your badge the same number and the same letter, so you can basically work together on this task. As we said, the task is pretty complex, so it's obviously beneficial for you to work in a team. More ideas, more people working on it, hopefully will result in a better solution.
Yeah, the practicals will held after lunch every day. I think that there is only Thursday that it starts 15 minutes before 12, right?
I think only tomorrow actually it is at 12.
Or tomorrow, never mind, just follow the flow.
Schedule, yeah. Also, the deadline for submissions will be Thursday midnight. This is a strict deadline. We will not accept late submissions. Information on how to submit will be set on the practicals. It is also written in the README.
Yeah. Regarding the competitions we talked about, one of them will be in a virtual environment and one of them will be in a real-world environment. And since the virtual environment was already mentioned, I will focus more on the competition in the real world. this is our area where we'll be flying on a Friday. So this area just shows you how big you can expect the area for your task. So it is also prepared, as we said that before, it is prepared in simulations, so you will be able to test your solutions, and basically that's it.
Yeah, so the size of the planning area for the real-world competition will be similar basically to the warehouse yard problem we mentioned. You can just expect a lot less obstacles because you obviously can't build this large building in the middle of the field in a day. So yeah.
Yeah, and repeating it again, please send us your solutions till Thursday.
Midnight.
Midnight, yeah, it's written there.
Right, so how will the final rankings be made for the competition? Basically, the first and most important key is the score, which is basically the amount of viewpoints your UAVs are able to correctly detect, which means being near enough the viewpoint and also facing the right direction in terms of taking the picture. Every correct point that you do detect gives you 1 point. However, regardless if you detect 10, 20, 1, if at any point your UAVs violate either dynamic constraints, minimum distance to obstacles, minimum distance to each other, you will score 0 points. Also, when it comes to real-world experiments, the drone will not fly at all. We obviously don't want drones clashing into each other and damaging themselves, so preventionally we will not run those solutions. Additionally, also, you have constraints on, in terms of time, both computational time for finding the solution and also the mission time, which is basically the duration of the flight of the UAVs. These thresholds are important because those are also the secondary key. If multiple teams score the same amount of points, the teams with fastest solution time and inspection time will be awarded a win.
And now let's move on how to start. I think that you, or yeah, the question at the end, please. If it's, yeah, as we said that, we are providing the extensive README on a GitHub itself. But how to start? You need to go to the GitHub. There are links also, and how to install the task. Do you want to say something regarding that?
Yeah.
Tomáš,
so
please.
If you remember from 45 minutes ago, the whole MRS system stuff, you don't have to know about it. You don't have to download it because it's all embedded in a container of the tasks. We try to shield you as much as possible from all the implementation hurdles and details. We don't want you to become sort of professionals with the MRS system in a week. That would be insane. Instead, we want to focus on playing with the problem itself, with the TSP-based problem, in a mostly comfortable manner. So everything regarding simulations, compilations, deployment is hidden from you, and you are shielded from it by actually 4 scripts. There's install, compile, run, and kill. Like four scripts that you are gonna need to run. And running a shell script is the pinnacle of what we need from you to do in a terminal. There is no more to do. So you don't need to learn the MRS system. What you are gonna download with the repository are wrappers around the system and around the tasks, such that you can easily just dive deep into it and start coding immediately in like 5 minutes after downloading. We also try to shield you from any particular implementation details in the task itself. Most of the work which is there for you to do is sort of prepared such that there is only a few lines that you need to sort of insert or change. We don't want you to program a TSP solver. That would be insane. We don't want you to program a clustering method. We don't want you to program a trajectory sampling solver. They are there. You just need to run them, sort of configure them, take the data from one, hand them to the other. So it should be definitely solvable in a few days, which you got for it. So hopefully it's gonna be smooth for you and easy to install. The system is set up such that it should run on all the platforms, both native Linux, Windows 11 with WSL running Linux, and Mac virtualizing Linux. It runs on Intel and ARM processors, so the ones with Mac M1, M2, M3 chips should be fine as well. If you have Windows older than Windows 11, it's gonna be harder because only Windows 11 has a seamless GUI piping solved nicely. So when you run a GUI program in Linux, in Windows, it just shows up. That only happens in Windows 11. If you have older Windows, you can either go through the pains of setting up some X server that's gonna show up the Windows from the Linux. You are gonna need to do that for your own, or you should probably virtualize the whole problem. We have set it up with our own custom simulator, so you are not gonna run Gazebo, you are gonna run our own simulator, which is super lightweight. It should work on any hardware of a laptop that you have. So even virtualizing it should be a viable option. The task is not computational heavy. The only computational heavy stuff is gonna be the one that you actually program in yourself, the TSP solvers and such. So I hope you are gonna find it easy to set up. If you have problems, reach us out on Slack or wait for tomorrow's practicals when we can actually help you hands-on with your laptop.
Yeah, we also provide some pre-installed editors in it.
Yes, I would suggest that the go-to editor would be probably PyCharm, since the task is in Python. The image and the container that you are gonna run, it contains PyCharm already, so it's gonna know about all the includes, all the sources, so it's gonna have code completion and linting. There are also other editors that you can use, but we don't provide scripts for them. You are gonna need to run them sort of differently. Reach us out if you want to use Sublime Text from inside of the container or Visual Studio Code from inside of the container. There's also Vim inside of the container. If you need to install anything else for editing purposes, you can. There is a way, but I wouldn't recommend it. It's gonna probably be quite time consuming, but there is a way sort of to install other stuff in it. But you can't actually install anything related to the task itself, or you shouldn't use any other library than the one that is inside the container already, because when we are gonna run it on the island on the drones, these drones are not gonna have the image that you built for yourself. These drones are gonna have the image that we provide for you, so use only the stuff that is inside of the container, inside of the image. Yeah.
Right, so once again, if you have any questions at any point in time, you can reach us via Slack, or if you find us in person, that's even better. Any feedback you have about bugs are always welcome. Ask many questions at the practicals as well. As we said, it's going to be every single day up until Friday. Yeah, good luck to everyone, and now we can answer some questions if there are.
Please speak close to the microphone.
Yeah. What kind of hard computation hardware we got? Have we just got the 2 NUCs on the drone, or is there an off-board PC?
In the competition, it's gonna run on an off-board PC, so all the competitors will have the same conditions. It's gonna be an average laptop. Not a supercomputer, but an average laptop. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
You mentioned that you're running with the Pixhawk. So are you running this whole system with PX4 as well? And does PX4 therefore run the state estimator, or how are you overriding PX4's state estimator and their controller with your MRS system?
So normally we have the PX4 in basically the stock setup that you can buy it with some few changes and bug fixes, but nothing terrible. And when the system is controlled in the so-called off-board mode by the high-level computer, the PX4 only runs its own state estimator and its own attitude rate controller. So most commonly, the output from our system to PX4 is desired attitude rate and throttle, and the output from PX4 to us is attitude estimate and GNSS data. So 99% of the time, we basically utilize the super low-level part of PX4 and the high-level parts, which are about position control, velocity control, missions. We just don't care about them because we want to do this ourselves. So PX4 for us is a glorified attitude rate controller and attitude estimator. But we are not limited to use PX4. We have an abstraction layer between hardware and our system, which allows us to connect to anything that is on the other side. That's the part of the presentation that I skipped, actually. I might get back into that for a minute. Give me a moment. Yeah, if I just skipped through it. No, I'm not gonna skip through it. No. Where are you? Okay. So what we normally do is the system is connected to the particular hardware, being a flight controller or the whole drone or like a simulator, through an abstraction hardware API, where for the system to talk to the drone, you need to insert a plugin that implements the particular communication to the flight controller or to the underlying system. When this plugin is inserted into our system, it tells the system what the drone needs, or what the flight controller needs, and what the flight controller provides. And these stuff that the flight controller might need and might provide are these control inputs. So we can work with a flight controller that can accept anything from desired position, velocity, acceleration, attitude rate, control group, and or individual actuator motor speeds. So any combination of this for us is viable, and we also sort of treat a generic flight controller such that it can output any of these measurements or estimates. So whenever you run our system with any flight controller, you need to have a flight controller plugin, which, when inserted into our API, tells the system the capabilities of the flight controller and the requirements. And when the requirements are conveyed, the system configures itself to run the proper part of the control pipeline, ending at the right place. So if the flight controller accepts acceleration, of course, we are not going to run orientation attitude controller. But if the flight controller needs and accepts motor speeds, we are going to run the whole control pipeline, even including attitude rate and a mixing. And sort of the communication between the system and the flight controller is happening here on a standard way, where we treat the flight controller as a generic flight controller, and then it goes through here as a particular communication. This might be a serial line, or CAN, or Ethernet, or TCP, or whatever. So for us, the PX4 is only one instance of some flight controller that supports what we typically need. We are using PX4 and PixHawk because sort of it's the best, it's there for the money. It's open, so we can change it, but it's playing on our nerves recently because with some of the updates, they are breaking a lot of this low-level stuff, which we typically need, like the off-board mode and attitude rate control and such. And they are focusing a lot on the high-level stuff which we don't need and don't care about. So we are actually developing our own flight controller, which is going to be super simplistic, not very modular and not very capable, but it's going to perform when we need to perform, and it's not going to sort of throw a tantrum whenever something goes wrong, which Pixhawk likes to throw tantrums because it's super complex and the software is complex. And with every version of hardware that we buy, we need to update the software, which brings in new bugs. So we are never in a safe state of be sure that the Pixhawk is going to work for us. And we only need the attitude rate control. So yeah, so we are very well prepared on using anything else if there is going to be anything else around. Another question there. Thank you for passing the mic.
Thank you for the presentation. And
please, mic closer, closer.
Okay.
No,
it's good. It's good.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about the communication with the Pixhawk. So basically, what I have done before is using a companion computer.
Wait, I don't hear you well. I'm gonna just get closer and then repeat the question for the others.
Sorry. I use the companion computer and then off-board mode on the Pixhawk to use MavROS to publish the topics for sending commands. But there is another way to use UR protocol to communicate with modules in the Pixhawk. I wanted to know that your simulation environment.
Yeah, so the question was whether and if we use the UARP protocol way to communicate with PX4. This would probably be the way right now if we had been using ROS2, but we actually don't want to use it at all much, because the way how PX4 development team wants you to use PX4 is to sort of build everything around PX4's ecosystem, and the UARP allows you to sort of connect it directly to ROS and publish and subscribe directly from components on PX4, which is good if you really want to be part of the PX4 ecosystem, but we don't want to. We don't want to rely deeply on a complex system which is not in our development. So even if we were forced now to use the Europe communication scheme, we would still probably put a shield between PX4 and our system to not be tightly coupled with PX4 and with their system, to be loosely coupled, to be able to switch from flight controller to a flight controller, to be able to use our own messages here. We don't like the idea of the PX4 being the center of our system because of some of the decisions they make during the development. I even talked with the guys, I told them our use case, and they were super surprised, like why we are just using the attitude controller. Why aren't we running our planners inside PX4? Why aren't we using the PX4 as the main platform? And they didn't sort of understand that we don't care that much about what's on the left side of here. We just want a flight controller that controls attitude rate, fuses IMU, and it gives us data, and we want to do this ourselves, because for many of us, the feedback control and state estimation and all these components are subject of our research. And we don't want to build our research on a particular hardware vendor plus particular like software community that really revolves around embedded hardware. It's not very flexible. So yeah, as I said, shielding ourselves from anything that's on the other side gives us flexibility, and not being sort of vendor locked in is what we want. So that's why we don't use Europe, and we probably won't use it on the right level, sort of, yeah. No, we are not using it. In ROS1, the way to communicate with PX4 is through serial line and MavLink and MavROS. That's ROS1, that's what we are doing now. When we move to ROS2, we can still do that. I think the MavROS node was released for ROS2 recently. If not, we are still gonna use the libmavcon library over UART. We are actually not very interested in connecting PX4 through Ethernet to our computer. Again, PX4 is not the main part of our pipeline. It's just a stabilizer for us. It's just a small component for us, yeah. Okay, I think we are running out of time. Are we? So thank you for listening. If you have any more questions, Slack or in person during the practicals or today's party. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Cool. Test. Okay, good. Oops, sorry.
So maybe put it behind outside, so
Okay.
you don't accidentally press the button.
Okay.
Would you mind giving us your presentation so we can share it to the students?
Yes, I can do that. Yeah. Is it maybe better as PDF? I think it has. It's really. It's. Yes. Should I just put it? Okay. Okay. Cool.
Thank you.
Martin, do you?
So we are about to start, so please take your seats. Yeah, so I'm proud to introduce you our first invited speaker, Sebastian Scherer from CMU. I'm really glad that you are here with us in Prague, so thank you for coming. And the talk will be about multimodal and multi-robot coordination in challenging environments. I believe you will be also talking about SAP-T challenge, right? So the students could already see some pictures from our team, so now you will give them your perspective. So thank you, and yeah, feel free to start.
Great. Hi, everybody. Before I start, I hope everybody got set up with the little tutorial we'll do at the end. I posted some link in Slack, but I purposefully didn't check if any problems arise. So, so if you haven't installed it, maybe try to get it set up while I do this. We'll do a little exercise at the end. So I'll start a little higher level, then dive a little bit into the depth on SAP-T, kind of what we did and so on, and then go to what are some of the things we've been doing now, and then I want to go into a little more depth for behavior trees. So going like at a very high level, why, if you think about when the first elevator was invented, was in 1850. And so now here we are, still struggling with robots, right? It's not completely done. And so, there are things pushing out, but, what is actually happening, right? So I'm sure you're all familiar with the sense, think, act cycle, but what's the difference between an elevator and a drone, right? And so part of it comes down to, on the perception side, you have a lot more complexity in terms of sensing. On the action side, what decisions you can make, you have to do more deliberation. And then in terms of execution, there's uncertainty, right? You don't know, if I try to move a direction, am I really going to move that direction? So one way we can handle this is to try to remove uncertainty, right? So we can try to add structure in terms of roads, airports, and so on. And that's what we do for driving, right? And for flying as much as possible, checklists and so on. The area where a lot of my lab's research looks at is how do we operate with uncertainty in the real world, right? So, low light, off-road, stairs, long corridors, and so on, right? And so you have lots of challenges there that, lead in terms of perception as well as planning and action. So how do we handle this? So on the sensing side, one of the ways is to have multimodal sensing, right? So you have different types of sensors, LiDAR, cameras, thermal cameras. And then in terms of perception, you try to fuse this with multiple, try to fuse and filter these things to be able to use that information and reject noise and make sense of the world. And then in terms of execution, you want to allow multiple futures and minimize the assumptions on the system. Now, kind of going to a particular example, a lot of you might remember 2018, there was this, Thai cave rescue, right? And so the way they tried to figure out where they are was by hand drawing these maps, right? So if you look at these pictures, these are the maps they used. And so this was also where a lot of the motivation for the SAP-T challenge came from, is, how do we have this awareness in these underground spaces. And so here's just one example from what that would look like. So this is in Pittsburgh, a cave called Laurel Caverns, fully autonomous exploration. And so we'll talk a little bit about how we deal with this. And so for these situations, you have actually many challenges, right? So you have these narrow passages. You can see some of the dust here. there's complex geometry, so you see there's all kinds of thin obstacles, lots of complexity. And then there's also vertical environments, so you have to go up and down, and then also degraded sensing. And so in the sub-T challenge, the challenge was you have a single operator, right? And so you want that operator to control a team of these robots. And since there's only one operator, those robots have to be quite autonomous if you want to have a large number of these robots operating simultaneously. So let me tell you a little bit about how we solved that problem and then how we're since then going from there. So overall, the problem we really want to solve is maximize the system level performance to get us point. And you often hear things like maximizing information gain, and here's my guaranteed optimal algorithm for maximizing information gain, but that's actually not what we care about, right? What we care about is discovering objects. And so the primary objective is really seeing everything, covering everything with our camera to see potential objects as quickly as possible. To do that, you also have to discover the geometry of the scene to be able to see, hey, where could be surfaces that we can see. So there's actually two objectives happening simultaneously. We also want to land safely at the takeoff location. This is mainly because we are flying out of communication quite a bit because there's a lot of occlusions with the environment where radio waves don't penetrate. And we want the system to react to these unforeseen challenges, right? So since there's no operator, no safety pilot, the system has to be reliable. And so that's what we'll get to a little later in the tutorial also, where we'll talk more about this. And then communication is another one of those challenges where you really have to be able to handle this intermittent nature of communication, right? Sometimes if you're close in, you might have really good communication, then it might have little communication, and then you don't have any communication. So our high-level system consisted of 5 pieces. So one is that map processor to create these maps, the behavior executive to really coordinate these different behaviors, a global local planner, and then a controller. So I'll mention this behavior executive first, and we'll come back to this at the end in a little more depth. So it consists of a behavior tree, and I'll not talk more about this, we'll come back to this. But on a high level, it just chooses different behaviors. So the map processor creates actually 3 different types of maps. One is an exploration map that's based on what it has seen in terms of geometry, but also what it has observed with the cameras, and that is shared across teams. And then there's also a roadmap that's what are all the locations where I've gone, and then how do I get, and it shares these roadmaps between robots to be able to move from one place to the other place, and then there's also a local planner map which is denser and faster. So here's an example of how we construct these frontiers. So we create this LiDAR map, and then the green map are all the areas we've seen with the cameras. When we subtract those two, we get those frontier points, and those points are the ones we look at. One other thing to consider is that those yellow points are not actually on the surface. We want to look at those with the camera. So what we do is we create these viewpoints based on the surface points to be able to look at those, right? So we sample different directions around the point we want to get to and use that as the viewpoint. And then there's some further sparsification because we don't want to plan to everything. Once we have that representation, now we can do exploration planning, and so we try to visit these frontiers, and there's also some ranking of viewpoints and so on. We have multiple planners running in parallel because we always want the robot to move, right? Anytime the robot is hovering, it's not gathering new information, right? You always want to look at something new, even if you're just moving in a random direction. So there's I think 3 or 4 different planners running in parallel because there's always a chance that one of them might not work, and can fall back to another one. And the last resort one is basically move in a random direction. To coordinate these different robots, since we have this intermittent communication situation and we don't need tight coordination, we share exploration maps. And then those maps weigh the frontiers between the different robots differently. So you can see here the red are the maps that they receive from other robots, and those will be areas that robot doesn't want to go to. These maps are also created by the ground robots. We had a team of ground and flying robots, so the drones will not go where ground robot has already explored. Additionally, they also receive the road maps from other robots to be able to coordinate if they're in an area that they've already completely explored, they can stay along the roadmap to get to an area that has not been explored that another robot has found. So this is how this looks like, a little blown up. So the red area is the map from the other robots, and then the green areas are potential areas to explore. So if they have been unobserved, they are very high. If they are only on the surface, then so if they're unobserved viewpoints, they're high. If they're only to further expand the map, they're lower weight than if they've been unobserved, observed, then they're low weight. The road maps. So each robot creates a roadmap based on the path it flies, but then if you get road maps from multiple robots, they have to connect. So there's some densification step where they're basically adding edges between different road maps. And there's also road maps that are shared from the ground robots, but they're just pushed a little higher to have a nice flight, and there's some checking in terms of height. So here's another two examples, the view from UAV 1 and UAV 2, how they look to each other. So you can see in UAV 2, UAV 1's map is marked as seen, so it will not try to go to that area, and vice versa. Those red maps are coarser, so they are lower resolution and they're very small. They're around a kilobyte, 2 kilobytes. So with this information, the robots now can explore and go out and coordinate. And these paths generate, there's paths that they generate, and then there's a local planner that really tries to go from a path to a trajectory. And so there's multiple kind of little tweaks in there. Some of them are a little specific for the sub-T challenge. Because our robots were very big compared to the opening size, so the robots had to fit through a door, and the robots are 60 centimeters wide and 80 long. We want them to line up with doors. So there's certain speed and yaw control that happens in the local planner to be able to fit through doors. And so this is the kind of high-level overview of how that system worked for the challenge. And then here just a couple of clips of how that looked like. So you can see here it's exploring this kind of subway station, and it does not just try to build a geometry, but it's actually looking for these spaces. Here you can see the robot kind of lining up with the door and then fitting through that door. And then this is inside like a bigger cave area at the mine. And one of the big challenges here is you can see that scale and geometry changes a lot, right? From very narrow doors to these big open caves. And so you want the speed of the robot to also adapt to that. Here's a different experiment inside the cavern. So you've seen some of these clips already. And you can also see that dust filtering is quite important there. Now, I haven't really talked about this, but there's some tricks there as well. This was actually an accidental experiment. We wanted the robot to go down, but then it found that opening and escaped, and then we just let it go. And so there you can also see that there's lots of challenging situations here with vertical narrow obstacles that typically would get filtered out by a dust filter. And then here you can just see some example of going down a staircase. And again, you have lots of kind of challenges, both in terms of flying as well as dynamics. Oops. Okay. So we did lots of experiments with these robots. They flew up to 1 kilometer per robot in the challenge with speeds up to 3 meters per second. And then this local planner is really optimized to navigate in these tight situations, but also speed up if possible. And as you could see in some of these cave environments, when you have dust, you also don't want to fly too slow, right? If you're hovering, then you're going to create a lot of big dust cloud. We tested this in various complex topologies, and these resilient behaviors we'll come back to in a bit. And we actually found a significant number of artifacts with our drones in the challenge, which was nice. Now, there's a couple of lessons here. So on the right here, this little clip that you see was actually during the challenge. The robots flew into some fog area. In that fog area, they realized, hey, I'm going to lose perception. I don't know what is happening. And there's a behavior in there that we call rewind, which is literally do exactly what you just did and come back. The SLAM drifted a bit because of the fog, and then they got stuck in that at that sign. But then after that, recovered and kept on flying. And so you can see some of this, both physical but also system resiliency there. One of the things that was a real challenge is how do you avoid overfitting to a certain environment, right? Like you have these functions in there, okay, want to maximize information gain, you have your little hidden W's, and it's easy to overfit. So we were very careful to have a set of tests that we ran over a wide range of topologies to make sure that it works. This exploration is a true multi-objective problem. And the way, there's resiliency we achieved through a couple of different ways. One is the robustness of the system, but also redundancy of just having many drones. Now, what has motivated a lot of the research kind of going forward is, it's really difficult to capture a good behavior for all environments with traditional methods. Right, so, and this equation on the right here kind of captures this, right? Like you have, W1, W2, W3, and then you have, grad student descent, and, basically, trying out these parameters until you get the best solution, right? And that is not ideal. You don't have enough degrees of freedom. The system isn't smart enough to make good decisions. And so that's where data can really help you and having some better ways to do things. And so we try to inject learning in a couple of different areas to try to overcome this, right? So we want to learn from the sensor inputs to get better outputs using large data sets. In terms of action, it's often unclear what the best action is. And so that was the previous example with these 3 parameters, right, where we're trying to match our intuition of what a good behavior is. If we have good examples, we can learn that from imitation. And then also in terms of execution, we have some system model, some dynamics that we assume, but those are not really the true dynamics. And if you really think about what happens in these tight situations, is you have very complex dynamics, actually. And so the way we go through this is one of the things that we try to do is try to formalize these problems and help with this large-scale experimentation to create data sets and simulations that can be used by others to improve this, right? Because we are actually out in the field a lot, so it's and for a lot of people that is actually a hard thing. We need a basis of good SLAM and perception to deal with these types of situations, and then try to look at learning paradigms that work for robotics, right? Like we don't always have a big data situation that we can deal with. So in terms of data sets, there's a couple data sets that might be useful for your research in the future. One is the tartan air and SAPTI MRS data set. That's a large-scale simulated data set, as well as a real-world data set with ground truth that has different sensor modalities like LiDAR cameras, thermal cameras, and also ground truth optical flow and depth that you can use for, it's useful for SLAM, but also for other types of situations. We also have another data set that's more geared towards off-road driving, called the Tartan Air 2 data set, has faster speeds, different sensors. And one of the things that's unique is it also has all the driver information, so you can use it for imitation learning, and also things like shock travel sensing and per-wheel odometry. We also have released some labeled data set for aircraft. So this is labeling lots of different types of aircraft, about 700 aircraft over the course of a year, and also speech and trajectories. And then we just released a new data set called Amelia 48. So that's 1 year of all air traffic in the US. And with associated maps, it's about 30 terabytes of raw data and about 11. And we've also released a kind of transformer-based multi-agent prediction model. So this is for things like predicting runway incursions, but there's lots of research you can do and lots of tooling, some nice Python tooling you can use with this. So we go into, spend a lot of effort in these data sets to really help kind of push challenges push things forward, especially once you start using learning algorithms. You can't really go with a little data set you collected and say things are great, right? Because you have no idea if it generalizes. It's actually super dangerous if you use that for developing your algorithm. So one of the things I did not talk about before is how do we actually know where we are in the world. So we have developed an algorithm called Super Odometry 2 that's fusing LiDAR, IMU cameras and thermal cameras together. It sensors a lot around the IMU, trusting the IMU because it can actually be pretty good. In this example video here, you see the robot actually drove into a room where you don't have any visual and or LiDAR data. So it just uses thermal cameras for state estimation. Once it gets back out, it uses the LiDAR. And then in narrow situations where your LiDAR might not work very well, it can also incorporate measurements from the camera. And so the key here is really the uncertainty estimation to make that all work. Where this is kind of going in the future is to try to extend this to Gaussian splatting and seeing like how can we have better representations that we can also incorporate uncertainty as well as semantics and so on in there as well. And then more recently, we've also looked at some place recognition. So how do we know where we are in the world? Using, not trying to learn specific models, but trying to see if we can leverage foundation models to see if we can do place recognition. And it turns out using foundations models with a couple of tricks, you can actually do really good place recognition. And then in the challenge, we did a lot with based on LiDAR, but LiDAR has some downsides, right? It's heavier potentially and more expensive, even though some of these things are shifting around a little bit. And so we looked at could we do trinocular fisheye-based surround depth estimation. And so here you can see this depth map is renormalized per image, so that's why it's flickering quite a bit. But yeah, this image is actually from 3 fisheye cameras looking upward, and you can get this kind of depth estimate. And that is based on a learning-based algorithm that's purely trained in simulation. So we create lots of data in simulation and then use that to train the algorithm. And then where we are going next is to try to push further with degraded environments. So if you have stereothermal cameras, can we use those to estimate depth instead of using regular cameras? And that is quite challenging because there's a lot of noise in thermal cameras. Maybe I'll take a quick, I forgot to take a break earlier. I'll take a quick pause here for some quick questions. Oh, shy audience. Yes, okay. Yes.
Yeah, so one of the earlier slides about map sharing. Can you talk a bit more about the amount of data that can be transferred, if there's a limit, or does that affect the performance?
So the map sharing is actually quite efficient. So the map sharing, the volumetric maps are based on a representation called OpenVDB. So it's a octree-like structure. So it's a shallower octree, and so what we do is we take that octree structure, serialize it, and then reconstruct it. And so it actually doesn't take a lot of computation. It's quite optimized because it's originally made for render farms where they'll like send these things back and forth. So it actually is quite good. Yeah.
In SEPTI, when you talked about the map sharing, how did you deal with the, maybe potential problem that when you shared maps and one of your robots, SLAM, had drifted, how did you deal with the possibility of misaligned maps during the sharing?
Right. So basically our SLAM was good enough that we didn't have to deal with this problem, but it is absolutely a problem. So we actually didn't even run loop closure detection on the robots, also partly because we did not want a single robot to get mess up the map for everybody. In terms of the coordination, I mean, the only bad thing that happens is if you drift, it might cause you to not view an area that you might have seen, but you'd have to drift quite significantly, right? Like you're just coarsely trying to deconflict because there's not a tight coordination. The most dangerous part about the SLAM drift in the challenge was our robot deconfliction, because that's when the robots get closest, and we did not have detection and tracking of different robots and so on. So we just relied on the SLAM position for that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No. Okay. So once we have this perception and SLAM system, then the question is how do we make decisions, right? And so in robotics, you have a problem that you can't do infinite experimentation, and simulation is limited, right? Like you can have good simulation, you can try to do some domain randomization and so on, but there's still a limit to this. And so like, how do we handle this, and how do we learn with this? So to just give you one example here, was one extension we looked at in the challenge. We looked at, okay, can we do frontiers and then say, we have this function to tune, but then you still have that problem of, you might have a frontier here and a frontier there, and they look pretty similar. How do you know which place you should go to? And so what we did here is use all the data from sub-T to try to predict what the value of a future frontier is, because we can essentially go back in hindsight, right, to an area that we haven't seen this area, but now we go there and now we know what we would have seen, right? Another example is for off-road driving. We're looking at, okay, how do we predict terrain roughness, right? So in off-road driving, you have this problem that labeling data is actually not effective, right? Like, labeling a rock and saying, hey, this rock is dangerous and this rock is rough is very subjective. Changes per vehicle is actually quite difficult. And so one of the ways we deal with this is to use the IMU in this case to predict the roughness, right? So we drive over some terrain, we estimate how rough the ground is, and then we can learn a function to predict this roughness. And so this type of self-supervised or imitation learning is quite effective for off-road driving. So here you can see 4 cost maps we predict for different speeds. And so you can see as the speed increases also we get faster speed. And this is actually based on a learning-based depth estimate as well, the RGB map. Similar prediction is for can we extend the range, right? So if our LiDAR only has a certain range, maybe 30 meters, and so can we extend that range with a camera to go to, let's say, 80 meters? And so here we are adapting a model on the fly to try to extend the range. So this is like another example of how you can use this close information to try to predict far information. So before we went from IMU to an image, here we're going from a close-in cost map to a far-out cost map. And the way we do this is to take a data set, then basically go back in the past for learning, try to predict, project that denser data from the future to the past, and then learn based on this. And then finally, and this was also relevant for flying, you can use some of this context to try to learn a better dynamics model. Right, so you can imagine that for off-road driving, you have rough terrain and so on. Having a simple dynamics model can give you a rough idea where you'll go, but not a very precise idea. And so you can think about just adding more parameters to try and learn a better model. And so here's just one example for off-road driving, where the red line is the model we had previously hand-tuned, and then the white line is ground truth, and blue is what we can do after we do some learning. So once we have all these inputs, we can then use inverse reinforcement learning to try to better match the behavior of a human, right? So if we drive, so this is, for example, based on the start and drive data set, we can get a sense of trying to match the frequency of where a human has driven with what the robot is predicting where it should drive, and that allows us to learn a cost function. So once we, And just a kind of final little example that's using this previous data set. So this is based on the, this data set. We learned this predictor. So here's a similar example for runway incursion. If you remember this example also in Haneda, where another airplane landed on an airplane. This is kind of the problem that we are trying to look at. So here an airplane just landed, is waiting to cross a runway, and then another airplane is taking off. And then, so this is a simulated recreation that we just did here. And so now this other airplane is taking off, and the other airplane is going to start crossing the Agent 2, even though it's not cleared to cross. And so what we're really trying to predict here is the speed, and doing that as early as possible without having lots of false alarms. So you can see here that we're predicting way before they cross the whole short line here. And so so that is kind of the idea. And so one of the things that's interesting is that there's actually lots of examples in the data set of actual real runway incursions. You might think it's a pretty rare case, but there's about 3 a day. So there's a lot of lot of examples, and there's probably more that that might be in the data that you can find that have never been caught anywhere. So after these details, I want to pop out a little bit. Actually, maybe I'll take a quick pause here for some questions before I go to the next topic. Yeah.
Hi, so I have a question about the driving that you showed on the rough terrain. Maybe I missed it, but was in any form driving also conducted autonomously or later on at higher speeds, or was mostly predicting what would happen on such terrains?
So no, so it is driving autonomously. So I showed a lot of the perception part, but then the final piece, how we put it all together, is using imitation learning.
Okay.
And yes.
And was this also then tested on a vehicle that it wasn't trained on? Well, in this case, it was a very different shock travel distance, very different tires, and very different slip angles, and so on.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of the kind of dirty secret of this, right? Is that it is quite vehicle specific, right? The traversability is very much coupled to the vehicle. I mean, we did test it on another vehicle, like a ClearPath Warthog. I don't know if you know, like the big, I think the
autonomous UGVs from ClearPath, yeah, right?
Right, like one of the big one.
Jackal or something.
Yeah, so we have tested it on this, but if you can get over, let's say, some step, or if you can really make it through some terrain, very much depends on the vehicle.
Okay, so yeah, so this could be then retrained with lesser data on.
Right. So the nice thing is that the examples I showed don't need a lot of data.
Okay.
Right. So what it is based on is actually for the roughness estimation on a couple of hours of driving the ATV around. Right. It's similar for the imitation learning, because this space that you are training on is much smaller, right? You're not trying to learn an end-to-end RL policy, which would need a lot more examples.
Okay, yeah, that would be my question. Thank you.
Hello. So I'm a bit curious about how you use inverse reinforcement learning to learn the dynamic of the environment. Like, you have a data set. Like, actually people know that imitation learning has a lot of limitations, right? So we cannot learn more than the data set that we have actually help us to know. And then we know that actually also if you use inverse reinforcement learning, you can try to learn a reward function that you can use after to do the planning. in my research, I'm trying to use inference and reinforcement learning, but I'm kind of blended about how I could use it. So I would like to know, to get some insight about how you potentially use inverse reinforcement learning to learn the dynamic of the environment.
Let me just rephrase the question just to make sure that I got it. Did you say, what about dynamic environments? So if I drive through something, then I modify the terrain or something? Is that what you...
Yes, exactly.
Yes. So, so right now we are not really capturing this. I mean, in some sense, we're capturing it in the way that, if you drove through the grass, for example, and you can drive through it, and depending on how rough it is, then you'll learn that you can drive through grass, right? So we are modifying the terrain. We are not actively modeling how we are modifying the terrain. There's some work that a student I'm co-advising looked at is, for example, how do you deal with trees, right? So let's say you want to drive through trees, which is something that people want to do. And so you have to know, can I drive through that tree or can I not drive through that tree? And so the question is, how much, how fast should you go? What size of tree, roots do you predict that you'll actually be able to push that tree over? Right. But that is very much model based. And so, I mean, there's no magic, right? In the sense that if you want to learn something very complex, then you need a lot of parameters. That means you need a lot of data. So this data parameter coupling is always there, right? So you have to fix those parameters and only learn a small amount.
Right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, so let me kind of pop up a bit to finish things off before we get to the exercise. So there's a lot of success in learning, a lot of excitement, right, with learning in robotics. But there's some kind of fundamental problems here, right? Right now there's a lot of work on benchmarks and very successes on these tiny on like certain tasks, right? But these end-to-end models are very brittle, and if you think back to the beginning, to kind of a very traditional way how we engineered this for the sub-T challenge, you can't really, we came up with these things for a reason, right? And so you can't really, you can try to do all of this learning based, but then you still have to recreate some of that structure, or it has to figure out some of that structure, right? And there's a lot of things happening in there. So there's some issues there. Right, the kinds of tasks you can do are so often very limited, and it's also very hard to abstract, right? So something that you learn in one environment does not necessarily transfer to a new one, or you might not recognize it again. And so a lot of this comes from this this issue that right now a lot of learning is based on feed-forward only types of architectures, right? Where you're saying, okay, I have some input, I have some output, I'm trying to learn just the network. And so there's a lot of advantages to this, right? It's fast and simple, you can basically memorize your solutions, and a lot of success, and a huge amount of engineering in terms of frameworks, making these things efficient and so on. But the real kind of disadvantage is this, you don't have any way to reason effectively, right? You're just memorizing outputs, and then there's a limited adaptability in your environments and no ability to abstract. So how could we think about some alternatives? So there has been quite a bit of work in terms of neurosymbolic AI, but it's been very limited in terms of types of things that people have looked at, because those are mostly machine learning researchers that, like NIST task and, the typical ML tasks. So what we wanted to look at is, could we get from this type of previous benchmark to something that's a lot more realistic from a robotics sense, but not so hard that it's impossible for current methods, right? So kind of find this happy medium, not just throw them right at a sub-T-like challenge, but something that's in between. And where you also have ground truth, right? And so we came up with this test bed called LogiCity that's combining this neuro and symbolic tasks to give you this ability to do neurosymbolic AI research and have a test bed. So what it consists of is, so you have a configuration, so that consists of concepts in first order logic, set of rules, and then you have agents. So that number of agents is arbitrary, so you don't, in previous tasks often that number was fixed. So each agent is an instantiation of that set of rules. And then you also have a simulation that generates images, so you have this ability to also have connected with your neuro tasks, like things like image detection, segmentation, some of these other things. And we also combine it with some LLMs to allow you to generate arbitrary renderings. So it's really more about the rendering. And so this is very much like actual logic plus the images to give you this kind of semantic logic type setup. But you can think about, even just on a high level, that this idea of trying, having, now we have good ways to get semantics and symbols out of systems with a lot of foundation models and so on, trying to combine that back with reasoning, if it's logic reasoning or if it's dynamics or other planning, is maybe a separate discussion. But I think that type of method is kind of where we are going to be moving next. And so here's just one example of one of the benchmark tasks that we propose is a long horizon reasoning task where you have this multi-agent interaction. So you have a start and a goal. And then you have to reason what is the right behavior that gets me to the goal and maximizes performance. And then there's a visual abstract reasoning task where you're given an image and some grounding of the agents, and you have to predict what is the next action. And so if you don't use this kind of reasoning under the hood, typical other methods will fail quite drastically, because the appearance changes quite a bit between these different environments. So just to kind of summarize, so the complexity of the environment, the uncertainty in the sensing, the choices for the action drive the complexity of your problem, right? And so, why we're not looking at the elevator, but instead kind of the drone side, is really that there's a lot of this uncertainty in there that is happening in the real world that we have to handle. And so in terms of future work, this current learning paradigms are too brittle, and so this is why we're looking at some of these neurosymbolic ideas. And this is just kind of the beginning. There's still a lot more to do in this area. So I'll kind of take another quick pause here before we get to the tutorial. Yes. I'll make you run.
Thank you.
So I'm just like not sure to have completely understood. So you use like the underlying logic to generate like the simulation, or like when you use it as well during the prediction stage?
Right. So the simulation has an underlying logic, and the good thing there is that we now know the ground truth. So that if you are developing some neurosymbolic algorithm, you can compare what your algorithm came up with to what is actually in the simulation. So if you have something, let's say like Atari games or something like this, you don't know what the underlying logic is, right? So then, you might come up with something, but you have no idea of knowing, if it actually came up with something sensible. So that's why we want to have a more white box like setup.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's get to the exercise. So I really wanted to, there's many different things we could have gone into, but I wanted to give you something very concrete to go away with. And so that's thinking about behavior trees, right? And so on a very high level, somehow you want to express the logic of what your robot does. And one of the things is, anytime you write an if statement, you should take a pause, right? You should not, anytime you write an if statement in a robot system, you should be very careful, right? Because what that means is you're adding logic, right? And so there's one case or there's the other case. And so now think about, you could think about, let's say you're building an airliner, right? Let's say you're saying, I'm building a 737 MAX and I want to know, okay, is this thing doing the exact thing that it should be doing, right? So then you want to know what is all the logic that's in there, right? And if somebody wrote some if statement in there somewhere, you have to check that case, right? You have to check both cases. And so if you hide that in your algorithm, it's actually kind of very detrimental, right? So you have to be very careful anytime you add an if statement, right? There can be good reasons to have it in your code, right? But in terms of the robot logic of what is executing, it's very helpful if you can expose that, right? As much as possible in a way that is manageable. Because as you're linking these things together, now you have multiple modules that talk to each other, doing something. You want to have one place that keeps the state and encodes the logic, right? So just something to think about as you're thinking about programming your system. It's very tempting to go in and add if statements, and I just want to add a little f statement here, and then at the end, if you want to give this code to somebody else and then say, here, take it, they're going to be like, what are all these if statements and why is that in there? And so just think about, if you're adding an if statement, think about, should it be somewhere else? And so what tends to happen in a lot of these systems is, somebody, very smart guys like all of you, right, sits in there and comes up, and then if it's 0.5 over there, then probably it should be doing this, and then it's just not maintainable, right? And then you end up with the situation where now you're like, okay, tomorrow we have a sponsor visit, can you please make it move over there? And they're like, I really don't want to touch this logic, because if I do that, then the whole robot's going to blow up, right? So that's the type of situation that you typically end up with on robot systems. And so that's something where behavior trees come in quite handy. And so there's many different types of representations to express, you could write logic statements, you could do partial plans and all these kinds of things. But in terms of readability and just legibility, these behavior trees are quite useful. I mean, for example, we used to do these kind of finite state machines where you have these circles, and then you have your arrows, and then you have some, I don't know, emergency state, and then you add an arrow to the emergency state, and all this stuff. But then what happens is, at the end somebody forgets to add the arrow back to the emergency state, and then this machine tends to grow up, keep on growing, and then nobody knows where the arrows go anymore. And so in practice, they are not quite scalable. And part of the problem here is that there's a strong coupling between the various nodes that you're working in. So these behavior trees actually come from like game engines, but they just have turned out to be quite useful for robotics as well. And it's just another way of visualizing. There's nothing else. There's nothing magic about them in terms of state machine versus other things, but they're just a very useful way of representing the world. So there are different types of nodes that you have in a behavior tree. So you have this root node, and then you have control flow nodes, decorator node, and then actions. One of the things is they're maintainable, scalable, reusable. They're actually quite nice, and also clear to visualize and interpret. And just from practical experience, for example, in the sub-T challenge, we felt quite comfortable even modifying them to the last day, even though we probably shouldn't have. But it was actually something that people felt comfortable. Hey, let's add another state here, and it will be fine. So I think they've actually turned out to be quite successful. So there's execution nodes. And so those can be either condition or action nodes. They're decorator nodes. In this case, there's only the not node, so basically inverts the outcome. And two types of control nodes, a sequence node and a fallback node. So execution condition nodes have either a status of success or failure. So it just checks some condition and says true or false. And then action nodes are very similar, except that they can be active, and they can also be inactive. And then an active node status is checked. It can either be success green, which is green in our visualization, running blue, or failure red. The decorator node just flips success and failure for conditions. And then control flow nodes, again we have two nodes. We have fallback nodes and sequence nodes. So fallback nodes have a question mark, and so they return failure only if all of the nodes return failure. And if one of them returns success or running, the whole node returns success or running. And the other thing that's important is everything is checked left to right. So you basically read them left to right. So here we are returning success, which means green, because this decorator node, this exclamation mark means not, so it flips the value of failure and success. And because it's because offboard mode is failure. And then sequence nodes are essentially the opposite. So while in fallback nodes only one of them has to return true, for sequence node all of them have to return true up to that sequence. And so you're essentially executing these in sequence. So for the exercise, I hope you've all had a chance to set this up. So you just have to either run it in Docker, or it's actually also it doesn't have a lot of dependencies to run in ROS2 Humble. There's no special dependencies. And when you run this command, you're basically executing the the demo. And then the behavior tree is represented in this demo base.tree. And so that's where you can also modify it, or you can create several files and then change the launch file. You have to do Colcam build, symlink install for the change to be reflected. That's just a ROS2 kind of thing. So the way these tree files look is they're just ASCII files that are tab indented. And so an arrow is a sequence node, question mark is a fallback node, and then this is not, and then in parentheses is a condition node, and in angular brackets is an action node. And so these are the actions, conditions that are available in the exercise. So on ground, at flight altitude, in fly, no fly, at home, and visited. And then there's for action, takeoff, land, go to destination, and home. And so you just have to modify those tree files to try to get that behavior. And the idea with these exercises is really to kind of get you to understand the logic of how these things get together. You know, the trees and the logic. There's actually a lot more underneath this. How do you get these actions and conditions? There's like a whole software framework, but I think there's just not enough time to go over this, and you're happy to look at the code, and then we can talk more about this. So exercise 1, you know, the idea is just to take off, fly to a destination, come back and land. And in exercise 2, the idea is you just have to add kind of no fly. It will just move on the ground, take off, and then come back. And so the idea is really to get you thinking about this logic and see how that will go. So I just want to leave you with some thoughts of where you could go from here. So people have also tried to look at learning behavior trees, right? So you can basically try and see, hey, you know, I don't want to manually code up that logic, or maybe what are the thresholds and how do I choose this? And then the second part of it is you can also try to verify these trees, right? So let's say you actually wanted to guarantee the correctness of your tree. You can do that with translating these trees to LTL. And there's several other implementations of these types of trees as well. Okay, yeah, so do you have any questions about the exercise? Okay, who's already done? No? No one? So I guess what we can do is we can take a kind of break here. People can try to set it up and run it, and if you have questions, just let me know, and then we can try to answer them. And then I think we have, how much more time do we have, or when do we? 12
minutes more, but maybe the coffee break is already early. I don't know.
Okay. So yeah, so I can do a quick demo. Maybe that helps. So if you want to run it, once you have it set up, basically just do this, and then you'll see Arvis, basically the drone flying, and then what you should be seeing is something like this, where it moves over. Then you can see the tree here. So this is for the second exercise. It moves down. You can also see what state it is in and what the conditions are. And so now it's going to get out of the no-fly zone. And then it's going to, now it switched states back to takeoff. Once it's done executing, it's success. And then at flight altitude, then it switches over and so on. So you can play with some of this. And yeah. Cool.
Okay, so I mean we have still a few minutes, so if you have any question regarding the previous presentation or anything else, feel free to ask. No more questions? If there are no more questions, I thank you very, very much again. Thank you for coming. A nice talk. I have a small gift for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, so you will be here around for today, for example, evening, so students can come to you and discuss the exercise and everything else. Cool. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before going for the coffee break, now we have like the last thing coming, which is the workshops. So I will again explain you what's going to happen. So you will be now going to take some coffee again, and then you should return back in roughly 30 minutes. And you will be grouped based on the letters you have, which I don't have because I'm not allowed to enter this workshop. So you have there the the number at the end, right? So the number at the end indicates the group you are for the workshop. We try to kind of use your first preference, so you should be grouped based on your preference you gave us. So you will meet together with people in your field. There will be always somebody from my team kind of coordinating it and maybe starting with short presentation on their work, and then you have also to contribute to present what you are doing. You can discuss. Once you are finished, you can finish within 1 hour 45 minutes. So you don't have to take it the whole time. You can stay longer, up to you. Once you are ready and you want to go outside, there will be the welcome party. So it's already being prepared. So you could see already the grill is there. So we will be doing some barbecue. There will be also like vegetarian stuff. So don't worry, it's not going to be only the pig there and the beer, but also vegetarian stuff and some cheese and I don't know even. So enjoy the welcome party today. So probably I will not get an opportunity to speak to you, to all of you. So then tomorrow we will start 8:45, if I'm not mistaken. It will be also here. And so, I mean, take the welcome party responsibly and don't come too late tomorrow because we will start with interesting talk on the resilience and reliability in the robotic systems. So now enjoy the coffee break and return back in 30 minutes to be grouped. Thank you.